Incoming transmission.
What is up, everybody? We missed you. It was 2 weeks too long. GSL Codas is back. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is State, and we are going to be going into the round of 8 here of the GSL Codas.
Yeah, it's been a long break for ESL SC2 Masters, man.
Yeah.
2 weeks off, I think, is one of the longest breaks we've ever had in the middle of a GSL season. A GSL season that's already been progressing with one group stage per week.
Yes.
So it feels like this thing just keeps getting longer and longer, but you're absolutely right, man. I am happy to be back. It's been a minute here at GSL.
It's been a little bit. Excellent work over there in Dallas. I'm happy to be back jumping into GSL Codas. We have a very Terran-heavy group today.
Yeah, 3 Terrans and 1 Zerg, Sue, who after fighting back from military service for so long to get into the top 8, has been rewarded with a group with Maru, Kier, and ByuN, which is just an absolute killer, man.
Yeah. Now, sometimes when we have a guy who's like the only Zerg or the only Terran or the only Protoss in a group where everybody else is one race, sometimes we say that's an advantage because they just have one matchup to study, but I don't know if that's really applicable here now.
Yeah, I feel like it normally would be, but in this case with Sue, when you're going up against 3 Terrans that all play kind of differently, I mean, Maru's the best defensive player we've ever had in StarCraft 2's history. Yeah. He's like the Turtle Terran. He is the best Terran of all time, and this is just what he does. And then you also have players like ByuN, who are just kind of crazy. We'll go with Proxy 2-Rax, we'll go 2-Rax Reaper and make 5 Reapers out of them or do some crazy timings. And then Kier, who kind of can do anything. It's going to be tough for Sue to prepare.
So, guys, if you want to support the GSL, this is the way to do it. We are crowdfunded now. We appreciate it. We love you guys. You can donate, I think, to the Patreon or by using Star Balloons. But this is the way it is, man.
Yeah, you get some cool rewards, too. I don't know exactly what the tiers are, but
we had
some number of Star
I
Balloons.
Think, behind-the-scenes interviews.
Photos and stuff like that, too. But honestly, just the replays alone are worth it if you want to play or watch the game in a bit more of a studious fashion. It's a good way to do it.
So this is where our final is going to be, everybody. By the way, the date has been moved. It's going to be on April 11th, which I believe is a Saturday. I'm actually going to just check on my phone. Make sure I'm not telling you the wrong thing here.
Yeah, you see right there, though, on the screen. And we actually have a lot of on-site audience and raffle events.
Excuse me.
Yeah, there we go. But ticket sales go on Friday, April 6th.
I see.
That's
okay.
the confusion. But yeah, a lot of giveaways. Of course, make sure you get the tickets as soon as possible. The link's right there on your screen. Make sure you type that in. And the giveaways are really cool. We're going to have GSL caps, tumblers, cups, a GSL umbrella.
It says the date is April 11th, 2024. How's that possible? We're past April.
Wait, let me get my calendar out.
April was 2 months ago.
Wait.
What is happening right now?
All right, we got to get this double checked,
All right,
actually.
I need a production to tell me the correct dates here, because, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I believe it's the 27th, isn't it? But, at this point now, I'm afraid
hold
to
on,
say.
I'm going to check. All right. Guys, we're off to a great start here.
I almost feel like this is like for
GSL.
Season 1 or something instead of the Season 2 finals info. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Anyways, guys, it is going to be at Esplex Center. We literally had a meeting 10 minutes before the show started to confirm that. The Esplex Center, if you came to other Africa TV events, that's where we did Valorant last year.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on exactly when the ticket sale dates are going to be and the dates of the semifinals and finals. Coming here in a minute, but the giveaways in the on-site raffle still exactly the same. You're going to want to show up, get some of those goodies. As we look here at the round of 8, Group A, that's what we're playing today. Maru, Sue, Kier, and ByuN. Sue is going to have to run the gauntlet. Try and make it to the semifinals.
Group B is going to be a lot of fun. 2 Protosses and 2 Zergs, Hero Creator, DRG, and Dark.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. And we see right here, semifinals and finals, so June 29th.
June 29th is when the finals is going to be.
On a Saturday, not a Thursday.
Saturday, not on a Thursday. Sorry, I apologize, guys. That graphic was wrong.
It was a little confusing.
That they showed up there. Yeah, I was like, no, it's in April. And in my mind, I'm like, we're in the summer. April already happened. Anyways, yeah, this is going to be fun. By the way, I kind of welcome these lopsided groups. let's get hardcore into some matchups, very specific, and then see who we've got coming out here in the Final Four.
Yeah, I think Maru is basically a shoo-in to make it to the finals out of this group. His TVT has just been the best in the business for so long, and I don't really think Su can rival him in ZVT. At this point for Maru, I feel like maybe only Serral can beat him in ZVT, and as we saw in Dallas, it seems like Serral kind of has Maru figured out, but for every other Zerg in the world, it is an almost insurmountable feat. As this guy just came back from 2nd place at the FC2 Masters and is now looking for his 9th GSL trophy.
It's crazy. Might break GSL. Are you allowed to win 10? I don't know.
Double digits is insane.
So, you know, obviously the clear favorite, not just in this matchup, but in this group. In Korea, Maru is still king. But let's see how Su does. Su has had some pretty good performances since being back from the military over the last couple of seasons. It does seem like he has never really managed to get back to where he was. So Su had the possibility of actually, for his era, being the GOAT, being the greatest. He could have. He has 6 second-place titles. He could have had 6 first-place titles. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away from the guy, but he basically got to the finals that many times and didn't make it. And so he is definitely one of the greatest players of all time, but never really got past that final, meter to get to the finish line. At least as far as GSL is concerned. And since he's been back, he's been good, but he's not able to kind of get into the finals again and try to make it.
Yeah, that's going to be tough if he wants to make it to the finals again, going up against Maru for the first round of this group as we see the maps loading in. Site Delta, Oceanborn, Alcyone, so nothing too crazy here. Kind of your typical fare of GSL maps in the best of 3s. They've been very plain vanilla over the course of this entire season. We haven't had many gold-based maps just yet. I guess we're getting ready to kick this one off, Tails, as the map is loading up. Maru versus Su to start the round of 8 Group A. Let's begin.
Okay, in the bottom right, we've got Maru. In the top left, we've got Su.
Yeah, Su, by the way, formerly of Team DKZ. I think they have rebranded officially to, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this, but Weibo. It's like one of the Chinese, Chinese companies, Chinese websites. Not sure exactly the pronunciation, but if you're wondering exactly what's going on with that.
Oh, yes. You've got the hot 6 and everything. GSL.
Serral,
what? What?
The GOAT's Maru? Oh, boy, let's not get into this again.
Right. Somewhere Artosis just rolled over in his sleep.
It's actually Rogue!
It's Rogue!
Nobody knows what they're talking about, Tasteless!
What does that say? IP re-Terran?
IPR Terran? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like, so he's trying to write RIP Terran, but he's just like sick.
Oh, yeah. There's RIP and an exclamation point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
You'll have another chance to make a sign. We might be able to figure it out in the next one.
All right.
By the way, that discussion with the GOAT, I will say this.
Fun.
Well, it's funny because how many people have lost their minds. It's probably the best article Team Liquid has done in a long time.
Beyond a doubt.
Beyond
and I honestly
a doubt.
think if they had put Serral as the GOAT, it would have been too much of a no-brainer. It would have never had the controversy of the discussion that we had by putting Maru as #1, because there are good arguments to be made for both Maru being the GOAT and Serral being the GOAT.
Well, also, I think when you're looking at an English language forum, I think there's going to be more bias and fandom to Serral, right?
You would think so, but there's so many diehard fans of just specifically the Korean StarCraft 2 scene. I mean, I remember even back when I was a player, going back from 2010 to 2016, how I wouldn't even watch really any of the foreigner matches unless it was somebody like Huck or Naniwa or Stefano playing.
Right.
You would mostly just watch the Korean matches because back then that's where the skill was. But in StarCraft 2 these days, it is a lot more global. I would still say that GSL, in terms of density of skill, is the best in the world in terms of the tournament, just bar none. But the best player in the world right now, beyond any doubt, is Serral. He is in Europe, almost catching this.
I'd say right now, yeah. I think the argument can be made. Like, I get it for Maru, for sure. I think the easiest way to ameliorate that whole thing would be like if Serral just came and won a GSL and left. And it's like, all right,
peace out, nerds.
Because that actually debunks a lot of the arguments, because GSLs are such different tournaments, right? With different lineups.
The thing is, I feel like Serral would do really well in a GSL style tournament format because he seems like one of the foreigners that is the best in the world at preparing. By the way, these Reapers actually getting some pretty good damage on that first queen.
Yeah, I kind of was not going to remark on this, but these Reapers are doing pretty well. I think he can keep zoning with the grenades if he wants to. He's got another Reaper coming up.
Oh, this is going to be bad for Su. He cannot actually contest this.
He's going to lose
Speed
his
is
queen.
not done just yet. That first queen goes down. Second queen taking a ton of damage. The Lings are basically just trying to be a meat shield at this point. 12 more Lings in production because that's the only way Su can really save this hatch. So much damage getting done. That second queen's going to fall any second now, Tasteless.
Oh, okay. He drops one Reaper, kills off a queen, and dude, he's so good. He bails with the 3 Reapers, knowing that he needs to get these back home immediately. That's crazy. So he killed 9 Lings, 2 queens, and only lost 1 Reaper.
Yeah, that's insane. And I mean, Su had to make those Lings basically. He didn't know how many more Reapers were going to follow up. If there's a 5th Reaper, if that 4th Reaper survives, then suddenly your 3rd hatchery is under threat. And so a pretty big word discrepancy going in the favor of Maru here to start things out. Su also producing 3 queens at this time in the game when he would much rather be trying to boom up a little bit better. Painful start here for Su, and behind it, Maru has been playing so greedy. He went for one of the fastest 3rd command centers you could possibly do as Terran. Su does scout that. Double engineering bay follow-up coming as well here for Terran. So yeah, Maru really firing on all cylinders to start this one out, but
yeah, really good start here from Maru. I kind of thought we weren't going to have any more moments like this. The little Reaper skirmish with the queens has been so commonplace now. Is he going to get that Reaper? Yeah, he should have surround there.
it's a slippery Reaper. He wants the Hellions.
Yeah, he's going big.
A good catch. I think Maru might be a little bit surprised at exactly how many Lings there are on the map right now.
Well, those are definitely Lings that were made after the fact. When the Reapers are clearly going to be gone.
Almost a good surround there for Su.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit of a trade, if anything. But yeah, I was just going to say, I didn't feel like we're going to have that many more fights with that. I felt like that was going to kind of get solved and become not interesting, but here we are in this game, and we did have a double queen kill there at the start, which is pretty massive. I mean, that really trips Zerg up quite a bit.
I feel like Site Delta among all the maps is probably the map where we're going to see this the most, just because the 3rd base is so far away. You have to go down the natural ramp and then up the ramp into either 3rd base if you want to secure it. So it lends itself really well to these kind of Reaper openings and getting big damage done as Terran is now powering up. Starport just now finishing. Armory also about halfway done, so 2-2. Probably going to be the timing that Maru looks for to get damage done. I wouldn't be surprised if he did some double drop play as soon as the first 2 medevacs come out, but in terms of overall aggression, I think Maru is probably going to be leaning a little bit more towards 2-2 as a timing, especially considering Su's only just now throwing down the evolution chambers. There's going to be some late upgrades for Su here, Tasteless.
Yeah, it's going to probably be one of these games where the pressure's really going to be on the Zerg here. I mean, every game, obviously, Terran pushes out and tries to see what they can get done, and sometimes is driven back and sometimes gets stuff done. But I just do feel like seeing Su limp into this phase of the game, I think the 4th base is going to be extra vulnerable. And so this push is going to be a little bit scary here. We've got the 2 medevacs scooping up the infantry, and it looks like that's actually making a beeline right through the middle of the map. He does have the Hellions, and I think it's, 2 Reapers, clearing out some of the creep tumors, and I think he just wants to do a straight-up push right over here.
Yeah, he's actually not even starting 2-2, so the Armory is just for the Hellbats right here, and I don't know if Su's going to have enough to hold on. Tasteless Marine stepping forward with 1-1 already complete. There's just nothing but Lings to defend here for Su, and I think Maru just might run over this position.
Yeah, I don't know that he can recover. He's going to go right into diving onto the drones here. The Queens are coming out. This is a lot of damage. The Hellbats are sustaining. They've got enough HP to kind of still be part of this fight. GG, that's going to be it. Maru kind of winning almost like it was a ladder game.
Yeah, that was
kind of
insane.
Like when you got a couple builds you run as Terran and you're like, well, if I do this and they're not ready for it, I win. You don't always intend to close the game out like that, but that was what we got with Maru versus Su.
Yeah, the way the build was lining up, I was looking at for Maru with the Armory timing. I was like, well, that lines up with 2-2 getting started. That's probably going to be where he's going to be able to do his killer pushes. But I guess Su just limited in the mid game with so much damage. I wasn't expecting that push to be able to kill him, but he had nothing to defend except Lings and just a handful of Queens, no upgrades to speak of. And Maru, just like a bulldozer, runs over the army. It just squishes Su into nothingness.
Yeah.
It's a Zerg pancake there at the 3rd base, and now we're going into map number 2. And Maru did not break a sweat in that game number 1.
No, I mean, he had a situation where he finessed out the damage so well that the push just wins.
Yeah.
We could talk about what Su could have done to hold that, but a lot of times, the beating you take beforehand is really what the story is about, and it's certainly true in that one. Guys, we're going to go to Oceanborn. Game 2 with Maru versus Sue is starting now.
All right, Team Vitality. Maru spawning in the bottom right is the blue Terran, and Sue for Weibo Gaming spawning in the top left as Zerg. Maru once again going for the low ground expand, and I still feel a little bit of whiplash tasteless from that last game. I was not expecting that to have the potential to just kill Sue straight up, despite the damage he took in the early game. I mean, that was a crazy move from Maru.
Oh, bring it back up, bring it back up.
From Malaysia.
All right. Thank God we can read it in time. Sometimes I bring it up and I don't read it in time. I go, I don't know. Sorry. We're going to get any more at the start here. By the way, it's going to be the same, at least for the first couple moves, the same opening. But let's see if it's going to be the same results. You know, if he goes for Reapers again, you got to imagine Sue's going to be more prepared to not, you know, fumble his 2 queens.
Especially here on Oceanborn, that third base isn't quite as far away, or at least it doesn't feel as far away because you don't have those 2 ramps to go down and up. Here's a Zerg player. So Maru, I would expect him to play maybe a little bit more conservatively in terms of Reaper. Probably won't see the 4 Reaper we saw in game number 1. Maybe a little bit less and a little bit faster tech, but we'll have to wait and see what Terran's going to bring to this one. For Sue, that's a very rocky start to a day that's going to be literally nothing but ZVTs.
Yeah, I do feel like everybody else watching that is probably pretty relaxed. You know, as the Terran players, like, oh yeah, he's gonna be a free meal coming in here. I am more hyped about the games with the TVTs here because I feel like there's going to be a lot of prep in that, and all these Terran players are really good and really different. So.
Yeah, it should be pretty crazy, especially considering we had some really interesting TVT metas starting to develop, both at Dallas and also in some of the earlier stages of GSL. I'm thinking back to that Maru game. I can't remember who he was playing against, but he went into that super fast Skymech style of TVT, which was just insane, like leaning so heavily into the Vikings, getting up to battlecruisers so quickly. And so with that meta starting to develop, or at least become more popularized here in Korea, I'm wondering how it's going to play here with so many TVT matchups in the pipeline as Sue actually getting a ton of damage on that first Reaper. 16 HP as Maru is continuing to pump them out. We'll go back into 4 Reapers again. Sue maybe with a little bit of PTSD is probably going to be a bit more conservative trying to defend this third hatchery. I wonder if Maru might actually just get the cancel.
I mean, if he gets the cancel, it's still a win. By the way, 3rd CC down here. Again, I do feel like the decision here to get the 3rd CC is probably related to the success of the same push in the last game. He's going to wait, and he gets the 4th Reaper. By the way, how many games do we have where it's a 4th Reaper every time?
Yeah, and he's doing it 2 games in a row. This time just going straight to the natural expansion. That's where the Lings are.
Dude, he can just get in the main.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of an overextension. We'll see. Actually, no, Drone's already going down.
Well, we never see the run by.
Yeah, this is good.
So maybe he just wants to suicide in here because you can get drone kills. They can't really stop this unless they're really good at planting. Like, well, hold on. Is he going to get... He's going to get 5? Are you kidding me?
It's a lot of drones.
Oh, he's going to get the last drone here.
Oh, he's blocking the extractor. He can't get the store crawler down for whatever reason. 6 drones. I think you take that trade there as Terran.
Dude, okay, so there's 2 major things that happened. The obvious first one is the 6 drone kills, okay? So he pops up there, and it's smart because we know that he succeeded in actually killing the 2 queens last time. So you would, I think you and I were imagining it was going to be the same kind of push, right? And he's going to try to get queens again. But then he realizes that Sue is probably going to have the rest of his main undefended and just runs in there and gets drones that way. And on top of that, he went for a 3rd CC. So, like, Maru is ahead in every possible metric.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool play there by Maru. And he's actually even rallying these Marines cross-map, which is not something you expect to see this early on in the game. I guess he spotted that Sue wasn't going to have too many Lings out on the map, and Sue is still just droning. 12 drones in production at this moment as he feels really confident against this Marine push. Now, Sue does have that Overlord in the middle that's been just watching the the Marines trickle across the map. And they are going to shut down some of the creep, but Sue, with our Overlord position, he's not really getting caught off guard by this. And I think Maru kind of wants to scare him into producing a lot of units at this stage, but instead, Sue is making nothing but drones. And I'm almost wondering if this is too many drones at this point. He's about to go up to the 60 to the 40 SCVs of Maru.
I mean,
Stim's almost done, Tasteless.
Yeah,
Roaches are only just now beginning in production.
I feel like we normally see ByuN do this move, but yeah, it's going to be just kind of a Stim bust. High risk, high reward, because, you know, if it doesn't work, it completely backfires and nothing can retreat. Oh, is he not going to go in yet?
He's biding his time, and this is going to play into Su's favor with these roaches coming out on the map.
Yeah, I kind of thought he would just stim and run in and start to mow down the queens and the drones, but I guess he also did take a third base, right? I mean, you kind of can't have your cake and eat it here. So he just moved out, and I guess he'll come back home, or is he going to reinforce this? What exactly is going on here? He's waiting for 1-1.
Yeah, he's still just staying in the middle of the map. I guess at this point with that army here, as Maru, you're not really afraid of a big swarm of lings, and the roaches can't chase you down that well until they get roach speed.
Yeah.
So he's just kind of applying some pressure, getting some scouting done.
You just got to be a little bit careful when you do stuff like this, because it can become a position where you can't recover. Like, let's say he did get lings or did get roaches with speed. You just kill all this. You don't have any way to medevac boost out of there.
Yeah, but going back to the early game with those Reapers, he spotted that Su wasn't going for that super fast speed. And also pushing forward with the Marines like that, he knew that Su wasn't continuously building lings to try and parry the aggression. So really a smart move by Maru, just levying some pressure, but also, oh, by the way, that Reaper catching two creep tumors, so clutch. But smart by Su also to not overreact to it. He droned almost freely all the way up to 70. He recognized he only needed the queens for defense. The roaches were going to do enough. And as a result, despite losing 6 drones really early on in this game, Su has kind of worked his way into a pretty strong position here in the middle of the match. I think it all comes down to how well he's going to be able to defend this aggression coming out from Maru, because now combat shields is done. These 2 medevacs are on the field. There isn't too much to support these Ravagers. I say that, more roaches come in, so Maru will have to evacuate. But again, this army for Su, it is not very mobile. There's a very low number of lings, if any, and ling speed isn't even done. So the roach split's going to have to be very good here for Su.
Okay, not bad so far. He's actually managed to take out the queen, some roaches, another Ravager. You can see there's just enough sustain here with these Marines that it's not a great fight for the Zerg. Obviously, Marines were killed off, but they're way more expendable than the Ravagers, the queens that were already picked.
Yeah, positioning not fantastic here for Su. So 9 more drones going down, as well as a queen, a Ravager. That's a lot of damage, and Su actually going very quickly into a hive.
Yeah, now the hive tech, it started, but that means there probably won't be much happening here other than Roach Ravager in the meanwhile. And I see another push coming out. I don't see tanks with this yet, unless I missed them in the medevacs. No, they're empty. So this could be a little bit scary. Now, granted, there are no tanks for the push right now. They're still back at home, and Roach Ravager is actually pretty good at just sniping tanks. There's still a decent amount of Marauders and Marines here. I think Maru's still looking pretty strong. He could probably take some pretty big swings at this position that we're looking at right here.
I think Maru could potentially just kill Su with a push or two like this one. I mean, he's about to have 2-2 finish against almost no upgrades here for Su. +1 range attack only just now finished, but there is a lot of Roach Ravager on the ground, enough to push this army away. But look at the army that Maru has mustered back at home. 2 siege tanks being added in. 2-2 is done to just the +1 range attack here of Su. And Maru, with just 1 good engagement, might be able to turn this game on its head before the hive tech is done.
You know, yeah, it seems like this is perfectly engineered to hit before hive tech really kicks in. So the hive is going to be ready, but he doesn't have the tech behind it that he needs to maybe try to fight this. So the push is going to come up. The tanks are very conservatively placed far away.
Yeah, but this is an insane army coming out from Maru. And keep in mind, the army supply is actually favoring the Terran, despite Zerg going into Roach Ravager, which is the least supply-efficient army composition in the game, more or less. So Maru really with a big power spike right now in the mid-game. He's setting up the siege tanks in front of the 3rd base. Su with an arc going to try and come in. The Baling's getting blocked by the Roaches. He's going to have to retreat and try and reset up this angle of attack as Maru's just stationing himself right outside this. Baling's coming in on the flank. Baling's in the front as well. There's a big clump of Marines in the center, but there will be no connections. The Baling's only hitting the Marauders in the front line, and so Maru is standing strong here.
Yeah, the position destabilizes. Maru dives in. He's got a lot of room to keep kiting. The tanks are very safely tucked far, far away, basically out of reach of corrosive bile. A reposition is going to come in. It looks like he's fanning out half his army to the left, the other half to the right. Well, I say that, and he pulls back over here, basically trying to look for a weaker position and a good spot to try to cover the tanks. There is an expansion to the top right of this push. Oh my God, he actually unsieges those tanks and gets him out in time.
And a nice defense there by Su. He didn't really get the bailing connections he was hoping for, but being able to have enough forces on the ground and have as good an engagement as he did is going to buy him a little bit of time. Now Maru on the top side going to be taking this trade. I'm surprised he's not lifting up and running away. That's a big army from Su. Some good bailing connections on the left side as well. As Maru, I think he wanted to take down this expansion that you pointed out, Tasteless, but Su catching him in the middle of the map, and Su has basically navigated the era of this game that was going to be the most difficult for him. When Maru had 2-2 to basically no upgrades for Su, while Su was waiting to get his hype tech online. Now the Ultralisk Cavern has begun. 2 Vipers are on the field. There's a good number of Banelings, Roaches, and Ravagers, and a healthy number of Lings, too, on the ground. And Su is maxed out with 86 drones, so he's been able to survive what seemed like it might be impossible.
Yeah, he's definitely having a better game. This drop comes in here to try to change that. He's going to hit pretty hard. He picks up. He does take out 4 drones. And there's not any kind of anti-air here, so this could basically move unimpeded, which is going to allow these siege tanks to set up really nicely over here. He's still rotating between this base and the bases to the left of this position. But, I mean, honestly, the Medivacs can still stay in the game. He can still try to drop in other spots. He's denied the base at, what, 9 o'clock, and he's going to drop once more in the main. Again, this is going to be a tough few minutes here for Su.
Yeah, the fact that the Lings have so few upgrades makes it really hard to defend right now as Su, but of course the Vipers being able to take down the Medivacs does help a lot, and another engagement coming in. Actually, Maru able to catch the reinforcements coming in from the natural, as this is a good engagement for the Terran. Su is winning the top left side, but besides that, the siege tanks providing so much value in the back line. Su with the Biles is able to get rid of one of them, but besides that, a pretty good trade here from Maru. The main issue right now for Maru, I think, is that Su, he's about to have 5 Ultras pop on the map.
Yeah, the Ultras could allow him to stay in this game, but is he going to bleed off too much as he comes down here and tries to drive this away? I'm seeing more Ravagers and Roaches, which can be a pretty bad situation when you've got this many Marines to stem them down. Lings and Banelings are going to come out, but it's a little bit late. The Zerg is going to hold this push. Well, hold on a second. There's more reinforcements coming up. Ultralisks are out, but it's like just Ultralisks, which are nowhere near as good as if they're accompanied by Lings with Adrenal.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Su actually went for that engagement, and also coming in with the Ultras right now before their armor upgrade is completed means they're going to take a lot of damage from this +3 bio, and eventually Su is able to stabilize back at home, but the fact that he traded out so many Ravagers and Roaches and Banelings just survived there.
A very dark S-Cold. You know, just surviving with the last 2 Ultras coming out. It looks like the game's over, but he, you know, he towed that line. But, you know, we've been focusing on the Zerg side of the map this whole time. Terran is actually basically staying at pace with the Zerg, which is not good long term. Zerg is supposed to be up by about a base or 2 no matter what.
Yeah, Maru is expanding to his 6th base right now, adding a 2nd factory, producing Ghosts in pretty copious amounts. And Su, this is his real big power spike. He has 9 Ultras on the field right now. He needs to get some damage done. Attacking before this planetary is done is a good beginning here for Su, but the repair barely coming in time, and the Ultras basically get traded out for nothing. The planetary survives. The Bailey connections on the Ghost basically miss, and now Mario just kind of took Su's ace card, these Ultras and the Banelings, and just threw it away. I mean, Su has basically nothing to play with defensively at home right now. He's going to lose this expansion. The Ultras, I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to get done. Maybe take down this one planetary here. But Maru has so many more expansions, so many more orbitals, I don't think he really cares.
Yeah, I mean, the counterattack is great. I think if the SCVs had tried to repair a little bit quicker, that could have been cool. I guess they would have been wiped by the Ultras as well. But, you know, Ultras are being bled off here and there, you know?
Unlucky Ghost.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not able to pick up. But this is being driven away. It's the right tech. It's just maybe not enough of it in time over here. Some nice snipes here.
Ghost barely missing the connection on the snipe as the Ultra runs out of range. And yeah, Su needs some infestors. He needs something to lock down these Ghosts, because if they just keep lifting up into the Medivacs like Maru's been doing, he's never going to get the kill on the key units that he needs. And this is one of the stages of the game where Maru, his army composition, it isn't perfect. The Ghost count is still quite low, even though the upgrades are phenomenal. +3 on the ground for infantry and +2 vehicle attack also for these siege tanks. But Su, in terms of cost efficiency, unless he's able to get these, God, these Ultras also getting taken out, I don't think they're going to kill this planetary Tasteless. This is the window closing, I think, for Su to really battle with Maru in the mid game, and he's still locked on 4 hatcheries. He's overmining the 4 expansions that he's got. I don't think Su, unless he has a huge fight with Infestor Screw in the middle of the map is going to have a path to victory. He needs a win right now.
Yeah, this is really going to come down to this army that Su has. I think the angling is good enough that the Ultras can't make it work. I don't see any Banelings in this mix. The Ultras get wiped out. Supplies plummet on both sides. Excuse me, these are doing way better than I thought they would.
Yeah.
There was a hidden Ultra under the medevac I did not see. But I don't know that Zerg can actually break this. It just seems like there's barely enough.
Yeah, there isn't enough meat shield for Maru's ghosts right now. Actually, looking at his army, it's 2 Automines, 2 siege tanks, and 7 ghosts, and
so
nothing
funny.
else besides the medevac. So, I mean, this is kind of Su's time
Yeah.
to try and win some fights in the middle of the map and secure those expansions, because if he doesn't, he's completely dead in the water. And that fight outside of Maru's third base was a good start. It wasn't the best engagement he could have taken. As you said, there weren't really that many Banelings, but this is the window where Maru's army is basically just ghost medevac, and he can get some damage done. It's really an interesting composition that we have running here for Maru. I don't know what's going on macro-wise for Maru that's leading to him having basically no Marauders, no Marines. It's a weird style we're seeing right now from Terran.
It's a very different approach for sure. Nice spreading. The Baneling's not really optimized to hit. And we are seeing a big supply recovery. It's remaining scrappy here for Zerg. And pretty soon it's going to be just Queens and Lings. You know, 1 Ultra or 1 Infestor isn't really going to cut it. And it doesn't seem like we're ever going to have the right number of Banes in here again. I think this should be the tipping point. Yeah, there it is. GG. Maru takes game 2. That's going to be a 2-0. Look, an expected, is what I'm trying to say, result. I think Su had a pretty decent performance in game 2. When I look at Maru in a lot of these games, I'm not really sure what the Zerg is supposed to do to fare better.
And even the composition from Maru wasn't that great in the mid game, but just the fact that he was able to relentlessly deny the 4th base and 5th, or the 5th and the 6th base from Su over and over and over again means that Su, despite taking that win in the middle of the map, they just didn't have the economy to really recover and remax and keep pace with Maru, who was basically zerging in the bottom right corner. He had so many orbitals, so many expansions taken that when you kill a planetary, it doesn't matter. All right, guys, well, we're going to go to a break. When we get back, Kier versus ByuN as Group A continues on. We'll see you in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going for the goal. Where's the throne? That's my spot, no matter whatever you told. I don't see no competition, not to mention what I'm foes. Taking over, crashing ceilings, baby. I'ma do the most. Standing firm, 10 toes, ain't no backing down. I'm going hard in the field, I'm a savage now. Don't be appalled, it get real about the action automatic. I bring the static to anybody asking round. What's the difference between heroes and villains? All it is their opposing missions. And I already know how it's gonna end, cause I knew from the start that
Okay, we're back. If you saw that little video up there, that was the correct date for the finals. It is going to be at the Sangam Studio at the S-Plex Center. That's at Digital Media City, not right by the train station. So if I were you and I was coming to the finals, I would get a little bit earlier. There's buses and stuff that you can take there, or take a taxi there, but not quite as easy to get to. But I think a very good venue itself. Cool. When you get inside, it's a very cool theater that we've got set up. We've done a couple finals there before. It is not the one that you've seen probably in the last couple of GSLs. I know sometimes we're in the Jomschild
Yeah, we were
theater.
in Jomschild for the last few.
Every GSL finals, we have people that go to the wrong theaters because there's a couple that are owned here by the company.
I mean, I work out here, and it's still confusing for me.
So sometimes
we
I'm
had the
like,
meeting
wait a minute,
earlier, and I was like, wait, where do we go? Can you send me the pin of that location on maps? Like,
right.
I don't know where to be, but it should be cool. I love whenever we take the GSL, especially in the finals, to some bigger venue. I feel like it's deserving. I mean, this is a historic venue in and of itself, but...
Yeah, this studio's great. I mean, this has basically been the core, the one that we're in right now is kind of the core GSL studio, which you're probably used to seeing. Mm-hmm. I think we've had this one for like 9 years or something like that. Something, a really long amount of time. But there are a couple other ones, and I do think the change of scenery is also kind of exciting.
Yeah, it's always refreshing when you have that, especially for a final. It just gives this whole different atmosphere to the event that makes it fun. And speaking of fun, we're going to have a really good match here, Tasteless.
Yes,
ByuN versus Kier is the TVTs are going to begin. The winner of this series is going to go up against Maru in the winner's match. So if you're a TVT fan, you're going to be eating well tonight. It's going to be a lot of Terran versus Terran action, especially if Su plays the same way that he did in that first series against Maru. That was a bit lopsided. And
they say TVT is good for you, but the doctor might say this is too much TVT for a healthy person. Okay, there's going to be a lot of Terran versus Terran here tonight. We're going to go into this match, I think, in a second here. Yeah, it's loading up. Kier versus ByuN coming up here. I think Kier is the favorite here. I think he should probably take this 2-0, but let's see what ByuN's got in store. ByuN has some very smart tactics and kind of different approaches to the early game. He might be able to, I don't know, judo flip Kier here as Kier tries to get his early game started. Our game is loaded up, guys. Let's get into this.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's.
Okay, Kier in the top right, ByuN in the bottom left. And TVT, I feel like out of all the early games, I find this one the most interesting. There's so many things that can happen.
Some ByuN fans in the crowd. I feel like ByuN has maybe the largest fan base of players here in Korea. I know Maru has a really strong one, but I feel like every time ByuN plays in GSL, we always have extra fans coming out with ByuN signs.
100%. I feel like when you, hold on, there's lots of signs.
Oh,
Terran, we need a
ByuN
GSL winner since yes, we do. We got to make this. We love you too.
Oh,
Thank
this
you.
little romance.
Where's
my love you sign?
We gotta not yet. Years later, State. This is my moment. No, I certainly would love to have a Protoss champion for one. Second of all, to what you were saying, it seems like the best player always going to have some fans no matter what, right? Because you're fans of the guy's play. But then there's the charismatic player, which is ByuN, and he's always going to have his fans coming out. And ByuN's a guy, it's hard to not root for him, right?
Yeah, he's always has this special flair to the way that he plays. His own little unique take on Terran, kind of like the way that Gumiho plays, but Gumiho would put him as a bit more quirky, whereas ByuN is more of this kind of aggressive, untamed beast in basically every single matchup. It's fun to watch, especially at Dallas. ByuN had an absolutely heroic run, if you missed it, where he started in, I believe, round 1 of the open bracket and made it all the way to top 8, which, if you're unfamiliar with the format of those kind of events, that is a gauntlet that you basically have to run, where you're playing all day on day 1 to make it into day number 2. And it is fatiguing, it is exhausting. Got to play a lot of different players. You don't have the time to prep or prepare for them the same way you would, say, in like the winner's stage, where you have an idea of what the bracket's going to be heading into it.
Yeah, it's a problem because it's a stamina issue. Like some players have way better stamina than others. Some can play for like a solid, it's a 5-hour chunk and they're fine. Others can do like 10 hours.
Yeah,
you know?
ByuN historically has had issues with his wrists or with just endurance in general. I think more than pretty much any other player that I can think of. I know Maru at some stages did have some problems with his wrists. I guess if we go way back, MVP probably had the most problems with his wrists. It actually basically forced him into retirement.
Well, he just sort of played until his wrists were completely blown out and stopped. I think he was, but he also, it's kind of weird. With MVP, he was just like, I'm just not going to stop. Like, I'm making too much money right now. I don't care.
Play through the injury.
I'm going to play through the injury, which is, looking back at it, I'm like, ugh. Like,
it was pretty.
For how long StarCraft 2 turned out to last.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of euphoria right when StarCraft 2 came out, but maybe a little bit of fear, too, of like, oh, is this just going to go away right away?
Yeah, it could have been a flash in the pan, absolutely.
Yeah, was this going to be like 2 years of StarCraft 2 and you know, nothing else? But
it led to one of the most epic eras of dominance of any player.
100%.
I think it's basically unrivaled up until Serral came out in recent years. I mean, MVP was just a beast. All right, ByuN now coming out, 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions, but Kier well prepared. Does have the Cyclone on the back line to defend and a bunker in front. But yeah, going back to MVP, I remember even back in the day, MVP, when his wrists were really starting to give out, was beginning to mix in a lot more mech play to his style of Terran, which is just so insane because my memory's a little bit foggy, but I don't recall mech actually being that strong back then. I think it was mostly just Goody that was trying to make it a thing, and everyone was telling Goody, no, it's not going to be a thing in StarCraft 2. This isn't StarCraft 1.
Well, it also seemed like he had gotten to this point where he's so ahead of everybody, it's kind of hard to know. That's got to be a challenge when you're that far ahead. Like, what's the solution? You know, are there better things you should be doing? Should you be trying to change it up, or should you be sticking with what works? You know? But yeah, he was doing mech that was not as wrist intensive. In theory, I don't know how true that actually is. I mean, you are just still clicking a lot.
I think specifically for Terran, the fact that you don't need to stutter step constantly
yeah,
it's probably the big difference there for mech. You kind of said it, and forget it's the wrong word, but it's much more positional than it is micro intensive, and that's a fun style. I like that we're seeing more Sky Terran TBT mech games, although we aren't getting really a taste of that in this one. Both these players just kind of building up economically. I don't think we've had a single unit go down yet, Tasteless. This has been one of the slowest early game TBTs
it's funny.
I've seen in a long time, especially for 2 players like this. I mean, with ByuN, I was expecting a little bit more of an explosive early game. But
I think they both are ready for the other one to attack into him. You know, TBT, I think last season and the season before, it had these funny moments where, like, you did end up with both sides attacking each other at the same time, and it just got weird. So I guess maybe they, in this game, tried to start out slow, and then nothing happened on either side. And so we're finally seeing action from ByuN. A scan here sees a naked main, which you have to assume that there's a drop coming here. Usually you stay in the main because the drops are where you're going to be hit. You're probably not going to be pushed right into the front of your base.
Marine's barely missing that first Cyclone. Nice micro there by Kier to pull it back. As ByuN's trying to find any damage he can finesse here at the front line, but not getting too much done. He is thinning out the Marine count quite a bit. But all in all, I think a relatively even trade there for ByuN. And also in the front line, the fact that there's a siege tank and bunker here, the natural expansion means that those Hellions and Reapers really can't get too much damage done. And as it is, we're just going to kind of walk on into the middle game without either player having too much of a lead. I mean, Kier does have the faster 3rd command center, so his SCP count's a touch ahead. He's going to be landing that 3rd orbital a little bit faster than ByuN is, so
yeah,
economically, he does have a tempo lead, but
overall, there hasn't been anything really of consequence yet in this game. There's been some skirmishes. Nothing really that's a big deal has happened. That 3rd CC lands for Kier. ByuN is going to be mirroring that in a second here with his own CC.
I think maybe the most interesting thing that's happened so far in this game is the fact that ByuN is completely foregoing the Raven in this matchup, which has become such a staple of TBT, especially in the Korean meta. Here in GSL Season 1 and Season 2, you see Raven basically every single TBT. It's oftentimes the backbone of your army because you can disable siege tanks, you can drop auto turrets. It changes the dynamic of fights quite a lot. Instead, ByuN is basically just going pure manpower. It's all bio, tanks. It does have some Reapers and Hellions mixed in, but in terms of army, it's all about this. It's about going for crazy drops, high-octane aggression, because it's going to be hard for Kier to actually stop this because he's invested so many resources in those high-tech units. Now these 4 medevacs coming into the main base. Kier is out of position with much of his army. There is 1 siege tank down by the main base CC, and that should be enough to anchor this position. It is buying Kier some time, and the fact that Kier has been kind of setting up his main base like this, there really isn't that much he can siege.
So he's going to wait for 1-1. Oh, dude.
He has
Great
to get
play
out.
by ByuN to pick up. I was about to say, you know, I think deliberately so, the infrastructure wasn't set up down there in the main, so there wasn't a lot to punish. Like, he got set up, and he goes, okay. And I think it was a smart move that ByuN waited for the right moment, picked up, and got out. Because otherwise, he's going to be in a spot where he could end up getting overwhelmed, especially by the 1-1 infantry. And then he loses everything, and it's like he's just giving his units away. He's going to set up for another push over here. We've already got Kier on the map. They may end up just colliding in the middle of the map.
I'm a little bit worried about ByuN if they do happen to collide, and he's going to go for a drop instead, and the main base going to try and drop on top of this siege tank, actually dropping a siege tank of his own. A little bit of an awkward engagement there to start things off. ByuN just did not have enough.
Yeah, sloppy move there by ByuN. ByuN actually going to go with a run by. I kind of forgot these units were even still in the game. They were tucked outside the natural here for a little bit. And another drop in the main. Now, you know, this is still doing something. I think there should be a little bit more muscle here in the push from Kier, but can Kier get all the way to where he needs to be? A nice pickup there from ByuN to save his tanks. Somehow this tank is still in this game. This is wild.
Yeah, Kier is eventually going to be able to get this under control, though. The Marines get cleaned up as well as the siege tank, and ByuN, I mean, he sacrificed so much in terms of having a technical army to go for this kind of drop play, and it just did not pan out. Yeah, he did get some SCVs killed, but you see Kier right now, double the siege tank count, even had a few more Marines. Upgrades basically equal in terms of 2-2 timing. And Kier has those Ravens, which he can use to cast Interference Matrix, but a nice engagement to start things off here by ByuN with Kier unsieged, is able to thin out the Marine count a little bit, but still the Terran army of Kier. He has so much on the ground right now in terms of Marines, in terms of siege tanks. I don't know if ByuN's going to have the firepower to hold on, especially once Interference Matrix works its way into the mix.
Okay, scans down here. The Vikings are going to drive that Raven away just a little bit. I got to say, this game's pretty neck and neck. It does seem like ByuN is beginning to get slightly ahead, assuming this push doesn't wipe this out. Well, hold on. He's going to drive this out. I thought there was a chance ByuN might be able to come down there and deny that. The Marines are going to try to stim this down.
They might get it.
Actually get this? That's insane! I was so sure that was going to get away.
I was close to surviving.
Okay, so now Kier is sitting very comfortably.
He has his 4th command center already done back at home.
I thought it was going to be this unremarkable moment where the command center floats away, and we kind of forget that even happened as it sets up somewhere else. ByuN may feel pressure to try to come back out on the map. The army supply is about 20 ahead. So, I mean, this is pretty scary.
Upgrades still dead even. And
how many medevacs does Kier have? Can he actually pick up everything and drop somewhere?
I think he could just barely. He might leave some Marines behind, but I think for Kier, the game plan here isn't so much to go for the drop play that ByuN was trying. I think you know that you killed ByuN's 4th base. You're taking a 4th expansion of your own. You have map control. Just continue to maintain the map control. Keep ByuN cornered on 3 bases. Force him to drop mules on those expansions and mine them out more quickly because you're basically maxed. You've been winning these engagements. You've taken out an expansion. You just want to not sustain big damage and slow down the expansion of ByuN, and you will just be a step ahead pretty much the entire game. And Kier knows it too. He's powering up with 3 more barracks back at home. He's getting into a really strong position, even splitting these armies. I love this split. Both the army in the top left and the bottom right here for Kier are very hard to deal with unless ByuN basically takes his entire force to try to squash one. And what Kier is doing is he's just kind of sharking across the map, trying to deny ByuN this 4th base for as long as possible because he knows the longer he's mining from that 4th expansion at 12 o'clock and ByuN is not, it's going to be in Kier's favor. He's building quite a big bank.
Okay, there's going to be a sandwich coming in here. ByuN's going to be hitting for both sides. This is so bad for Kier. Now the reinforcements are going to come in here, but it's too late. That position's been wiped out. ByuN escapes. The game is suddenly looking a lot more even. We see Kier moving down to the bottom, but ByuN's about to meet him here. I don't think he can make any headway. In the matter of a couple seconds, ByuN with good tactics, good positional play, is in the lead.
Good play getting that surround right there. Is able to equalize things in terms of army supply, but the fact that Kier had so many siege tanks means that, oh, he's still producing them 2 at a time. It means that ByuN doesn't really get a siege tank advantage from that position. He just kind of evens things up. It's only a 2 siege tank lead. And Kier is still trying to deny that 4th base. Right now, he's actually looking into the main base, I think, potentially with a drop. As these siege tanks are in the most. what a stalemate! I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in StarCraft 2.
No, as I was watching, I'm like, wait, how does this play out exactly?
That's so funny.
All right, 3-3 is going to come in here. Stab. Oh, and Kier is not looking. It's a lot of damage. The tanks are going to get wiped before they can even fire back.
Wow, that was a big L for Kier. I mean, losing the first army in the middle just kind of even things a little bit.
Oh, no, that's better. Oh!
They both dropped the scan.
So
it's ridiculous. But ByuN with back-to-back huge wins in terms of the fight means that he's going to have a lot of momentum in terms of army supply here as Kier tries to fight back to a maxed army. And now look at it. Before it was only a 2 siege tank lead for ByuN, but now it's 9 siege tanks to the 4 here of Kier. He's been able to take his 4th expansion. Also expanding down into the 6 o'clock position is ByuN, so things have equalized really quickly here as another engagement now coming in. This time ByuN able to take down basically all of the medevacs of Kier. Kier has no more medevacs on the field at all. He is able to snipe down a couple of siege tanks here with the Marines, but I feel like ByuN is just getting the better trade in pretty much all of this. The only thing that's really scary here for ByuN is that the Marine count has really thinned out over these engagements.
So, I mean, I gotta say, this game's getting crazier and crazier. Both sides are basically growing into their parts of the map. I think there is, but they're actually dead. No, they're not dead even. Kier's actually up 1 base barely, but it's not finished. It certainly doesn't have workers at it. This could go either way. It does feel like unless he opens up these destructible rocks on the map or mines the minerals out, it's a little bit harder to move from the middle to the bottom right or the top left. That's true for both sides.
Yeah, maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew, trying to attack into 5 siege tanks on the high ground there. And Kier, I think, recognizing that he has a Marine supply advantage, is going to pivot all the way down here. Maybe even snipe some medevacs. Is able to get one. Does get the second one, too. Man, they die so fast to the +3 bio. Even able to snipe a siege tank as well. And those are the kind of wins that Kier needs. Let's take down this sensor tower, too. And Kier stabilizing on his side of the map. I am surprised that he wasn't run over by ByuN after ByuN won those 2 engagements. He's done a really good job of anchoring this position. And now look at the siege tanks unprotected here in the middle. At least one going to get taken out. Some nice wins for Kier.
It just does seem like, I guess this is going to be a smaller victory here for Kier, but overall, ByuN is a better fighter. He's a little bit smoother with these engagements. You know, very true to how ByuN has played. But we've got a flank coming in here. The tanks are going to get completely killed off. More tanks are sliding in. Now, if ByuN has lost enough tanks, I think the count right now is 8-6, so I guess that's fairly even. But I don't know where each tank is, but it seems like most of ByuN's or Kier's tanks, are together. So he might be able to move into a spot where he could, cement some kind of setup. Oh, hold on. There's going to be another attack in here. The surround is crazy.
Yeah, surround looking really good, but actually those Marines going the wrong way will get taken out by the siege tanks. And notably for the siege tanks on Kier's side, it feels like he's pulling a lot of them from the defensive line. I'm not sure how many we actually have on defense for Kier, as he has, 5 or 6 here in the middle and more being rallied across the map. It might just be 1 or 2 siege tanks on the defense as he's trying to get as much pressure here in the center as possible. The thing is, Alcyone, with these cliff edges and the rocks, it really does lend itself in these TVT wars to kind of a game of attrition. And so Kier is actually going to try and breach again through the third. Only 1 siege tank is sieged up here for ByuN.
Okay, he's done it. He's going to loop back around here to the bottom. There is a drop inbound here. I'm not clear what's here to defend yet.
Just 1 siege tank and a ton of SCVs. That might be enough here for Kier. He's going to set his eyes instead at the 6 o'clock position. 3 or 4 siege tanks. Actually, the Marines even picking off these medevacs as ByuN setting his eyes on this engagement. He's able to get a good one. Even forces down that medevac. One of the siege tanks dying, I believe, before it gets dropped down. And Kier with a pretty strong army here on the bottom side. I'm not sure he has enough to break the 6 o'clock position. This game has gone so crazy in the last couple of minutes. I keep feeling like one player gets the edge and then the other one snatches it back. We just keep going and trading.
It's neck and neck right now. This is a treat of a TVT here. Not able to really regain control of the center is ByuN. Kier looks like he's going to try to edge up here. It seems like ByuN has basically put tanks up on the high ground in locations where you got to be very careful orbiting the perimeter of this location or you're going to just eat tank shots. The gold base is being taken. Now, this could be pretty big. We don't normally talk about the gold base in TVT, but I guess if you do have center control and there are bases that are of high value in the center, this is going to play a bigger role. We're also running out of any other expansions on the map.
Yeah, and Kier's done a really good job of denying the
It's a
expansions
glitch in the
of
Matrix.
ByuN. We're seeing it all over again as another command center gets taken down. And ByuN is basically double expanding to the top left and the bottom right. The bottom right base for now is going to be uncontested down by the 5 o'clock position. And Kier, I feel like he does have the advantage just because he's been mining from one additional base and also getting that gold base set up now in the center. It's so big here for Kier. ByuN, the engagements have been really good for him. I would love to get another glimpse of the Eunice lost tabs. Actually, wait, Kier coming in with 3 medevacs into the main base of ByuN. ByuN is max, so he's going to have to come in with reinforcements from the center. He can't remax to defend with reinforcements.
Yeah, this drop is pretty gorgeous. He's going to take out the orbital. Meanwhile, an attack over here on the planetary. The SCV is trying to repair, but there are so many Stim Marines. Hold up!
Hold on. Kier coming in with the reinforcements is able to make mincemeat of those Marines. I think beyond a doubt, Kier has the building armor upgrade right now as that planetary just withstood the onslaught of +3 Marines so well.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I just thought for sure it was going to go down in an instant.
Like, am I seeing this right? Well, you know, that's pretty big.
Yeah, that's a huge loss of army supplies right now for ByuN, and one that he can't really afford. I mean, he's only just now secured the 5 o'clock base tasteless.
Yeah,
he doesn't have any bank.
He's got to move right now. He's going to make a lot more orbitals. He's probably going to sack some of his SCVs in favor of having anything that can attack. And we got another push coming out here. This time it's going to be Kier trying to come towards where this gold base would be. Another no man's land is created over here. And you know, that bottom right red base, it's kind of just hanging there. Like, it's there for the taking if he can get some infantry down there.
Yeah, it's just hard to play the positional game and also go all the way down into that corner, right?
It is. It's not, you can't just walk in there. He's going to open up these rocks over here. It looks like he's still dealing with siege tank shots.
That's a Liberator siege up, taking down these siege tanks. ByuN doing a really good job of playing the air game. And Kier is starting to get into that himself. He's adding in the second armory for the upgrades. He's trying to prevent ByuN from taking another expansion. But the fact that he has no Vikings here makes this really hard to do. And actually, it's a Raven transition coming in from Kier back in the late game, revamping the Raven production. We usually don't see this too often until BCs are added into the mix. So this is a cool play coming out from Kier. If he's able to disable all of the siege tanks of ByuN, he might just be able to take one of these expansions out in one fell swoop. It's going to be like 5 Ravens for Kier here in a moment.
Okay. He's going to come forward with the Vikings. He's got air superiority. No one's making a move yet. No one's budging. We do have a wraparound here. It seems like ByuN is going to go up here and try to hit 12 o'clock. I'm not sure what is here. I guess there really isn't anything other than that planetary.
Armor shredding missile coming in. ByuN cannot take this engagement.
Dude.
And actually, those medevacs, can they boost? They need to get out of there. I'm surprised ByuN actually is able to shoot Kier away, as the armor shred is just terrifying in these marine-on-marine battles. ByuN with some nice pickoffs, able to get a Raven there too. I gotta say, that went way better for ByuN than I was expecting, Tasteless.
Yeah. Great save there, though, by Kier. I thought for sure ByuN was going to get wiped. I mean, the game just continues to go on. Neither player can take each other out. You were mentioning a second ago, State, 3 port Ravens, which is wild.
I mean, we're going to go back to 5 Ravens again here for Kier, but the Liberators for ByuN have been getting so much done. I almost feel like Kier needs to throw down way more missile turrets to actually secure these bases, as the Liberators for ByuN have been worth their weight in gold in terms of dislodging siege tanks, sniping siege tanks, disrupting the mining of these expansions. I mean, look at this. So many SCVs going down.
With the Ravens, I think what he's looking for is like mass disable on tanks, armor shred, stim, and like basically a kill move.
ByuN actually stemming forward is able to snipe at least one more siege tank and to try and get a medevac as well, maybe, but biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Kier instead on the other side of this is ByuN. Does get cleaned up. These engagements are so funny. Is just one player snipes in and gets a pretty good trade, and then the other one just like stims back forward and gets like equalizes it instantly by sniping a siege tank or a medevac.
It's all eye for an eye over here.
I gotta say, ByuN has done a remarkable job of working his way back into this game. I thought a couple minutes ago that Kier had this one absolutely in the bag because he was mining from so many more bases for so long, and ByuN had such a hard time securing like a 5th and a 6th base for what felt like forever. But ByuN, just with really good Liberator play and also the positioning of his army on the map, has just been able to really laxen the lacks the pressure that Kier's been coming in with. And actually, is he going to go in with this?
Yeah, I
you
thought
can tell
he was.
he's thinking about going for the disable. I think once he sees these drops over here on the right side, Kier's probably going to go for a move in the middle.
Big drops here by ByuN. This is going to hit both corners of the map. No SCVs repairing this planetary. And some infantry coming down here to try to defend, but I think this is just going to be too late.
I mean, these moves from ByuN have been so clutch, and the Ravens just really haven't been able to get their value at all. Disables are now coming in. Those 4 siege tanks will get cleaned up, but I don't think this is the big win that Kier was hoping to get. Now, supplies are telling a little bit of a strange story here, so I think we might have missed some of the action on the map as ByuN supply just suddenly plummeted all the way down to 165. Somewhere a ton of ByuN's Marines just got cleaned up. I don't think it was just the fight that we saw there in the bottom right corner.
Okay.
More disables coming in.
And Kier's going to try to come down here with these Marines. He takes out the tank. He's going to be able to take out these other ones. 2 more in the back. Fire some shots. I think he can actually just keep pushing here.
I think he barely just doesn't have enough. Kier is being kind of conservative with his energy on these Ravens because he really wants to make it count. It takes a long time for that to build back up.
Dude, this TVT is insane.
Yeah, this is wild.
We might end up with somebody mining out.
I really want to see the units lost tab because if this does go into a mine out situation, it's all about efficiency in terms of the trades. And I feel like over the past couple of minutes, ByuN has been very efficient in taking battles. I mean, his mining has been so much slower, it feels, than Kier's, and yet somehow he is still equalized in terms of army supply, in terms of bank. I mean, he's getting so much damage done. Their armor shredding missiles are able to connect with basically every single Marine. These siege tanks getting so much done. Even the Vikings picking off medevacs here is so valuable for Kier. Big win there in the center, and you can see ByuN, as a result of losing the air supply, or the air battle, his gas bank is pretty much nil because he keeps losing all these medevacs. He keeps losing siege tanks.
That may be one of the most important things to note here in this entire game right now, is that there just isn't anywhere near as much gas coming in here. So any tank that's shot down, anything like that at all, like this one that we're about to see here, can't be remade, at least not immediately.
Yeah, the way that...
So I think long-term, Kier could turn this into a win.
I feel like that's almost inevitable unless ByuN is able to start changing the way some of these engagements are going, because you think of the way...
Well, you know, it's funny. There's just, the gases aren't taken at 2 of his bases.
Oh, that's true.
He's just, I hadn't actually
I hadn't
noticed
even noticed that. Even the high yield Vespene gas in the top left isn't been taken.
He just isn't mining gas, so it's like he's just never going to have the kind of income. It is his fault for doing that. It's not like he's been denied it.
Right, but also in a way, it's not that bad because it does mean that he's going to have more gas in the bank later on in the game. The gas income situation isn't quite as dire as I would have expected, because I just kind of thought it's a no-brainer that he's going to be taking basically every gas at his disposal. But you think of the way some of these engagements have gone for Kier. He's running in. Losing a Raven like that is painful, but he runs in, he disables the siege tanks, the Vikings pick off some medevacs, the Marines stem forward, and it's basically just the Marines and energy for Kier being traded for medevacs and siege tanks on ByuN's side. And the fact that he is basically trading the minerals with the Marines and the energy on the Ravens for minerals and gas from ByuN, if we get to an endgame scenario, is so beneficial for Kier. Is once again, he's moving into the middle of the map. Those Ravens have to be really careful, taking a ton of damage, are able to get 2 more disables, and now Kier stemming forward is coming into an engagement, but not a very good one. I mean, the arc is still pretty good here for ByuN. I think Kier might have just barely enough.
Meanwhile, a big drop over here at the gold bases is almost mined out. The SCVs are going to be shot down, no doubt the orbital right after that. Kier is returning back home to try to clean this up.
That engagement for Kier going a little bit better than I was expecting there in the center of the map. I thought for sure ByuN was going to be able to turn that around, but...
The thing is, if ByuN just takes his gases, he will have the income, I think, to come out ahead.
Yeah, this is a really awkward situation.
Now that we see the gas geysers that don't have refineries built on there, like, the misplay is kind of glaring, right?
I mean, especially the high yield gas in the top left. I feel like you almost have to take that one. I understand not saturating at the 6 o'clock base, because that is kind of a safe base that if you lose that expansion, you basically lost the game already, right? But top left, I could see a world where ByuN loses that expansion and still Kier somehow mines the gas from that. It's a very high value expansion in a situation like this one where it is going to go split map, but ByuN has been able to be cost efficient as low gas as he's been. I mean, Kier is bringing out all these tricks. He's got the double armory for the upgrades in the sky. He's coming in with all of these disables and the Ravens, the armor shredding missiles, and ByuN with basically a Marine siege tank army has been able to get so much damage done. It's honestly quite remarkable, and a lot of it comes down to drops like this one, with just 2 or 3 medevacs and Marines, and Liberators also flying across the map, just causing problems for Kier everywhere.
Okay, another push in here. I don't know where this is going to go. The gas incomes are the same, by the way, now. Obviously, one has more bank than the other, but, like, you know, there are not really other long-term bases on the map. So I almost wish we could just check every single resource spot here and kind of see where we're at. Because things could slow down dramatically coming up here. By the way, we don't have this that often in TVT.
No, this is...
I feel like I can't remember the last game where we were even talking about this being a possibility.
And I feel like if we do get a game like this one, it doesn't look quite like this. It's usually more towards mech. It's more late game. I feel like we almost got stuck in these mid-game armies here with Kier. The highest tech he's going for is basically 8 Ravens. Kier once again stationing himself in the middle of the map. Kier's map presence has been really good, but ByuN has just been so tricky with attacks like this one. Kier is going to catch it, so he won't lose these planetaries here on the top left side. He's been throwing down another armor-shredding missile for good measure. And I want so bad to see the units lost tab tasteless. I want to see it so bad.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's just so hard to read with the way these players have been doing these different styles. Okay, Kier coming in again, this time with almost a full surround. There isn't much of an army here for ByuN in the middle. The Ravens can actually disable all these siege tanks. This is a pivoting moment.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. It might be, is he in too deep? I guess he has taken out every tank that's disabled. Wow, he leaves those other 2? No, he goes back.
Yeah, basically every single siege tank got taken out there for ByuN. He has 3 more elsewhere on the map, but Kier basically trading his top left base for all of ByuN's siege tanks. It's a pretty good move here. It is scary because the bio ball is still so high here for ByuN, but I think the siege tank count here for Kier is just a little bit too high for that to matter, and now he's able to take down these orbital expansions as well. This gold base still has minerals. There still is gas. 1 Raven does get picked off. 86 Marines to 30, by the way. ByuN, that is his real trick, his trump card right now is just having all these Marines.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need.
If he's able to catch Kier out of position, it could be a huge win. Just like that, he gets the Ravens.
What?
That's very expensive.
He does, okay, this is important to note. At the very top left on blue's side, he does have a CC. So there are minerals he could be getting from there.
Now
he's
the
gonna dive
Marines,
in.
they're coming forward, but there's a lot of siege tank stasis Marines trying to get on top of the siege tanks to mitigate the splash damage. And he is able to clean up a lot of them, but it is an expensive trade as you see ByuN's supply almost plummet here. 40 more army supply now for Kier.
Kier still has a healthy base mining in the bottom right. He laid so many mules up here. A scan. He's going to go up here and just try to kill this.
Yeah.
ByuN's going to be on the move as well.
Insane game. Oh, those siege, the siege tank hitting the clumped SCVs. I like Kier not overreacting to that base getting taken in the top left. I think he identifies that he just wants to control the center of the map, able to pick off more siege tanks. Be careful with the sky units, though, here. That could have been so much worse.
Okay, here come those Marines. These are mostly going to die out. I mean, the mules are, I should say. ByuN's getting very small. Just a couple tanks, and I guess whatever's in these medevacs up here is basically all he has to work with. The Marines are stimming and hitting this CC that's up at the top, basically on Kier's side of the map. A drop's going to come through here. I don't know what's back at home to defend.
Oh,
but
he can catch even more Ravens.
Yeah, ByuN is going to quietly unload over here and try to go right into production and try to cause chaos that way. Here we go.
Great move. Stimming forward. Those Ravens are helpless. At least one of them going to get taken out. Surely, man, that +3 armor is paying dividends right now here for Kier. As all the Ravens will survive, ByuN going to try and work his way into the main base, as you said, Tasteless. And at the same time, he's breaching the front. He knows that Kier has to send these forces back to defend.
Okay, he's hitting infrastructure now. And this is a fire that has to be put out.
It's also a scary moment for ByuN, though. If this bio gets cleaned up in the main, which I think it might, this is a huge bulk of ByuN's army supply, and he doesn't really have a mineral bank to remax.
Yeah, he can't really do much with this. He is mining from the gold base. We did see those mules land there, but yeah, this is an execution at this point in time. An overexposed tank is going to be picked off immediately. What? Okay.
We'll get another shot of that Siege Tank and Marine just battling it out there for the natural expansion. All right, Marine finally does clean it up. ByuN dropping more mules, trying to increase his income as rapidly as possible here. Barely able to escape with these 2 Siege Tanks that he desperately needs to. Right now, Kier with almost 50% more army supply and so much energy on these Ravens. All these Siege Tanks can get disabled here for ByuN if he's not careful. Disable is coming in from Kier as he's inching forward onto this gold base with the Siege Tanks. Not a lot of bio here on the ground to support the Siege Tanks here for Kier, but I mean, +3 tanks pack such a heavy punch. See the army supply right now, 2.5k more gas in terms of army here for Kier versus ByuN. Very high-tech army with 11 Ravens.
This game's insane. I feel like Kier's going to barely win. There's more workers, there's a bigger army, and it does seem like ByuN is bleeding off a couple more units. ByuN's had these incredible moments where he's able to drop or stim in and hit a specific location. There just isn't many more resources on the map for either side. Gas is banked up extremely high for Kier. It's not looking bad for ByuN either. Now the dilemma is the lack of minerals coming in. So we flipped the scenario from what ByuN was in earlier.
Yeah, this is one of the problems you run into if you play this basically low-tech style that ByuN is with just Marine, Siege Tanks, and Medevacs is what that thought actually is going to come in. Armor Trading Missile does drop, so Marines can trade a little bit more efficiently here for Kier. But still, ByuN does have enough to unseat this. The worry for me is that the army supplies right now, I mean, Kier, once he comes and cleans this up, ByuN just doesn't have the mineral income to remax. Look at that, 400 minerals a minute for a moment down there in the bottom left of your screen. I feel like this is,
again, though, it does
the
seem
last breath of ByuN in this map. I mean, he is really trading out a lot. He's down to 8 Marines tasteless.
He has these great engages that are then crushed by whatever Kier has, you know, somewhere else on the map. That's going to be a GG. Kier takes game number 1. One of the best TVTs, man. Late game TV, I mean, you can't tell me that was not hype. That was an excellent game. I think it was like 35 minutes or something. That was insane.
And the fact that ByuN was able to play just Siege Tank Marine Medevac that entire time was kind of insane. We were commenting on it doesn't make sense for him to not take this high yield Vespene gas or take this gas at 6 o'clock.
Right.
ByuN never intended to go into a late game where he's going to be playing with these high-tech units. He just cares about the minerals, and in the end, it was kind of his Achilles heel because one of the nice things of playing a mineral and gas balance style is you're not eating into just one resource. If you play purely into the gas, you think of a Zerg that invests a lot into Vipers, into Infestors, into, say, Ultralisk, these high gas units like in a ZBT, suddenly they run into this problem where there's no gas left on the map. They have minerals, they can only make lings. ByuN had the opposite problem there where he basically had no minerals left because his entire army, the entire game, was Siege Tanks and Marines. He had no more minerals left. It was only gas left that he can mine from. So we'll see if ByuN's going to come out with the same style. We're about ready to go into game number 2 on Site Delta. Kier leading 1-0. Can ByuN bring it back?
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's
All right, that's going to be a tough game to top here.
Yeah.
Let's see what this is going to look like. I don't see the who's who. Okay, so ByuN's here at the top left. Kier's at the bottom right. I forgot my monitor doesn't have the player names on it. Yours
That's
does.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm always looking at mine.
yeah,
so.
yeah. I'm actually almost always looking at yours, but every once in a while I'll glance at mine. We love you too.
From
Puerto Rico. Beautiful place.
Only Zerg.
Yeah, that was a sick game.
That was crazy.
That was, I will not lie, that was a harder one to cast and follow. There was like a lot going on.
And it was a weird style from both players, too. Kier only basically second into Ravens in the late game, and ByuN just sticking on low gas. Just Marines and Siege Tanks and Medevacs all the way through the end of the game was kind of insane. We don't see that very often. That's a very ByuN-styled TVT.
Well, I do wonder if he's supposed to switch out of it after a while. You know, you can cut gas and get more minerals and make Marines, but we kind of saw the same thing happen over and over. Okay, great. He stims. He's got, like, let's say 60 to Kier's 40. He'll stim. He'll break through a position where there's Marines and a tank. And then 20 seconds later, even though all the SCVs were killed and maybe a command center was killed, guess who's coming? the rest of Kier's army. That's not as fast, but can kill the Marines. And on some level, it does seem like over time, ByuN's kind of feeding in to Kier. Like, Kier is fine at taking blows if he knows he can clean up that army later on.
Yeah, and at the same time, back to the point I was making earlier, the fact that Kier's army was much more well-rounded resource-wise, it needs both minerals and gas, which means that Kier is naturally spending a little bit less minerals than ByuN is in that situation. Means that the resources on Kier's side of the map, they basically last longer because he's got this more diverse pool of resources to pull from. It's not just the minerals, which is basically what ByuN was doing, which eventually run out a lot faster than your opponents. And so I wonder if ByuN will go for the same style. I think Site Delta plays a lot better for the style that ByuN was going for if he wants to go into this, because there's many more expansions to take. There's a lot of different attack paths you can go into if you want to go that drop-heavy style. Alcyoneine kind of lends itself a little bit more to the split map scenario, although it doesn't quite go the way that it did in the last game very often. Site Delta, oftentimes much more chaotic in terms of battle, just because there's so many different avenues of attack.
So in this game, we have both sides taking a base, teching up here into kind of 1-1-1 style. We need to look at the add-ons and what it's going to be attached to get an idea of what kind of game we're going to have. It's still very hard to call what each side's going to do at this point in time.
Basically mirrored builds.
Yes, at least for now. Both sides getting a Cyclone, double Marines here for ByuN.
Yeah, just going to wait and see when one of them deviates. I almost feel like we're watching a PvP right now. We're waiting for the Siren X core to finish.
Yeah. Well,
see what tech gets thrown down.
It kind of is like that. You know, we got to see where the deviation's going to be.
All right, so ByuN is going to be going for a drop. He did go for that Reaper early on, and what else is in this one? Oh, we're going to see. Oh, they're going to meet in the middle of the map, Tasteless.
Oh, this is funny.
Who's going to notice first?
Now, I don't know that Blue can unload as easily. He's going to be over this area. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to boost out of there. I love these quirky little engagements that you have sometimes in TVTs. Both players go for the drop. They just see each other in the middle of the map. It's like, okay, let's go home.
The medevacs wiggle around and then run back home.
Uh-huh. I think if ByuN noticed just a hair earlier, he might have been able to get a little bit more damage on this medevac. The fact that it was just like 1 or 2 shots for the Cyclone means that Kier does have enough HP that he can still play a little bit risky with this medevac going in for a drop into the main base of ByuN. And ByuN instead is going to go back home and kind of play defense, I guess, anticipating that Kier will continue with this aggression. Yeah, look at this. He's locked in. He has a good feel that something like this is going to come in. Instantly spots it with the supply depot. Good reaction there from ByuN. If Kier's army unloads instantly, it will be trouble. I think ByuN might actually bait this out a little bit. See, he has the medevac sitting at the triangle third. He kind of wants Kier, I think, to drop so that he can pounce with everything, but...
Yeah, I don't know if he's selling it enough. I think he should probably...
He's selling it now. No reaction yet, but Kier's not taking the bait. Oh, is he though? The Cyclones of the Marines! Look at this, the lock-on! Barely misses it! Oh, man, that was a beautifully executed trap, just barely missing.
I cannot believe he got away.
Yeah, Kier thread the needle.
And he's going to push regardless. That's wild.
If that medevac goes down, I feel like this push basically can't happen from Kier. But the fact that the medevac survived and all those units also survived means that this army has so much more of a punch. I wouldn't even mind if Kier just pulled like 2 or 3 SCVs just to repair this medevac and try and retain the sky. Right now is another engagement coming in. I don't know if this is the right move here from Kier.
This doesn't feel right.
Disable's coming in. The Marines are getting a huge engagement, and Kier maybe was feeling a little bit overconfident after he was able to escape from disaster.
Kind of an odd move for him to go in like that. I mean,
yeah, that was a bungled attack. I can't believe he just ran into that position with a siege tank already sieged up with 2 Ravens.
Yeah, especially when you see the Ravens, you got to think, no, this is, they're always going to have an answer to my tanks. It's so much of TVT, if the tanks have enough time to fire, is about how many times they get to fire.
Yeah, that was...
And Disable guarantees them that, unless they're really out of position.
Now the 3 SCVs come.
Yeah. I'm sorry, there's no command center, right, for Kier?
No, I think that's why he was so determined to make that push happen, but instead it's ByuN with 3 CCs who's pushing this. And
oh, what is that move? That was crazy. You almost lost 2 tanks for nothing.
Both these players getting a little bit antsy after the last game, I think.
Yeah.
They probably don't want this one to go to 30 or 35 minutes, knowing that they probably have to place. One of them has to play Maru in the winners match, right? You don't want to exhaust yourself.
It's exactly. I mean, this is going to be such a marathon of a day for both of these guys. But yeah, Kier's had a sloppy start so far.
Another engagement coming in.
Wow.
That Raven gets picked off by the Vikings. A little bit of sloppy air micro here by ByuN.
Almost gets the second Raven, too.
And although that wasn't the best engagement there for ByuN, I think he just is still carrying so much of the momentum from the early game. The real risk right now is that Kier, with his ballooning Viking count, is going to be able to maintain air superiority here, because that is one of the ways that these pushes can actually become very snowbally here in TBT, is just having complete air superiority early on. Once your opponent runs out of scans, and you can start inching forward with your siege tanks and dislodging them because the siege tank can shoot further than it can see, that air superiority can come in clutch. But I'm wondering whether that window is closed here for Kier, because ByuN, he is starting to corral. Like the Viking count, it's not that big of a discrepancy as it was a minute ago here. They're both reactoring them out. It's now 11-8. That is manageable here for ByuN. Especially with engagements like that. Oh, the armor shredding missile too. This is huge for ByuN.
Okay, he whips around and takes out the Viking, but he should not be able to win this fight. Well, hold on. A Cyclone comes up here, which fuzzies the math. He takes out another Viking. There is a counterattack coming up here. And I don't know if a scan saw it or what, but we're immediately seeing Kier. He's going to be going right towards it.
Oh, if ByuN catches this, it could just be a game-ending move right now.
Well, I think it's going to be Kier that might end up catching him here.
Yeah, but the Marine's getting so much damage done in the natural expansion. The siege tanks do get cleaned up. But
it's the same story as the longer game where this just gets
right.
trapped in here. But, I mean, you're right. There's a lot of SCVs being killed here. This is 32 workers, by the way. What?
Yeah.
I didn't realize how all in this is.
Yeah, Kier basically lost all of his economy. And keep in mind, I mean, he had that very late third CC, so the SCV count already wasn't that great there for Kier.
He was much more all in than I even appreciated. It's funny, he killed both the SCVs that were making both the E-base too. It was so painful.
It's going to be 1-1 to a Terran with basically no upgrades. And Kier, after that Viking engagement earlier on, basically lost his air superiority.
So we're almost 100% going to go to game 3 here.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how you come back in this one as Kier. I mean, yeah, you do have the third command center underway, but you're already one full upgrade behind. You just lost half of your economy. Your army can't beat your opponent's army, and also you don't really even have the mobility in your advantage. I mean, this could be big if he gets the big siege tank shots on the Marines. It's a lot of damage getting done. I mean, ByuN just kind of losing all of that there, but I still don't know if it's going to be enough.
This is a funny counterattack. It's like the slowest unit.
What is this series that we're watching? This is insane.
It's been different, man. I'll say that.
We have landed Vikings getting killed by siege tanks in the natural expansion of Kier at like the 10-minute mark.
Kier's going to try to just kind of push out and see what he can do. I think math is just not on his side here.
Kier doesn't even have combat shields. This is insane. It just started. Combat shields just started, Tasteless. This is one of the wonkiest TBT games I have seen. Another engagement happening. ByuN's going to lose basically all his Vikings if he's not careful.
Now, I mean, if ByuN makes maybe 3 or 4 consecutive blunders in a row, maybe there's a world where he can Kier can do something. But
I mean, the army is better for Kier. The army supplies do lie a little bit because for ByuN, it's basically just pure Marines.
Right.
But almost all of the Vikings getting picked off.
Decent number of the Marines get shot down.
GG.
All right. Kind of anticlimactic. Yeah.
What a bizarre game.
Weird one, for sure. I think Kier definitely going to be regretting not just kind of going into development mode. Because ByuN did the same thing. He just kind of powered up and tried to go tit for tat, and, try to get ahead by a base, try to have a good counterattack. Kier was basically going for a closer. He was trying to go for some kind of a kill move that would end this. And so here we are. We're going to game 3.
And really good defense by ByuN. Let's not forget that he just barely missed catching a full medevac worth of units right before Kier's push. Kier was able to escape with the majority of that army. And still, ByuN was able to defend the 2-base push while going for a third command center in really convincing fashion, too. I mean, Kier just got stomped as soon as he came into what would have been the third base of ByuN. So a bit of a different game there from game number 1.
Yes.
A lot wonkier. Kier a lot more aggressive. Let's see what's going to be in store for us here in game number 3 on Golden Ore.
Yeah, guys, remember that the winner of this match is going into the winner's match to face off against Maru. So a lot more TVTs ahead. Let's close this series out.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's
All right, Team Liquid's Kier spawning. The top left is the blue Terran. Shopify Rebellion. ByuN in the bottom right is the red Terran, tying it up 1-1. And although both those games are very different, both of the early games were relatively the same. And game number 1, we had basically no action until, I want to say almost they were on 3 bases. Does that sound right to you? There was very little happening.
I didn't even appreciate how I was kind of expecting an inevitable third CC from Kier. I don't feel like we see Kier go for that many 2-base all-ins. And but yeah, the attack backfired, and there was never a plan to expand at all. Not that I think that when the attack backfired, he should have done it. Sometimes it's better to just commit to what you're trying to do than to just like play from some permanently behind position.
But like game number 1, we had basically no early game in terms of aggression. I'm used to these kind of insane TVT builds where you try to finesse them with a Cyclone and a Medevac or some kind of drop
something
play.
with a Raven. Yeah, like sometimes a tank and 4 Marines hits somewhere weird.
But even Kier with that 2-base push in game number 2, it took so long for the action to really pick up. It feels a little bit different, this kind of TVT. And I wonder how much of this is them playing more conservatively because they know that they might be playing a rematch. There's a high likelihood these guys play a rematch in the final
Very
match.
high. I think also there might be more specialized builds being kept for Maru.
Yeah, that too.
I think that really whatever the absolute best of the best for TVT you have, if you're either Kier or ByuN, you're probably like, well, I want to use this versus Maru.
Yeah,
and if not, if you lose to him, you go, I'm going to use it again versus Kier or ByuN, whoever you are.
And this is kind of a really weird situation where Su in the very first series did not look that good against Maru. And I mean, a lot of Zergs don't look very good against Maru. It doesn't mean they're bad players, it just means that Maru is absolutely insane. But given the level that Kier and ByuN have been on recently, I feel like Su is such an underdog in those matchups that for Kier and ByuN in this first series, if you're going to kind of go into a little bit of game 3, there isn't much point in bringing out your best builds because you inevitably have to get through Maru anyway in the winner's match if you win this series. And if you fail in that, I would say odds are basically 9 out of 10. You're going to be in a rematch of this match right now in the deciding match to decide who's going to join Maru in the top 4. Just assuming that you beat Su. And so it's kind of this really funky situation where, you know, we don't know how deep the builds go for both these players, how much prep they came in with, because yes, we did have 2 weeks off in GSL, but we also just had DreamHack Dallas, ESL SC2 Masters Spring. Both these guys were there. They were both competing. Maybe they didn't have that much time to prepare specifically for this set, right? And I mean, given the fact that there's going to be so many TVTs, maybe we're not going to see the best TVT builds from Kier or from ByuN until that final match.
It might be one of these situations where, and it's, you know, the idea behind a Star League like GSL or the old OSLs or MSLs is that you have these weeks of just a couple players playing, and everybody gets to watch all the games. So you kind of get to see the whole tournament pan out. And the players get to study each other and really concoct some pretty crazy strategies that can be tailored to players and maps and metas in a way that it's different from a marathon tournament. But when you have a marathon tournament like we just had in Dallas and they come back off of it, sometimes they don't have the room to get those building blocks and plays. And so you're kind of just seeing more grindy, kind of ladder-ish games almost.
Okay, Cyclone and 4 Marines coming out here for ByuN into the main base. Kier, he does have Supply Depot's position to spot this very early, and the Viking is going to catch it too.
This is literally a perfectly timed Viking to catch this. So I don't think he can get in at all. So big win there for Kier. I mean, literally perfectly timed out. Like, okay, at 4 minutes and 21 seconds, I will send this up.
I'm very impressed with that Viking timing, honestly.
Yeah,
that was
perfect.
Textbook.
You know,
this is the kind of thing that if you're a Patreon subscriber to the GSL, or you do the Star Balloons, or whatever it is to get the replay packs, if you play Terran, if you play TBT, steal this build. If you lose to drops, steal this build. That Viking is perfectly timed to parry the medevac drop.
Especially if you're going to use it like with the clock in the game.
Right.
Like, you can actually just, you know, when StarCraft 1 was getting into the competitive scene, there was no clock, and I'll tell you, I can't believe we didn't have a clock. It was so much easier when StarCraft 2 came out that they added that in there, and you could kind of follow the game. Like, okay, even if I'm behind, if he was playing optimally, when would he have a drop come in here? When should I be ready for this?
By the way, Kier is basically no bio units besides these Reapers. He's beginning the first 2 Marines now. For a second, I was wondering if he might go into mech, just by how much he delayed the bio, but he is going to throw down 2 more barracks, so no mech this game. Instead, it's kind of a funky opening. 6 Hellions, 2 Cyclones, and 2 Reapers are the opening units here for Kier. It's not an army we see that often in early game TBT, right?
No, I mean, not really, but you can roam with it. And look, he's going to have that third base. I guess you could create counterattacks with something like this if you wanted to.
This is a really cool build, especially because you think about this army, it is very good at kind of dealing with all of the early game aggression your opponent might throw at you. Hellions, they drop off very hard in terms of value as the army sizes get bigger, but at small numbers, before Marines get stim pack and combat shields and infantry weapon upgrades, Hellions do really well against them early on. I mean, that splash damage is a killer. So for Kier, going for this high-tech army with so many Hellions and then quickly pivoting into a third base, this is a cool build. This is the kind of thing that I'm surprised he wasn't kind of saving in his pocket for a later series.
Yeah. Well, we're about to have movement here. Now, where the third base would be landed, he's going to be moving right through this.
Oh, yeah, and ByuN's out of position, too. He's basically getting ready to move across the map into Kier's expansion, and instead, Kier is actually just hiding this, waiting until that CC drops. He already has a siege tank in position, and ByuN actually going for the counterattack.
Now,
he's not going home to defend.
Okay, so this is going to get weird. The CC's going to live, by the way. What's actually here to defend?
Kier's rallying across the map. I don't think he has any idea this is coming. He's now sending a Marine and a siege tank and a couple Marines back.
Well, he's going to see these Vikings. This could be misleading. Yeah, he's going to come right in here.
Oh, the siege tank isn't even sieged, and then high ground. Scan does drop a little bit too late, so ByuN will not get the jump on that siege tank. Instead, just going to trade out these Marines for SCVs. The 3 siege tanks here in front of the natural expansion getting a lot of damage done. The reinforcements also in the main base.
Well,
so many SCVs going down.
Hellions and Reapers are just not good versus comms.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
A lot of damage done by ByuN, but he traded a lot of army supply to do it. In the end, it's only 10 more SCVs, but Kier also had that much faster third base, so at the end of the day, the work counts are still completely even. And ByuN's army supply is almost entirely in Vikings. He has 7 Vikings, 3 tanks, and only 4 Marines. I feel like Kier with a counterattack could get some big damage done.
It would seem like it, right? Kier's going to be coming across the map now. ByuN, you know, keep in mind he got this later, so he really needs to keep it. And I see 1 tank. I don't see anything else to protect him. And in fact, he's just going to get an execution on this tank. He can drive the SCVs out. He can start to target the command center. The Vikings may not be high enough in number even now, too.
The Vikings get picked off.
This is such a weird, possible close to an end to this game here. I mean, this is going to be driven back. And I don't know when he's going to be able to reclaim this. There's not another easy spot to land the CC at either. I mean, he's basically contained right now.
And this is the expansion that you need. And we
Yeah.
had 17 SCVs fall here for ByuN. I mean, Kier in one fell swoop basically got all the counter damage done that he needed after absorbing that first blow from ByuN with a counterattack. And I think eventually, with air superiority, ByuN should be able to secure this third base, but he's getting slowed down so much. And in fact, he's just going to pivot all the way to this 6 o'clock position. But again, the standing army here for Kier is just massive. The Viking numbers have thinned out for ByuN. The orbital is once again returning to the triangle third as ByuN's just decided he wants to break out of this position instead of going down to the 6 o'clock. These Marines are going to be able to take down that siege tank, but I'm not sure how much more ByuN's going to be able to survive. His income has been so slowed down. He's basically 1,000 minerals a minute in a deficit right now versus ByuN, or versus Kier, excuse me, and he's trying to take this third base again.
Disable on that tank. I think he's going to try to get in there with the helmet. Yeah, this game's over.
What a killer move.
What an odd game 3. Okay, GG. Kier does win that. ByuN, I think, with a disappointing performance. I think that, he's had a lot of these ideas of kind of run-bys and counterattacks. But that was a game where I think he just put himself behind. If you're going to stay on 2 bases and they go on 3 and you're trying to do something, I don't think it's got to be a counterattack. I think you have to, deny a third or deny a natural and set up a foothold and make them fight back for it. This is not like a bunch of Zerglings you run in there with. And so what happens is that Kier's on 3 bases, and yeah, he gets out positioned, but then he just runs back with his bigger army and kills everything. And then you don't have anything to defend. You didn't manage to save any of that. Anyways, we'll talk more about that in a second. Guys, Kier versus Maru coming up for the winners match. We'll see you in a second.
Talking about the maker, you gon' meet him now. Whoa, they know we near. It's getting hot up in here. You know it getting heated at the top. I'm on fire, I can't stop. I'm on fire, all hot. Turn me up a notch. 600 degrees, got me burning up the spot. Fresh up out the pot. Get it till I got. Make a feel flame. I'm on fire, I can't stop. South Beach, make them feel the heat. I can tell you fake before you even speak. I'm just heating up, you hit your peak. We not neck and neck, even in my sleep. He said start a ride, I'ma start a fire. Squeezing out the smoke, make me come alive. If you see them by my side, then they bonafide. And you can feel the heat, we don't notify. When we come, pick a side, tell them that you down to ride. It's a fire, everything is lit, lighten up the sky. In the air, long way to the ground. Better hope we fly, like the time. Only get it once before I pass you by. Oh, they know we near. It's getting hot up in here. You know it getting heated at the top. I'm on fire, I can't stop. I'm on fire, all hot. Turn me up a notch. 600 degrees, got me burning up the spot. Fresh about the pot. Get it till I got. Make a feel flame. I'm on fire, I can't stop.
best, you gotta be the best. Yeah.
And we're back. More TVTs, everybody. This one should be even better. Kier versus Maru. I guess the question I'm asking is, can we have any game as long and as crazy as Kier ByuN Game 1? I think Kier Maru could give it to us. I do think Maru is probably supposed to win this 2-0, 2-1. I think Kier has been nipping at Maru's heels for years. I don't know that he is at a level still where he will surpass him. I would welcome it if it happened, but I think anybody who's a realist has to say Maru probably takes this. I just hope the series is long and dramatic.
Yeah, Maru has been Kier's kryptonite for what feels like the last 2 years. And Kier's been really good in that time, too. It feels like almost Maru's the only player that can stop him. And now here we are in the winner's match of Group A. Kier 2-map wins away from the round of 4. Is Maru going to stop him again? About to find out, Tasteless. Game number 1 is loading up on Oceanborn. Kier versus Maru, one of these players going in first place to the round of 4.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's
Okay, we've got Kier here in the top left, Maru in the bottom right. I do feel like this is where the real TVTs are going to begin, because I think that Kier had to be hiding stuff in the ByuN match because Maru is the big obstacle for him in the GSL.
Right.
I mean, I think that's undeniable.
It's the only player that's really stopped him in the GSL for a while.
From Ferris?
For Ferris?
Ferris?
You spelled Paris wrong. Faroes?
We love seeing you guys in the audience.
Faroes Islands?
Maybe it's a person. He's like, hey, say go Maru, and it's like, this is his message. I'm putting
Oh,
it. Yeah,
I see what you're
could be.
saying. I see what you're saying. Maybe
But you know, when you look at Kier and really his whole place and where he fits in the GSL, he really is one of the greatest Terrans we've ever had, and he has basically been top 3, top 2 Terran GSL for years and years and years,
especially recently.
And I think for him, these should be the best prepped builds of the tournament, because I think if he can beat Maru here and avoid him, at least maybe until the finals, he should be set.
Kier in, by the way, Maru barely missing the CC block. He's going to do some SCV harassment. Don't see this very often in TBT. The Reaper's only halfway done. This feels like a PBT opening almost here for Maru.
I was going to say, I don't feel like we cast this as much TBT, although I guess it makes sense to try
and Maru,
it out.
actually not fast expanding, by the way. He's going for a factory first. Interesting opening. But to go back to the point you were making earlier, Kier, in the last 4 GSLs, if I'm not mistaken, has gotten top 4 in 3 of them. And in all 3 of those GSLs, Maru won.
Yeah, and
Maru is just the final boss for this guy.
This is almost like part of the tragic story of Kier, right? Is like, there's nothing worse than maybe being number 2 and then staying number 2 for really long, you know, and maybe never breaking that mold.
It's kind of the story of Sue for so long.
I was thinking just that. And, you know, I think Sue has taken up so much of the bandwidth in narratives like that it's easy to forget that it's kind of true for Kier and Maru here. And the thing is, Kier can beat Maru and does beat Maru, but Maru overwhelmingly wins in matches versus Kier, especially important matches like this one.
Yeah, oftentimes, if they play, the series will go to match point. It's just that Maru is barely edging out Kier in the end, time and time again. I mean, this guy is arguably still the best TBT player in the world.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's been a big history of great Terrans, so I think TVT, this whole region has just been great at that matchup. I think Korea's had better TVT than the rest of the world by a stretch for pretty much the entirety of StarCraft 2.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I never really thought about it, but
yeah, sometimes some regions will just be better at matchups because of the players that are involved there.
Well, the Cyclone's out now for Kier, so that will shoo Maru away from the natural expansion. Maru was able to delay mining. Had that natural for the whole duration until that Cyclone was done, so it does slow down the economy of Kier a little bit. I wonder where Maru is going to go from here, excuse me. So he's starting Siege Tank production, adding in another gas at the natural expansion, as is Kier. And I was expecting maybe a little bit more of an explosion in terms of aggression from Maru, given that he delayed the first command center so much. But he's really not leading that heavily into the aggression. He is coming out with a Cyclone and 4 Marines in this medevac to pair up with the units he has already stationed outside of Kier's natural expansion. But with the Siege Tank popping, if Kier gets that into a good position, it is going to be hard to breach this spot.
Okay, here we go.
Here he comes.
Maru's coming up. The tank's sieged up. I don't feel like this is going to make anything work here. He has to shuffle out. Yeah, I was going to say he has to shuffle out the units to get them to load into the Cyclone. This just looks kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's like we're watching Maru micro really well and just kind of lose the fight overall long term. There are more units being trafficked out through the map. They're going to be bussed right up to the natural expansion. So this isn't done. In fact, this attack is really just getting started.
Yeah, but for now, the army really thin here. For Maru, just a handful of units with a Cyclone trying to get something done. And one thing he is succeeding in doing is forcing Kier into a really defensive posture between the main base and the natural expansion with these siege tanks. And that's going to allow Maru coming out with the Vikings to get into a very strong position with tanks. And this is more of this is a stronger version of what Kier attempted to do in game number 2 against ByuN. Maru is hitting a lot faster with siege tanks. He's already made, I believe, 4 Vikings at unit tab right now, 4 Vikings, adding in the Liberators. And so he's going to have air control locked down. He's going to be using that vision, and he is just not going to give Kier an inch.
The question is going to be, can Maru make it work, or is this just going to be an overextension? He's going to land the Vikings because he's losing the tank fight. He does manage to counter-snipe that tank and then get away without being hit by that siege tank as the Vikings pick up in time.
Oh, and now he's going into the main base. He's planning on trying to find some kind of play. The Marine count here for Kier is still healthy, but they're very low on HP because Kier just needs so many Vikings out right now. He's beginning to build 1 medevac, but all the Marines based on 1 HP. Here for Kier is very concerning.
I guess these tanks are not quite in range of each other. I was expecting them to start hitting each other. He is hitting the command center, and he is taking a 3rd base. So Maru's strategy is beginning to pan out.
Raven's
Here
coming
comes
in
the disables. He needs to land the Vikings.
Oh, the tanks were able to unsiege. They both get saved there by Maru. Lightning fast reactions. Kier is going to be able to win the battle on the ground, but Maru will escape with both of the siege tank. That's a huge win.
Are you kidding me? I can't believe he actually got away with that.
That's crazy.
Lightning fast reaction speeds.
And that means this push isn't over just yet, or maybe it does. Kier's army actually way more formidable than I was expecting. At this stage. It's very damaged, but there's still a lot left.
The idea is you just kind of generate the imagery of threats, but in fact, it's a macro build from here on out. I don't think Maru actually wants to engage at all.
Yeah, his 3rd base is so much faster than Kier's back at home, already adding in the 2nd factory as well. Viking count's dead even. And I think Maru from here is basically going to go into mech. I don't think we've seen Stim come in. There's no additional barracks, unless I'm mistaken. It is just Maru powering up. Yeah, he's adding in another starport. He's adding in tech labs. He's basically going straight into mech from the opening here. And I think Kier kind of knows the game is going to go this way too. Maru plays a very different flavor of TVT than somebody like ByuN, who will just stay on low-tech siege tank marine medevac until the end of days. And actually, Kier coming in, those Ravens do have energy. One of them gets sniped there by the Vikings.
He almost gets the 2nd Viking. He realizes he can't get away here, so he's going to try to cut, deal as much damage as he can before having to give these up. And so he does thin out the Marines, but it's 4 tanks, a lot of Vikings, and honestly a very fragile looking position here for Maru.
Yeah, I don't know if Maru can stabilize from here given the mech transition. He needed those units to stay alive, Tasteless.
Yeah, I think losing those 2 tanks specifically.
He has 4 Vikings, a tank, Cyclone, and Reaper. That's the whole army right now for Maru, and you can see he's desperate. He's pulling the SCVs to try and fight these Vikings on the low ground. And Kier is just running over this position. GG.
I feel like I've never seen a Viking get pushed by a Reaper mine. When that happened, I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Are they trying to take off, but they went sideways? Okay,
Maru a little bit too greedy with that one. The push for the very beginning, it was good, but I think he stayed too long in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Kier was able to sweep him off his feet, and if Maru was playing a more typical bio transition from there, I think he's fine. I think he takes the bruise, but he stabilizes back at home. But the fact that he went for the 2nd starport, they went for the 2nd factory, that he only had 1 barracks and no bio upgrades whatsoever, It takes a while to get the macro machine of mech going defensively back at home. You really have to play almost perfectly on defense if you want to survive the mid game there against a player with an army composition as powerful as Kier. So Maru a little bit too greedy with the army positioning there in the center of the map. He loses the Vikings, he loses the siege tanks, and suddenly there is no backbone to his army anymore, and Kier just runs him over at the natural expansion, breaching the third base as well. And Maru's going to have to buckle down for Kier. This is a really promising beginning to this series.
Yeah. So we're going to go to Ghost River here. I think Maru maybe fancy level a little bit too high. Let's see what he tries here on our next map.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's.
Okay, both players in the top. Kier on the left, Maru on the right. And I don't know. It's funny when that push started to come out. Sometimes I think we can all admit we do this, whether it's in a game or you're watching a game, or in this case I was casting. I almost tunnel visioned on the third base itself and then the rest of the push. And I didn't even notice the mech transition right away, right? Because a lot of times if you see something like that, the idea is that you have the CC a little bit ahead of the barracks, and then you're playing catch up. Mm-hmm. And the idea is if you can just kind of play keep away, if you can just kind of play hide the ball, by the time that they've either got a third base or they've got a counter push, you have enough to deal with it. I'm a little bit surprised he went for mech there, but already this game is looking very different. We have one barracks made at 12 o'clock, and the way the SCV is going to scout on this map, it pulls them down underneath this diamond that they're just now going by. So this is interesting. Kier, by the way, he may be able to just rug pull with the opening here and like knock Maru out of this game.
Yeah, Maru's SCV just spotting the natural expansion. No CC just yet. Maru plants his command center on the low ground. He has no idea this is coming.
Yeah.
And now the SCV coming into the main base sees one barracks, double gas, no other infrastructures. Maru should know something's up.
Well, he should know something's up. I don't know if he knows it's going to be a second barracks. He may think it's a factory and a starport. He may think it's a 1-1-1. I think that's the most logical conclusion to have from seeing this. And you could see he's checking down here. Like, could it be a Widow Mine drop, or is it something? I don't know. There's so many things you can do in TVT. It's hard for me to even keep track of sometimes. Something weird with cyclones, or we have had some weird stuff with Marauder pushes. Not that I think that would necessarily be good here, but it's going to be double Reapers.
Yeah, command center only about halfway done, so that is not going to finish unless Maru can pull out some really fancy micro.
So he denies the CC. A second SCV is being. Well, I don't know if it's going to be sent down right away.
Canceled.
Okay, he cancels. That's so big.
That's smart. If you got to cancel, I mean, just do it now.
Yeah.
Don't wait.
Sometimes the most ideal situation is that you see them even trying to fight to keep the CC up, but it's like, you should have ditched this. But look, canceling a CC, that's a lot of money lost.
Mm-hmm. Well, those three Reapers. Maru should have a very good idea. Reapers actually get the jump on one of those Marines, instantly take it out.
So, it's just Marines and Reapers right now. This damage can start to snowball really quickly, especially if he gets the kill on this Reaper.
Oh, he gets another Reaper, though. Only 2 Reapers left.
That's pretty big. Had he kept all 4 alive, he would have gotten a lot more SCVs after this. There are still Reapers coming. A second command center has started. Now, the command center for Kier is still behind build time-wise compared to Maru's. Now, Maru, he's okay. Kier's going to go right into bio. No fancy mech stuff. And I think what he wants to do is basically try to control the ground at the natural expansion. I should say, Kier wants to control the ground for Maru's natural expansion.
Yeah, just delay that expansion as long as possible. And Kier, even though his command center is a little bit delayed, he is building on the low ground, so he will save that liftoff time of the orbital flying into the natural. But Maru overall, pretty strong defense considering how late he scouted this. And especially after the Reapers basically got the jump on that first Marine all the way down on bottom, I thought that was the kind of situation where this might just snowball and Maru's going to lose 4, 5, 6 SCVs to the Reapers. But the fact that he was barely able to inch out that last shot with the Reaper and bring Kier down to 2 Reapers instead of 3, that saved Maru a lot of heartache. I mean, he only lost 2 SCVs in the end. You take that against somebody who's proxying a barrier against you, who is delaying their tech by so much, because now the game is basically normalized.
So this drop is inbound here with the 2 Cyclones. Again, this oh, nice spot, though, with the Reapers. I was about to say, we have a lot of games where both players are dropping each other, and it gets a little messy. But Kier realizes he can pull back over here just in time.
Siege Tank is not sieged.
Yeah, that's scary. But he's able to get in front. He's also able to repair that.
A really nice micro with the Reaper as well, by the way. Pulling that back at 1 HP. Does it twice.
You know, not really getting anything done for Maru.
Good control by Kier.
Yeah.
Interference Matrix getting started now. The second Raven is in production here for Kier. Maru with no Ravens to speak of just yet.
I want to remind everybody how big this is going to be for Kier if he wins here. I mean, he really will have beaten the ghost of the past.
Yeah, Maru has just been the guy standing in his way every single GSL season for basically the last 2 years. And I can't even think of how many series Kier has won against Maru in that time. In the GSL, I think it's actually 0. Maybe 1. It just feels like it barely never happens. It feels like it barely never happens in the GSL.
Yeah. So over here in the main, we have a pretty empty main. I mean, he could drop right in there. The Cyclones are back. Again, they can't really do that much. If the tanks are placed correctly and they cover everything, there's not a lot you can do. Is he going to try to disable the medevac or anything? No. Even baits out a couple shots onto the Raven. Kier's not overreacting, by the way. I think he's basically waiting for the real push to send those Marines in there, because that might be all he needs.
Scans sees the third base timing here for Maru. Kier, if I'm not mistaken, he doesn't have a third command center, right?
I don't
the minimap. I don't see one.
I don't see one on the minimap. I didn't see one building earlier.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, he's just 2-basing this. Oh, there is one halfway done.
Oh, okay.
That's so odd. I'm looking at the minimap. I don't see the little box. Usually, I go by just seeing the box on the minimap.
I see a bigger square, and I go, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to fly in after all.
And drop now coming in as Interference Matrix just finishes up. Those Cyclones are going to try and get some damage done on this, but it is 7 Marines, and Kier, interestingly, not going for the Cyclone, instead going for the SCVs. And now that he's pulled some of Maru's units back into the main base, he's going to try and stop the third base from getting set up.
This is a little scary. Okay, he's got 2 Ravens to disable. He's got to do this perfectly.
But 3 Ravens here for Maru. I'm not sure Kier can breach this position.
He's going to try.
All right.
He doesn't pull the trigger. He actually sets up and hits infrastructure. This is really smart.
Yeah, this is looking good.
I feel like we almost always see people insta-cast disables out here. And instead, this is pretty good. He's going to force things to relocate. This may force Maru to take a fight.
Yeah, Maru going to come in with the disables now. Every single siege tank disabled from Kier. His are going to get set up. One of the siege tanks is not disabled for Maru, so a lot more firepower in the back line. Reaper Grenades actually providing a lot of staying power here for Kier, but I think Maru, once his disables pop, he might just barely have enough. It's so close. Viking landing on the high ground, going to assist with a lot of damage, and Maru barely cleans up this fight with those 2 siege tanks remaining.
That's insane.
Oh, that was so close.
But the third CC is landed here for Kier. So it was like almost a perfect trade, but you know, the income's going to kick in a little bit more quickly. And I don't know that either side has enough Marines to attack into the other side. You need kind of a core amount of those, kind of a backbone, so that your siege tanks even have protection.
Yeah, that was an engagement which could have pivoted the game in either the favor of Maru or the favor of Kier very heavily, but it just barely stayed even. Both players still have 2 Ravens alive. The siege tank counts relatively healthy on both sides, and the third base is getting established with the army supplies basically even. But the fact that, well, Maru thinks that he has a Viking superiority, I think, coming in here with these 4 Vikings out on the map. Kier is just a step ahead, man. Already at 6 Vikings. Maru wants to get some damage done, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it with the Viking count being as healthy as it is here for Kier. This is very different from the way Kier played against ByuN. I want to add on to this. He is really playing the opponent in both of these series. Against ByuN, did not lean heavily into the Vikings, but he knows that Maru loves to play the air superiority game with these highly technical armies. Actually, Kier trying to catch him in the middle. Okay. Kier might be able to corner him, but I don't know if he has enough.
Well, he can't get out of here because he doesn't have medevacs.
Oh,
so this is actually crazy. He's actually stuck up here. Dustin Browder's destructible rocks. the biggest part of this game right now. Kier's set up over here. The Marines, the SCVs are exposed. Auto turrets are coming down. Vikings are just wiping out these Ravens.
Yeah, no disables coming in. Instead, just one auto turret gets dropped, but with the SCV pull, Maru is going to be able to dislodge Kier, I think, barely. The Vikings actually getting so much
Dude,
done.
the Vikings are clutch for soaking damage when things get dicey. It's kind of insane. But 21 SCVs are killed. That's really the big story here. Not that the game goes on and that Maru survives, but that Kier is further ahead economically. His 4th base has already started. SCV production is restarting right now here for Maru.
Yeah, that was a really good move by Kier to just corner Maru in that top side. He knew Maru wanted to get something done, and he made Maru pay the price for it. I mean, 20 SCVs is nothing to balk at. The fact that Kier's up at 76 right now with that 4th base soon to be established, I feel like Maru almost has to get something done in this stage, but the army supplies are still relatively even. It's only a 10 army supply lead right now for Maru. It's going to be tough for him to get the damage done that he needs. Although that siege tank getting picked off is a very good start here, Tasteless.
Yeah, it's a start, but he's got to go all the way here. It's cool to see Maru playing from behind. I feel like you can learn more about Terran. We've seen him play from behind than anybody else. Because very often Maru just is never behind. He's either even or he's steadily ahead.
Oh, the Liberator's getting added to the mix with these Vikings. Ooh. Oh my goodness, here barely surviving with that one. But this Liberator is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting right now and securing this push at the 3rd base because Maru, once again, he has air superiority. This is his playground, basically, is air superiority and a TVT and slow pushing and expansion. He loves to do this. And Kier, he doesn't really have the production to match Maru in the sky, so he has to evacuate the 3rd base, and he just has to focus all of his production on army on the ground. He needs to get a big surround on Maru's army if he wants to get a good engagement. You can see him kind of positioning for that right now. He's fishing for a disable with this Raven.
Okay, he's going to be able to get rid of that. Oh, hold on, the Liberator, a dive on the Liberator, a pullback, but the tank's unsieging, the tank's taken out.
Liberator getting so much damage done.
Oh,
Maru's
just
pushing now
here
into the natural expansion. There isn't much left. Kier's going to have to go with this army at the 3rd.
He just doesn't have any tanks.
Yeah, he
has literally no tanks.
There is very little left right now for Kier. Maru in one fell swoop is just absolutely knocking Kier out of this game. He's waiting for 1-1 to finish. He wants the upgrades, or 2-2, excuse me. He wants an upgrade advantage. But I don't even know that's going to be enough. These siege tanks are in such a killer position in the natural expansion.
I think he's dropping on the tanks. Yeah, he's dropping something over here because the tanks in the back are by far the strongest. He's going to come up here. I don't know, man. I think Maru just barely has enough.
I mean, the SCVs are getting pulled. It's allowing a lot of staying power here for Kier, but the damage might be a little bit too much, Tasteless. He is going to clean this up, but at what cost? He's down to 26 SCVs.
Well, I guess is there a counterpunch he can do? Can he even take his... It's 2 base to 3 base right now.
I mean, the army supply now is in the advantage of Kier. Maybe there is a world he's actually able to push this one back. I feel like Kier is basically all in from this position.
Well, where's the tanks? I mean, we saw one get picked off in the middle of the map.
Where's Maru's macro? There's very little reinforcements coming in. The army supplies are even, but look at this bottleneck right now with the SCVs. Keep in mind, these are 2-2 Marines against the 1-1 of Maru, and there's so many more medevacs for Kier.
He's spreading really nicely.
Oh, wow, he's done it! I thought Kier was dead to rights with that push, but he has fought the ghost from off his back, and Kier, in a big upset, is the first player to advance.
That was so cool. You know,
wow.
We saw that one tank in the middle of the map, and I'm like, well, that means there's one less back at home. The 2-2 upgrades, I mean, it paid off. What an insane day of PvTs, man, and what a story. What a plot twist. What a nice development in GSL to have Kier do that. And, you know, he did it once, he can do it again. And in great games, too.
Yeah, those were exciting games. Maru was so close to closing it out with that push.
Yeah.
Kier was basically on death's door. He had, what, 26 SCVs. He wasn't mining from the natural. He wasn't mining from the 3rd base. He had just barely enough army left after that engagement to survive, come in with a push, and kill Maru. I mean, that was... If that engagement went any better for Maru, we're going to a Game 3. Instead, Kier, first place from Group A. Congratulations, Kier. You've defeated Maru 2-0 to advance to the quarterfinals. How are you feeling? Well, I never expected a 2-0 win over Maru. It feels weird, honestly, that I've been able to make this happen. Overall today, you've shown a lot of comeback potential, a lot of comeback victories. What do you think was the key to that success today? Well, I try to focus a lot on the middle game. So most of my builds were focused on specifically succeeding in the mid game. And so I think that despite some damage that I took early on, I was able to have a big enough army in the middle game to come back in a lot of these matches. Well, Maru for the last couple of years has been the player that stops you in pretty much every GSL, but finally you've gotten revenge on him. Do you think you'll be able to beat him again in this GSL if that happens? Well, after Dallas, I was feeling honestly very disappointed in myself, so I took some deep introspection on how I played and I tried to reassess my skills objectively. And I think I was able to learn a lot from that introspection. So now I feel like if I do my best, I might be able to defeat Maru in the end here in GSL. Well, in game number 2 against Maru, you went for a proxy on Ghost River. How many of your games, how much of your games against ByuN was mind game specifically for your matchup against Maru is what they're asking now. Saying, well, I didn't really get to play a lot of early game styles against ByuN, so that's why in game number 2 against Maru, I decided to come out with a proxy build. And in fact, I was trying to focus, I think he said he wanted to focus more on the early game against Maru as opposed to the late game. Now, Kier is saying recently, you know, I've been practicing very hard for this GSL. I want to make it to the finals again. I want to be the champion. Now the Korean commentators are saying, you know, we are going to be having the finals at a larger venue this season. Is there anything you want to say to the fans now that you have booked your ticket to that finals? Of course, he's saying, you know, he's not happy with his recent performance there in Dallas and also in GSL, so he's hoping his fans continue to cheer for him, and he's going to show a better performance in this final, Tasteless.
Hell yeah, dude. Guys, we're going to a break. Sue versus ByuN coming up next here. The loser is out. Of course, Kier has moved on, and this leaves Maru in our final match. We'll be right back.
All of my thoughts be dark like coal. Face down in the water I float. I try to speak my mind but I choke. I'm on the tightrope. Tired I can't cope. No lying, no hope. The lying might show. Up to the party. Y'all don't want smoke. Energize the body. Raise up the arm. Right now. Tell me who you are. Get in the car. Right now. Reach for the stars. I win it all. Right now. Tell me who you are. Get in the car. Right now. Reach for the stars. I win it all. Right now. Tell me who you are. Get in the car. Right now. Reach for the stars. I win it all. Right now. Just enter the car. Fighting no war. Right now. We shitting on y'all. I'm in the store. Right. Put your feet on the ground. Look around. It's a siege and we back in your town. Burning it down. You've been waiting too long for the sound. Time is now. Got you hanging on every single word. Verb and now. Give you what you been waiting for now. What you praying for. This the type of we slaving for. Get you another hit. I know you craving more. I'm in this, but they go Super Saiyan boy. I am a higher being. Whole world at my command. I got the whole damn planet here in the palm of my hand. Hey. Watch out, back out, wait up, my wake up, stay up, they gon' get it, they gon' take us, raise up, we got color, they try and gray us, you are not listening to the greatest. Right now, tell me who you are, get in the car, right now, reach for the stars, I win it all, right now, tell me who you are, get in the car, right now, reach for the stars, I win it all, right now, tell me who you are, get in the car, right now, reach for the stars, I win it all, right now, just enter the car, fighting no war, right now, we shitting on y'all, I'm in the store, wait a minute, I'm on fire, it's like I created physics,
Fading lights coming down. Say we give it a good run. Feel the night, all the sounds. Dance with me until we see the sun. 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 Fading lights coming down. Say we give it a good run. Feel the night, all the sounds. Dance with me until we see the sun. Fading lights coming down. Say we give it a good run. Feel the night, all the sounds. Dance with me until we see the sun. Dance with me until.
GSL Ro.8 final.
Let's go.
What's up, everybody? We are back, and it's time. Remember there was a Zerg in this group? Well, he's here now. Remember that? A long time ago, there was some Zerg guy, and he died to a Terran, and then it was just nothing but Terrans all day. This is Sue's moment to come back, and he's going against ByuN. I don't want to be a doomer, okay, for Sue's sake. I actually have a lot of respect for this guy. I actually really like him. I think he's a fun player as a person and stuff, and I've always kind of, in the back of my mind, thought, man, it would be so cool to see him come back and really perform well. Like, what a great way to close the year out. It would be a Sue GSL champion.
Oh, that would be insane.
Like, at least the GSL year out, you know what I'm saying? Or did you see him kind of win a major tournament here, as in GSL? But I think it's undeniable. ByuN is just in better shape. ByuN has really stepped it up. I would put him as another one of the real contenders to be a threat out here. I think he stayed true to his style, continuing to be a kind of aggro. He was a little bit too counterattacky, but that's really a TVT thing. When it comes to TVZ, I think he's just good at being aggressive, staying in your face. It's going to be a tough one for Sue.
All right, well, the game is loaded up. We're getting ready to start this series that will eliminate one of these players. The winner is going to go on to face Maru. The loser is out of the GSL in the round of 8. Sue vs. ByuN begins now.
Very different faces.
I wasn't paying
But it is,
attention. What did I miss?
There's sort of a giddiness in ByuN's face, and there's sort of a.
Sue was very stoic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love how in the studio we
right.
actually have this big screen. We could just constantly see the players' faces. It's a very cool
Yeah.
setup we have, actually.
Yeah, it actually is pretty awesome.
I never fully appreciate it because I'm always looking at the monitor, our tiny little monitors up here on.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
on stage.
We're casting off of like little game gears up here.
Summer's
Lava
officially back
Rising
in
maps,
Seoul.
hey.
Tasteless is casting GSL pantsless. You've been exposed.
I am. Well, I've got my nice short shorts. I'm showing off my dancer thighs for sure.
From Sydney,
But yeah,
welcome.
if you come here, we have this glass. We're on the second floor. How do I describe this? We're on a balcony, basically.
An indoor balcony.
And there's a glass. They never covered it up, so yeah, you can see my shorts. You can wave high. And you can see that I don't have dress pants on.
Yeah.
But you do.
I'm wearing light fabric. I'm afraid to get sunburned, man. I'm pasty. I'm a pasty nerd. I can't rock the
No, I
shorts
got
like you.
I got my Milky Whites out. I'm not afraid.
I almost died over the past couple of weeks because I did a short vacation in Vietnam, which is just very hot. A lot of sunlight, and then after that went to Dallas. And I don't know if anyone here has like walked or listening has like walked around Dallas, but there's not a lot of trees in that city. It's a lovely place, but if you're trying to walk around on foot, especially from the convention center to downtown, oh man, I was sunburned for like 2 or 3 weeks straight.
You can get cooked. You know, it's funny because when we moved to the studio, all these Blizzard people, this is back when Blizzard was like a great company, but they came down and they like saw that me and Artosis were in shorts.
Uh-huh.
And they were like, so are you guys, so is that like, did they let you do that? Or do you, and I was like, we've never asked. Like we just have been doing it and no one's told us to stop, so we're not going to stop. And they were like, all right.
Well, the day they give us a glass desk at the GSL is the day they're going to start wearing pants.
We're up here
tasteless.
like at this animal observatory with this glass screen up here. Like you could see us walking around, but it is more comfortable to cast in comfortable pants. Anyways, in this game, we've got, we've seen this a million times, a Reaper coming in here and harassing Sue. I want to see how well Sue does in the early game, and if he's a little bit more stable, because he was kind of shaky.
Yeah, that's putting it
before.
lightly.
Yeah, I mean, just losing 2 queens and everything else.
Surprisingly, ByuN actually only going for the 3 Reapers, whereas Maru went 4 Reaper in both of the games. In my head, I have kind of like a mental concept of ByuN and Maru's TVZ. As ByuN fishes for some more damage here. He's actually going to get some. It's a lot of damage on that queen. Pivoting back into the main base. He might be able to find a drone or two. Drones are going to get pulled. This is some really nice maneuvering right now by ByuN. He's really utilizing the HP and the grenades on these Reapers. Oh, what a juke! He goes back into the main! And then doesn't get anything, but it was really hype. Oh! Too fancy. I appreciated it, though. That was a cool move. I like the idea. It didn't work at all. It was totally backfired, but that
Cool
was
moves,
sick.
yeah. Didn't pay off.
That's like kind of ByuN's play in a nutshell a lot of these times. It's just a little bit too fancy sometimes, you know?
That's why, like, when he does it, he looks like such a genius, and it's so impressive. But
yeah. But, yeah, it is interesting to me. The mental model of Maru as a TVZ player, and he's the guy that goes 3 Reapers, and ByuN's the guy that goes 4, but the role's getting reversed a little bit today. ByuN going into a really fast third command center, as is the meta here in TVZ lately, both in Korea and abroad, I think. And Sue playing a lot more conservatively. Notably, Tasteless, you were talking about him, how he's going to approach the early game here in ZVT, and he did not go for that super fast third base. I think he learned his lesson against Maru, and it's like, I'm not going to try that against ByuN also.
I think so.
Just played it very safe, a kind of 2-hatch opening here for Sue. And it worked in his favor so far. Didn't take too much damage from the Reapers. Was able to kill one even. And now just kind of safely macroing up into a third base. ByuN on the flip side going into Cloak Banshees, getting stim relatively early. Just kind of playing for map control and a really fast Roach Warren for Sue as well. I wonder if he's going to throw down another Engineering Bay, or Evolution Chamber, excuse me, and go for something like a 1-1 Roach timing. But instead it seems like this might be a little bit more tech heavy. We'll see how this goes. The ZVT meta in the wake of Cyril's victory at Dallas has been very interesting to follow over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of other players, notably, I think it was Dark versus ByuN in the KSL, which is a weekly or bi-weekly online cup that is crowdfunded. Dark was doing a Cyril-esque opening which Su kind of attempted to do in the first series against Maru, which goes for really fast ultras. Like sometimes like sub 8-minute ultraless cavern getting thrown down.
Yeah, it seems like for a while, maybe Terrans were getting a little bit too much of the map for free, and Zergs were, maybe because they were too Roach Ravager or building up onto that, or kind of staying on tech that just didn't allow them to punish that. The ultraless kind of forces you to actually make the Terran really run and unplug him from his position. And so the Ultra Tech is really interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see that. Su is going into Carapace.
How many kills? Just 3 kills on this?
3 kills. Probably going to get 4 on the Spore Crawler, I would think. This is nice damage already. Oh, he does have a second Evolution Chamber. He's just not researching anything with it yet. Oh, Banshee. Got to be careful there. The Queen might actually be able to chase it down now because of that turn. Yeah, just trying to micro in too many places at once right now. Is able to get a couple more drones here at the third base. There's going to be +1 melee attack coming in there with Su. Infestation pick going down. It might be fast ultras. It's a little reminiscent of the way that we've been seeing Dark play it, the way that we saw Cerro play it at Dallas. And it's a very cool, very fun build if the Ultralisks come online in an efficient way.
It seems like it's a way to kind of punch the Terran in the nose.
Right.
You know, they're getting to stay back. A lot of the you know, this phase of the game was just Terran building up, and Zerg was kind of also just building up, and we wait for Terran to make their moves. And this makes it very different. Now, we've got a push coming here from ByuN. And it's going to hit the 4th base, and the 4th base is just absolutely exposed here.
Ooh.
I think that he went right through all the blind spots on the map, so this might just be killed.
Yeah, it might be. Some roaches are coming in, though, waiting for more reinforcements. There are more roaches on the map. They just aren't here just yet. Now they are reinforcing alongside the Queens, and I think that's going to be enough for Su to deflect this attack. Yeah, but ByuN's going to have to retreat away. And on the production top, you see the Hive coming in. It's a little bit later than we've seen other Zergs bring it out, but it is faster than he tried against Maru. And remember, those Ultras, they didn't get quite as much done as they possibly could have in that series against Maru. I think we're going to see more of the potential of Su with this build in this game here against ByuN. I don't think that opening match against Maru was really a good litmus test for where Su is at in ZVT at this stage. And up until this point, he's done a pretty good job of parrying the attacks of ByuN. I mean, the Banshees didn't get too much damage done. He killed one of the Banshees. It was, what, 5 or 6 drones in total, maybe? Reapers and Hellions didn't get too much done either. It's been a pretty strong early game here from Su.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely done everything he needs to do. He's building everything up. He's got his now 4th and 5th base coming up. Doesn't seem like ByuN has a whole lot of room to really do any damage. The creep spread's actually really good, although I think ByuN's going to move in here now and try to clean all this up.
Yeah, good move getting all these creep tumors out in the center of the map. But one of the things about this composition that Su is running with is it is very good at taking these early fights against a mostly marine-based army composition. I mean, there are just so many roachers. There's so many roachers with this tasteless.
That's what you should call it. A couple of roachers in here. Oh, dude, he's going to get the melee attack. Wow.
Luckily, it wasn't too far along there for Su, so not that painful. We do have one Swarm host in production.
Yeah.
Su did fat finger.
It's
not just Dark.
Yeah, yeah.
Happens to the best of us. And surprisingly, no Ultraless Caver just yet here for Su. Instead, just going to very fast Vipers, so he's playing this a bit differently than I was expecting. Still, it is cool to see this very fast Hive timing coming in. Yeah, Ultraless Cavern just then got thrown down on the production tab. And this is the kind of playstyle that if Su is able to get a little bit more momentum going, and he's able to hit a timing attack with a ton of Ultralisks as soon as the Ultra armor upgrade completes, it can be so hard for Terran to actually stop them. Especially when the army composition for Terran is mostly just Marine tank, because the Marines really do not get a lot done against these high armor units like the Roaches, like the Ultralisks. And for now, Su's been doing a great job of just kind of controlling the game. He hasn't taken too much damage. It hasn't been pretty at times, but the defense overall has been solid. And
we basically got to, you know, a late game position here.
Yeah.
Su's looking a lot cleaner. I think he's gotten a lot of the kind of nervousness out of his way. We did see a Baneling hit Destructible Rocks.
That scared me.
Yeah, mark that off on your bingo card here.
And Su right now is just looking for a fight. He is maxed with a lot in the bank. He wants to remax on Ultras now that that Cavern is done. And so He needs an engagement to happen. He wants to be favorable with ByuN with really an interesting counterattack right now. Look at this, so many Marines just diving into the 4th base. There's only a couple of Banelings right now. They do get relatively good hits as the second stim comes through.
You know, it's crazy. This got way less drones than I thought. But the positioning now here is so good. It's going to trade out pretty nicely versus the Zerglings.
Yeah, not as good for ByuN as I actually thought it was going to be. This is a lot of supply also getting freed up for Su to remax on Ultras. This actually could be a bit of a win here for Su, as strange as that sounds.
It is also reminiscent of his TVT fails. Like, he kind of almost does like a Zergling run by, and then he can't get out. And then it's just a bad trade.
All right.
Like, the way Terran's supposed to be in moments like that is they stim, they get in, they kill something, they pick up right before they don't have optimal damage.
Yeah, and ByuN
then you do it over and over and over again.
And he dove in. He didn't get that many drones. In total, 16 of them have gone down, but Su's been able to re-drone back up to even with the Terran. The expansion didn't get killed. All the medevacs went down. ByuN did buy himself a little bit of time to get Ghosts out on the field, which he does kind of need against the composition that Su is running. But on paper, it wasn't a very good trade there for ByuN, and now Su is going to have 4 Ultralists coming online in just a moment. The thing is, it's a little bit slow here for Su. I think that we're not going to see the kind of engagement where Su just dives in on the Terran with the Ultralisk and ends the game straight up. ByuN has been able to buy time with a counterattack like that one to get 12 siege tanks on the map. Ghost production is gearing up right now. We have 4 on the map, 4 more about to join them in a moment. Command centers are getting thrown down in front of the 3rd base to kind of create choke points. More drops are happening on the map to kind of force Su back with more sections of his army, and as a result, I don't think we're going to have the real explosive attack that Su wants. But still, ByuN has to be careful with his composition. These Ultras are really powerful at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and this can really uproot the Terran's position. It's a lot scarier. Expansion over here onto the Terran side of the map. This leaves only 1 base left to be taken here near the bottom center. Both sides are maxed out. So something needs to happen here. My bet is it's going to be Zerg attacking in first. Now, you know, the position that ByuN has here is pretty good. Like at 6 o'clock where we were just looking, there are a lot of command centers here. Those could be turned into orbitals. You could even make like more than 1 planetary or something like that. Just make it really hard to break these positions open. That could be a situation that would make the Ultras maybe not able to trade favorably in here. And then Terran just has to kind of poke out from their bases and let the Zerg drain the map while they, you know, a Maru win, basically.
That's basically what ByuN is doing, too. He's even throwing down another command center in front. He is just completely locked in on what Su is doing in this situation.
Su is getting an absurd amount of minerals and gas banked.
And he's doing something really smart, too. For Zerg right now, if you want to win in this stage of the game here on Oceanborn, it's going to go to the late game. This is basically going to turn into an exhaust TVZ unless one of these players bundles something horrendous. And so the win condition for Su is to mine ByuN's side of the map. And that's why him taking this base all the way down to the bottom left corner is so pivotal. Because if Su is able to mine the minerals and the gas, then suddenly the math becomes a lot easier for Zerg to win. He doesn't need to be supremely cost efficient against the Terran. He can have some level of cost efficiency that is less than the Terrans and still win because he's gathering those resources that ByuN's never going to be able to get his hands on. And now this attack commencing on the 5th base of ByuN. This planetary will get taken out. Most of the siege tanks, remind you, are in front of the 3rd base and the 4th base right now for ByuN. This expansion here is a little bit more of an auxiliary base where ByuN is not going to commit a lot of resources to defending.
He loses it, but it's easy to reclaim.
Yeah.
Su needs to pretty quickly get drones mining at these exterior bases. This is maybe one of the more important parts.
I mean, he's at 90 drones. I wouldn't mind him just transferring drones from these more central bases.
Give up the drones at your 4th base and send them all over there because you want to mine those minerals so that they can't get it, and gas and everything else.
It's kind of, and it sounds weird to say this because it doesn't seem that significant, but it almost feels like a win condition for the Zerg to mine these bases out. Because so many TVZs we've seen, the Terran just gets half the bases and they win because their army is 10% more cost efficient.
Right.
Or 20% more cost efficient, and the Zerg just runs out of minerals, runs out of gas. So I really want to see Su try and saturate those bases. He is taking a gas in the bottom left, so hopefully some more drones will be going that way. But
yeah, it's a little bit scary when you see him take these bases and he hasn't done anything with it. I guess it's also scary that, you know, there could be a drop that would just kill all the drones, but
there still is an angle for Su to just end this game straight up, though, Tasteless. I mean, we keep talking about the exhaust TVZ, but Su right now has he has like 12,000 resources in the bank. ByuN isn't even maxed. Su could throw this army away and Remax like twice more.
Yeah, and I feel like that's inevitable.
Yeah, and he's going to come in
All
right now.
Act 1, go!
Blinding Cloud's going to come in on the Siege Tanks. Baneling's rolling in. Will hit the planetary mining from this expansion. It should go down, and indeed it does. And it's not a very cost-efficient trade here for Su, but look at the bank that he's got. 10,000 minerals, 4,000 gas. ByuN, yes, he is going to go for this counterattack, but the Remax from Su is going to be absolutely massive. I say that, and we look at the production tab, and it's 70 Lings and 6 Hydras. It doesn't feel that exciting, but still, he has the bank tasteless.
He can do it. He can absolutely do it. And ByuN, I mean, he's basically just been floating at the bottom of his minerals. Like, he's maxed out again, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be his turn for a while.
Yeah, and I want to see Su just continue to...
I assume it's going to be a lot of Banelings here.
Yeah, I'm assuming the same thing.
He probably wants to really just fracture the position wide open. There's a ton of tanks, by the way. Like, just so many tanks kind of chain linked together here. As in, one is in range of the other, and that's in range of another. Kind of reaching all the way back into where the third base is.
Yeah, this is an insane level of tower defense being played right now by ByuN as another engagement comes in. Su trying to get the connection on the Ghost. ByuN with a hot pickup, able to avoid it.
Another base being taken up here at the top. And I got to say, it's been a little bit of a slower TVZ in general compared to like if we were seeing someone like Maru play here.
Right.
I feel like ByuN specifically has just sort of been quiet on the map.
He's doing kind of a Maru-esque style, but with a little bit less map presence.
Yeah.
And I think it's because the style that Maru plays and is so good at playing and is famous for playing, it's what makes his TVZ, you know, always top 2 in the world at any given moment in his career, basically, for the past 5 or 6 years. It's very hard to do. It's hard to play the game of having enough defense back at home that Zerg's not going to run you over and also be able to poke and prod at the Zerg while expanding across the entirety of the map. It's very multitasking intensive, and you really need to have a good mental map of where the game should go. And it's hard to execute, and that's why ByuN, I think his play feels a little bit more slow here and is a little bit more reserved on defenses. Su, once again, attacking in. Those Banelings trying to find the connection. Siege Tank's getting good shots off on them.
Okay.
And Su is not being very cost-efficient with these attacks.
It doesn't feel like Su kind of knows how to engage post-maxed out game, because this game looked like it could be very much in Su's hands. Like there was just so much of a range inside the game where he could play through this and do this, and I feel like we're starting to see that go away. He's just lost his base at the top right. Now that's not the end of the world, but ByuN is taking the bottom left. The Remax here, I don't know how good it's going to be. He's got Ultras, he's got 30 Banelings coming.
But the defense for ByuN is just so rock solid. He's adding in more Liberators, getting a Fusion Core, 3 more command centers.
Yeah, he's kind of just like filling in all the you know, ticking all the boxes, I guess is a better way to put it, for what he needs here.
I almost feel like, oh, really good fungal right there by Su. The Hydras are able to get one in the medevacs. It's a nice pick off, but I mean, Su just needs to find a way to get more damage done. It's just so hard with, what, 20 Siege Tanks on the map? There's 19 right now, Tasteless. 10 Ghosts. Siege Tanks being produced 3 at a time. I mean, it's just such a hard angle for Zerg to attack into. Look at this setup. I feel like I'm watching Uthermal fight against 7 insane Zerg AIs right now with his base defense. It's just ridiculous. It's planetaries and missile turrets and nothing but Siege Tanks and Ghosts. And these small hit squads of like double medevac units and these very expendable Hellbats. ByuN is basically no bank, but he doesn't need it. Su can't penetrate him.
I mean, that's going to be the issue, because whenever you see these positions, you have to remember that basically the Terran will eventually get those bases out there on the map.
Nice pickoff, by the way, from Su. Coming in with the Blinding Clouds means those Ghosts cannot escape. The Ghost count is really low right now.
It is.
Oh, I love the Banelings. How is that not enough Banelings to kill that Ghost? That's crazy. That's insane to me.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, the issue is going to be, I think, that basically Zerg will mine out the map before the Terran will. Terran kind of looks like they're behind, and on some metrics they are, but on a map with finite resources, which is all the maps in StarCraft, if they're evenly split, like as in you can kind of draw a line, in this case diagonally from the top right to the bottom left, and say, okay, blue gets these bases and red gets this. For the most part, I know that like right now there is a base that Su has that's not being mined from, that's on Terran's side of the map. Overall, though, Terran will get that, which means that Zerg can just burn through their minerals a little bit more quickly. Now, that's not necessarily going to happen here, but it does feel like it's going in that direction. And ByuN's going to need some good trades. I mean, those infestors that were killed, they got no value. And so, you know, this all begins to add up and becomes more and more evident as the game gets further along.
Yeah, and ByuN has basically worked his way into a position where the game has become very simplified with his defense so rock solid on the right side. He just has to focus here on the left, but he's getting caught out of position again. Says Blinding Cloud's huge on those siege tanks. There's nothing to lift up the Ghost, so the Banelings are going to connect. This is one of the wins that Su needed as ByuN's supply plummeting right now as the Ultras stream in. More Ghosts on the right side are able to defend those bases, but this expansion absolutely getting taken out. And Su, yes, he's dropped to 120 supply, but he still has the bank to make this work. And as long as he's able to keep ByuN on just these 5 bases, I think he's going to be okay. There is still a world where Su is able to win this one.
Yeah, I think so. Well,
ByuN is throwing away a little bit too many Ghosts, in my opinion.
We could even have a game where ByuN just controls the bottom left for a little bit and then takes the top right. But, dude, there's drones mining there. That's what we were talking about earlier. ByuN is low on supply and low on money. It's very different from Su, who I think Su is almost deliberating on what he needs to kind of stock up on next.
Yeah,
because whatever he wants, he can get. The next attacker at the bottom left could be pivotal.
Oh, I think it's going to be because Su is getting very low on gas. After this Remax, there's only about 1,000 gas in the bank, and he is barely mining any. I think he's only just now taking geysers at some of these extra bases. The 1 o'clock base still does not have the gas geyser taken, so I'm worried for Su. If he has a bad trade here, the Remax, he might only be able to afford a couple Ultras and nothing but Lings. And I don't know if that's going to be enough against the defense that ByuN has back at home.
Okay, a scan here, and he's going to move in. Can ByuN hold on?
All right, let's
and we'll
see if
Su
there's a fungal.
overextend.
Oh, big fungal on all the Ghosts. The Banelings are able to connect. So many Ghosts get taken out, and the Banelings, there's enough of them to survive to take down the siege tanks as well as this base once again. And the bottom left gets taken out, and Su with a really big win on the left side.
Yeah, and that was huge. Now, a lot of supply was lost on both sides. Things are beginning to even out, but the base has been denied. A scan here confirms that Su is already in ByuN's side of the map. It really is going to have to just be a game of, well, I think that's a smart move to try to at least just kill the drones off. But ByuN needs to, like, take this bottom left base and secure it. He needs to deny the mining here, and, you know, the Liberators could basically do that. That's funny. He draws them into the siege tank fire. Didn't see that coming. But, yeah, the denial there. But I'm worried that with the amount... Now, look, Su spent all of his gas. So he's just got minerals. Zerglings aren't that good in this position. But can ByuN reclaim this and hang on?
He might be able to. The army that Su has is not very strong right now, and the fact that he basically had a Remax on mostly Speedlings with a couple of Ultras like we were talking about earlier means that he didn't really have the Larva to do a full Remax. He's still only sitting at 150 supply because he's waiting for the next injects to pop. And this is going to mean that ByuN has a lot more time to regain his composure on the left side, to pivot some of the defense that's anchored the right side of his expansions over here to the left. And I think that's what we're seeing him do a little bit as more Liberators and Siege Tanks come in. I mean, ByuN for a long time has just had the majority of his Siege Tanks and Libs on the right side defending that expansion so that it simplifies the game, so that he doesn't need to really worry about that side of the map. He just needs to focus on the left, but Su has been exploiting that by hammering this bottom left base. And I like that ByuN has been pivoting a little bit more into this corner because, as you said, Tasteless, it is so pivotal that he's able to gather these resources to get closer and closer to max, because at this point for ByuN, you need to kind of take it one base at a time, and these kind of drop positions are really good, but if you lose the bottom left base, you basically lose your income. There's very little minerals and gas left in any of these other expansions on the map.
The Lings are going to come down here. The medevac basically can't pick this up without the Queen shooting it down, so he loses those Marines. Supplies build up to be even for now. And, you know, it did seem like Su... Now, this next attack, we got to watch this. This is big. Not a lot of gas remaining here for Su, by the way. If he comes in here and doesn't succeed, it's going to be hard for him to build up into an army that can break this again. It's an orbital and not a planetary.
What does this drop? 2 Ghosts and a Hellbat?
Yeah. I guess you just take what you can get over there. This is so silly.
No, clearly the Ghost sniped the Queens, and then the medevac is safe. The Hellbat can take care of the drones. It's brilliant. It's such a funny drop. It's such a ByuN drop, too. All right, well, Su now pivoting over to the left side. ByuN's army is right here in the center. No fungals to be found here on the go. Snipes are coming in on a ton of these Corruptors, but they are able to evacuate at least most of them. Only one or two Corruptors getting taken down.
The Hellbats are actually taking this base out.
Wow. Yeah, this is big. If this expansion goes down, this is ByuN's next natural expansion. He has to expand over here to the bottom left corner again.
This is going to go down 100%. It's going to be nothing but Broodlings left over there. Then they're going to go down too. And now, I mean, we need to do like a base check here. He's got that, but that's always kind of off and on.
It's basically just...
That's basically gone.
The top right and the bottom left. The two bases in the top right and the two bases in the bottom left. And the ones that are center are still mostly full, maybe 60 or 70%. But especially on ByuN's side of the map, there's basically nothing except that bottom left expansion. He's very low on cash. And Su, too, it almost seems like he's a little bit stumped in terms of what to build at this stage. He's at 152 supply because, well, not because he's broke, but because he doesn't really know what would be ideal in this situation. I love this move coming in, by the way. Finally taking advantage of ByuN with this really greedy siege tank positioning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win for sure. Zerg's at 129 supply. Big coffers, deep pockets, and able to remake an army. I do feel like we're kind of seeing in this game, it really exhibits why players like Solar or Dark are so much better at this style of play versus top players. By the way, I think ByuN has done a pretty good job, but you can see the difference between like him and a Maru here, right? This just seems kind of like a slower, maybe more conservative, not as fast Maru, which is kind of different from the ByuN I'm used to in a lot of these mid-game pushes and crazy drops, but this does require a different approach and a different mindset. But Su is not able to do what he needs to do with his armies. And now we have what we almost never see, which is ByuN is actually going to grow into the Zerg side of the map in the bottom left. And although Terran isn't pushing up into the top right to take the base that we would, in air quotes, say is his base, Zerg's also not able to mine from it without losing workers constantly.
Nice abducts on two ghosts.
Yeah.
Able to get a siege tank as well. These are really good pickups right now for Su. This is the kind of cost efficiency that he needed. He's been lacking
this is serious
all game.
value. Yeah.
The SMEs coming into this bottom left base. And as you were saying, Tasteless, if ByuN is able to fully mine from that bottom left base, despite these trades, at least for the past couple of minutes, going in Su's favor, he very well could still win this game. I mean, the endgame armies are more cost efficient for Terran when Zerg has to attack into them. And so ByuN from this position could basically just continue to try and play the exhaust game. But right now he is teetering a little bit on the edge because he doesn't have that bank. He still isn't maxed yet. He's really hurting for gas. Whereas Su, yeah, he isn't maxed, but keep in mind, he's very low drone count. His army supply is massive at 118, and he's still trying to figure out what he wants to spend the rest of this larva on. I think he just made a decision. The Greater Spire getting morphed in here, the natural expansion. He wants some Broodlords. 5 Corruptors already on the field, so he's just saving that supply for the Broods. And from Su, I wonder if at this stage he is content with his position, that he's been cost efficient enough with the abducts, that he has been able to mine enough of these center bases that he can just play for the Broodlords and try and win that game. Because normally I feel like Zerg is a little bit more on the clock, but these abducts have been so good on the right side over the past few minutes. He's gotten like 4 or 5 ghosts. He's gotten 3 or 4 siege tanks at least. Some medevacs as well. Okay. And this is why ByuN is basically no gas.
By the way, there's more minerals than I actually realized over here. I mean, they're almost mined out, but if you were to have a couple minutes of that with drones, you would have quite a bit. So this is getting worse.
It's a couple thousand minerals, maybe.
We're going to, I think, see Su die out here.
I don't know. I feel like Su could hold on. I think he's going to remax once these ultras, or not the ultras, once the Broodlords come in with a Greater Spire.
I could be wrong, but
I don't think ByuN can kill him. I don't think ByuN can kill him with his army.
Well, you might be right, and also ByuN's position might be flimsy. I feel like technically Terran can't have this much of the map and manage.
I think Su just needs one win because ByuN cannot remax.
This
is the only gas that he has is down here in the bottom left. There's like 4 geysers in total here for ByuN. He's gathering 600 Vespene gas a minute. The Terran army is really only supply efficient and cost efficient if it has gas. That's one of the reasons why in most TVZs, getting the 9th and 10th Vespene geysers, getting Terran up to 5 bases is really the critical benchmark for whether the Terran can play an exhaust TVZ because it takes so much gas to get the game online.
Still no mining over at the space.
And this looks really scary for Su.
I
He's
guess-
still sitting at 150 supply, but if he maxes,
Yeah, but-
goes up to 160
But he's
army
at
supply
100
with
supply and
roots.
he's not maxing.
Yeah, it's
I mean, this is what
It's
alarms
odd.
me about it, right?
it's odd for
He's
sure.
sitting there.
Okay, the
and
broods
now-
are coming in.
Okay, now he's spending it.
Now he's going to max. I think he's almost been doing some Sun Tzu-esque move where he's just like, I am going to feign weakness and make ByuN really focus in on the Ghosts, on the Siege Tanks, on the Liberators, on my army on the ground. And then I will have this huge bank, this huge remax of broods that ByuN will not be prepared for because, again, Su basically only needs to win one big fight.
I do love the usage of the Hellbats here
That's good.
because of the fact that there's just going to be a mineral surplus. It's like, actually, these work great. Okay, so the Broodlords are out. They're pushing from this side.
Oh, the snipes could be huge, though. There isn't a lot to support the broods. Gotta be careful,
Yeah.
Su.
Yeah, that's really bad. That's a lot of kills there. I know some ghosts were wiped out as well.
I
And
almost feel
they're
like
driven back.
I feel like Su should just get his entire army and focus on the left side right now. I really feel like that's the
Yeah,
play.
I don't know why he's pushing here. Like it's like literally Terran's up here. Are you kidding me?
I think it's because Su basically just spent his entire bank. I mean, this is a very expensive army that Su has maxed on. This is what you see is basically what you get. He has no income besides this expansion left, so I understand him being hesitant to move in, but I don't think there's a win condition if you only focus on the right side. I almost feel like Su had this game in his grasp, but it's getting to the point where it has slipped away. Because with ByuN inching forward into this expansion with so many minerals left, this is
well. I mean, I just feel like we're almost seeing Su like tunnel vision, like he's stuck over here.
yeah,
I think we're seeing a little bit of the lack of expertise of the late game. I mean,
No,
it's kind of
overseer.
showing. And now, I mean, ByuN is just kind of. I don't even blame him, right? I think he's just like, okay, there's bases here. He's not attacking me. He's not trying to stop me for some reason. I also positionally appreciate that Su knows if he leaves that base, this base is going to get counterattacked and hit. I get that, but I think being frozen, being paralyzed on the map is a problem in of itself.
I think if Su could have seen what we see here as the observers of the game, where we have complete map view, we can see ByuN's bank, he would have probably gone for that play where he just goes for one big fight, tries to siege down that left side, because really if that happens, the right base doesn't matter quite as much anymore. Yeah, you lose that base, but ByuN literally couldn't remax at one stage in the game. He had like 200 gas in the bank. But now the game has gone to a point where ByuN has a bank superior to the Zerg. He has a better army than the Zerg. He has more army supply than the Zerg. And barring some miracle, I do not see how Su's going to be able to come back in this one. I mean, the Ghost even coming in with more snipes on these broods, just devastating. And Su's going for the fight that he needs, but it's a little bit too late, I think, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, this is too late. I think this is kind of a tragic game because Su, I think, had the tools at his disposal, but wasn't fast enough, wasn't decisive enough, and ByuN played kind of a scrappy game. He was cornered for most of this.
Yeah.
And, you know.
I mean, it's easy for us watching this, I mean, casting it and watching it at home to scratch our chins and be like, oh, you should have done this instead of this.
Yeah.
But when you're actually in the booth in a situation like this one,
Sure.
with
no,
so much on the line, with a fog of war, it is really tough to
it's
make
tough.
these calls.
I've got compassion for him, but yeah, I think it's undeniable that he's sort of, the paralysis was real.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I really do think there was a window where Su could have won the game, but
Yeah.
this is the kind of thing where you look back at the replay or you watch the VOD later as the pro and you're like, oh, that was the chance and I missed it. And it
Yeah,
is so
yeah.
hard in the moment to find it.
Yeah.
And even then, I don't think it was a sure thing. I think he had a good chance, but it's not a guarantee. And so now we're just seeing Su slowly bleed out. I think he's coming to terms with this loss as the Broodlord's coming with an engagement again. The fungal does pop, but there's basically nothing left here for Zerg.
I'm curious what Game 2 is going to look like because this is a devastating loss.
Yeah, it hurts.
GG. This is the kind of loss you'd like to end the series on, not start it.
That's a painful way to begin the series. And Su played a pretty good game. I mean, remember the position he got in the early game? He had, like,
Yeah.
what was it, like almost a 10 or 12K bank? It was so big, I don't even remember how large it got.
No, it
against ByuN, who was basically broke.
It was over
but,
10K.
But had secured 5 bases, and then he could just never breach it.
Well, he just, look, you know, there is a whole skill set into getting the map and starting to have the max out. and getting all your geysers and throwing hatcheries at their expansions. And it seems like he got that far, and I think we've all experienced this in certain matchups where you're like, oh, I know how to do this part, but now you have to play this whole other game, which is resource dumping into specific units and plowing them into important positions, and then remaxing again and doing it again and kind of leveraging your position. Because if you don't, Terran will drain you of your side of the map, and it becomes easy. And what's weird is that was frankly a pretty poor game from Su when we got to that point. He literally had minutes where he sat on minerals and gas and kind of hovered, like more than once. Periods where he just sort of, he got to like 155 supply. ByuN is not even maxed back out and just wasn't sure what to make. I know there was a period where a Greater Spire was making, so I understand banking that, but there was a couple moments where he just sort of froze, for lack of better words. And ByuN did not. ByuN was very quick to kind of move back out and rebuild the command center. And he even looked over there, he goes, man, his base is exposed. All right, well, we're going to drop some Hellbats over here. And even killed the other base at the bottom left off with Hellbats. And then he expanded there. And then he did it again. He moved up into the middle of the map. It was just this weird moment where you just saw him keep going over and over and over into that position where Su just kind of sat there. And there is I think we're actually going to get back into the game here. Okay, the game is loading. I think Su requested a short break to just kind of clear his head out. Anyways, guys, post-youth, let's get into this game 2.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's
Top right, Su. Bottom left, ByuN. I just want to keep expanding off the ideas in that last game. Yeah, I mean, Su's good. He is a good player, but he's incomplete in some of these situations.
You could see in certain stages of the game, Su was playing really well. I mean, it wasn't perfectly clean.
Ooh,
Oh, that's nice.
really good.
You better frame that. That's a good drawing.
Yeah,
My goodness.
that's excellent.
But going back to what you were saying earlier, Tasteless, Su played certain sections of that game so well. The fact that he was able to find himself in a position where he had a 10K plus bank against a ByuN who was basically broke.
Right.
Although ByuN had secured 5 bases, he was basically broke.
Yeah, well, he didn't have a whole bunch of savings, right? I mean, the money is coming in, he's spending it, but yeah, there's a real problem here.
And Su had navigated up until that point so well, and as you said, from that position, I feel like it really was winnable if he was able to. I mean, you have a couple paths forward from that spot, right? You can either continuously hammer on the Terran and try and end the game before they get a 6th base. You can try and just continuously attack either the 4th or the 5th to keep Terran from those extra 2 Vespene geysers. They just really leverage the bank that way, but with ByuN as neatly tucked in as he was, I mean, it truly did feel like a tower defense. He had so many planetaries, so many turrets, so many siege tanks. It was a more turtley Terran than we even see Maru play in TBZ. It seemed like Su was almost stumped about what to do in that stage of the game, and that's one of the struggles for somebody even coming back after as long as Su has been back from the military service, is to flesh out every aspect of your game as a pro gamer, and all 3 matchups takes so much work, especially in a meta that continues to evolve. And you can really tell that Su is incomplete. So I'm hoping here in game number 2 and in game number 3, if it goes that far, Su, nice start here for ByuN. That's a good catch on that.
Yeah, that's
drone.
a bad sign.
But I'm hoping that Su is able to take better advantage of his strengths as a player, because his early and mid game seemed really strong. And here on Post Youth, it can be hard for Terran to secure a 5th command center. This is one of the maps, if Su did his homework, that ByuN lost to Dark when Dark did one of those 8-minute Ultralisk Cavern rushes off of Roach Ravager. If Su does his homework and he sees that, he might see that as a weakness here in ByuN's play and trying to capitalize, but I mean, only time will tell. Those... Oh, ByuN? Oh my god, 1 HP.
You know,
what a heart attack.
I just worry that last loss that Sue had. I mean, when you're playing at home, that's the one where you turn your computer off after.
Yeah, it is.
That
like,
is
I need
the
a
one where you're
break.
like, okay, I can't do this, and it's like, no, you're not out of this. By the way,
This is bullying.
Reaper is just not dying. It's like the Bruce Willis Reaper. It's like bleeding to death the whole game, but it just never actually dies.
Yeah, that's tough for Sue, especially after the series against Maru, which really wasn't close, to be frank. But, I mean, you're up against Maru, one of the best TVZ players in the world, if not the best. Really, only Cyril. Cyril's the only player in the world that can play a ZBT against Maru and make him look like a fool instead of look like a fool himself, right?
Yeah.
So you can't really knock Sue too much for that. Sue wants this Reaper so bad. But you're absolutely right. After losing that series against Maru, it's kind of forgivable. But to then come back against ByuN and in the first game lose in such a heartbreaking fashion where you were in such a good position to start things off. I don't think the wall is going to come through. These 4 Hellions getting their way into the main base. There's only 2 lings on the map for Sue. All of the Queens were in the front line. 4 drones already getting taken out. And the damage is piling up now. ByuN pivoting over to the gold base. The drones are lining up. The evolution chamber is going to block the path off. A lot of damage being done by ByuN. Sue barely able to hold on defense. And that could have been so much worse for the Zerg.
Yeah, it was actually a decent hold after they got in the base. It's too bad the Evo chamber wall didn't even get up.
Given the circumstances, that was a lights out hold. I mean,
I thought it might have been like even 10 or 11 drone kills there, but
yeah,
it's still bad.
It is bad.
It's still bad. You know, that kind of goes back to the Reaper run by that Maru did to Sue earlier today. They're kind of looking at how Sue behaves on the map, and they're almost like baiting him into these bad positions and then just doing run-bys.
You could tell how bad Sue wanted that Reaper, right?
which we don't have that often in GSL, by the way. People are pretty good at not getting tripped up.
Game quieting down a little bit now. Sue going once again into the double evolution chamber. ByuN landing the 3rd command center down the low ground. Powering up to, I think, gets barracks number 4 and 5 here for ByuN. With 1-1 underway, and I'm guessing once these 2 medevacs pop here for the Terran is when the aggression will start ramping up again. What I really have my eyes set on is whether Sue's going to throw down an infestation pit in the next 15, 30 seconds, because that'll tell us that he's going to go for the Ultraless build again.
So this build, obviously both sides get gold minerals, like very early on, basically for free. Now, generally that lends itself to like a little bit more roaches and a little bit more marines, but I feel like this might just be better for Terran on this map. I'm glad we had this map. I want to kind of figure the game out a little bit more. And I think you can only do that with new maps like this. By the way, nice ling run by, but hold up.
It's dangerous. There's basically nothing at home to defend except these roaches that are about to pop. So ByuN taking the good trade that he can as he can trade it. Gets that high energy queen out immediately. Nice micro by Sue pulling back with a low HP queen. And also the counterattack. Look at that, 13 SCVs went down. That actually went really well for Sue. I felt like that was very dangerous, but he just barely threaded the needle on that defense.
You can see both players were definitely just watching that attack at the Zerg base, because when we went back, there was nothing left. All those SCVs have been wiped out. Now, I think there's still chances for ByuN to be aggressive and do some real damage here on the map.
Yeah, that was a big momentum swing here for Sue.
Yeah, that was very nicely done. Getting those worker kills is huge.
And no infestation pit, no hive tech underway here for Sue, so he's just going to be playing Roach Ravager, and I wonder, off the momentum of that early attack, whether he's just going to go for a 1-1 timing. It's a lot of roaches in production, I think. 74 drones. Let's see if he cuts or if he decides he's going to pivot into hive. I really want to see this production tab.
You want this tech,
I'm staring at it so
State
bad,
is trying
man.
to will this tech into the game.
I'm trying to will the observer into the production tab is what I'm trying to do. I want to see what Sue's game plan is so bad in this moment. ByuN coming in again into the natural expansion. Nice defense by Sue. Focus firing down the medevacs means that ByuN's going to have to evacuate before he can lift off all these Marines. And again, ByuN just getting his army supply shaved away. More roaches in production. 16 more roaches in production.
So, yeah, I was saying earlier that like gold bases tend to just lend to more Roach Ravagers. So is there like maybe a battering ram attack that you could have with Roach Ravager? You just have so many corrosive vials so many roaches that you kind of trample the Terran in their position.
Yeah, Su isn't playing this as all-in as we've seen Zergs do in the past. He's already going for +2 Carapace, for instance. He's not just doing some kind of 1-1 all-in. But players like Rogue, actually at Dallas, kind of surprised a lot of people with these 1-1 Roach Ravager timings that we haven't seen in a long time, but they are still pretty good. The thing is, ByuN has a really good defensive setup with these Siege Tanks. Is it going to be enough? He might have to evacuate the third base. Siege Tank getting repositioned closer to the natural expansion. ByuN has to be very careful, and he's making it hard for the Zerg to attack in.
I only see one queen, so that might have just been a misclick. I thought he might have queens like some kind of weird all-in.
And Roaches and Ravagers continuing to push forward. More bile is going to come down on that Siege Tank soon, I hope. It's getting so much damage done.
Yeah, the supplies can be a little bit deceptive here. It looks like there should be enough Marauders that over time he could just start to chip away at this.
Yeah.
And, you know, one thing about, well, I guess he doesn't have the concussive shells yet, but wait, there were queens sent here. What?
Yeah, this is a little bit interesting. I mean, there's no overlords to drop creep. Feels a little bit odd with that transfuse,
I was wondering
right?
if he would want to transfuse the
exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Ravage. Well, I just don't know why else you'd have like 5 queens down here, but
I guess the good news is that Roach Ravager is not very larva intensive, so those injects not happening doesn't hurt that much
not
here
a big
for
deal.
Su.
He's back to 190 supply.
Yeah.
But Zerg has to make this work.
Yeah, he's not all in, but he wants more damage done for sure.
Yeah,
you really got to get more damage done here as Su. More biles coming down. We'll be able to take down that Siege Tank, although, okay, a little bit slow on the biles.
Yeah, the problem is when the Marauders in the mix, you can kind of finesse the position.
Especially
you
with
need
the
to repair
medevac
it.
count.
Okay.
Especially with medevac count being as high as it is, Tasteless. Oh, good biles landing on those medevacs as ByuN kind of stutter-stepping his way into them, and we might be reaching a bit of a breaking point. ByuN is losing a lot of workers. The bile's actually even connecting with some of the bio, too. There's only a handful of bio units on the ground. Su might have just barely edged this out.
I think you might be right.
20 more Roaches in production. 5 of them just popped. +2 Carapace is done, so that's going to mitigate a lot of the damage here, especially from the Marines. And Su, I think if he plays this safe, if he just continues to chip away at this command center and drops these biles, he should be able to unseat this third base. And I don't know if ByuN can recover from that position. Su just has to be very careful not to overextend.
Now, again, if Terran can actually start to win this fight, the counterplay could be huge. But I think that right now, it's really all going to be about ByuN actually surviving here. No drones at the gold base. Oh.
He already Tasteless.
Not so fast. But yeah, more Ravagers being made.
Yeah, the Ravagers are really the unit with their higher range that are going to be able to take down a lot of the bio.
Terran is getting bio upgrades, by the way. Like, continuing to this whole game.
Is 3-3 coming soon?
Yeah.
You think? Oh, it's halfway done, you're right.
Yeah, it's halfway done. So, like, there is a world where, like, Terran, as Artosis would say, wins in an honorable way. Like, just surviving all these attacks and eventually coming out.
35 SCVs, though. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, he's so low. It's only mules mining right now. Every time the Roaches all disappear, you got to remember the Ravagers actually fall pretty fast. One issue is that the medevacs don't have any energy. So you're not really seeing a true, infantry medevac army. It's,
Yeah, the healing is mitigated a little bit by the low energy. More biles coming in. Oh, he's trying to corner them with the Lings. I love that play. Only a couple Marauders left. I think Su's done it. There is a 4th command center landed for ByuN, I believe, but there's only 6 attacking units on the field right now for ByuN, and the mineral income just isn't there. The CC dies. GG called.
Great game by Su.
Su needed that win so bad.
Now, that game is unique to that map. We can't really recreate that because of the gold bases that you start out with. Remember, you get gold minerals right away. I'm not talking about the the gold bases in the middle of the map, but that was cool. Yeah,
that was a really good read by Su. These 1-1 Roach timings, they are coming back into popularity, and Su, he didn't really commit super hard on the aggression. He kept the upgrades going, he kept expanding. His drone count was relatively high. And so the attack didn't have quite as much teeth as it normally would, but it was still just enough to break ByuN in that position. And I mean, for Su, I think even though it's only 1 map win, that's a big weight off your shoulders. I mean, he's been battling all day. And to finally get that first map win in front of a live audience, even for a veteran like Su, that means a lot.
I think it's definitely going to put him in a better headspace, especially after the way Oceanborn went.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, everybody, we're going to go to the final map with these two. Remember that Maru is waiting to face the winner because Kier was the first to escape from Group A. This is Game 3 with Su versus ByuN. The loser is out of the GSL Code S.
Su spawning in. This is the blue Zerg in the bottom left of the map. Down on the top right is the red Terran. On Alcyone. It seems like we're going to have ByuN going for 2 barracks on the low ground. This is something that Su's kind of been struggling with all day today.
Yeah. Game 1, I think, also USA
Florida
man.
Florida man is here. Wow, look at that shirt.
Oh, from Las Vegas. That was
Legendary.
one of my favorite GSL finals.
Legendary shirt. I'm a little bit jealous, actually.
I know. It's got to be
I'm going to
worth
stop casting, go down there and steal
millions
that
of
thing.
dollars. You might get that shirt could get stolen here, man.
Just watch this.
So
All the fans
the least safe
rapidly try to
place to
steal
bring
it.
that shirt was here. What was I going to say?
I have no idea. Tasteless. We were talking about Su struggling a little bit with this 2 barracks opening. It's a pool first, by the way, for Su. This is different.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyways, ByuN's going to go for...
Oh, it's gas pool first. I was not paying close enough attention.
So we're going to have that Reaper opening come out.
Yeah, this is a little different here from Su. What does he have in store?
Could it be some kind of a rush?
It's just going to be really fast. He still has 2 on gas. I think it has to be some kind of rush.
Maybe roaches?
How interesting. Now, ByuN in the past, he's the player that pioneered the 2 barracks on the low ground, Reaper opening in TVZ. For a long time in GSL, he was being asked in interviews what he thought about it. He said it was good enough to be the standard, to be the meta. He thought everyone else was lagging behind. Turns out he was right. Everyone does this build now, and nobody historically has defended all-ins with this build better than ByuN. He has been the king of defending all-ins with this build on the low ground, which naturally looks very vulnerable, and I wonder how hard Su's going to commit into the aggression. He's still gathered a lot of gas. I feel like this is going to be a timing attack, and the Reaper coming in, he didn't quite click the geyser, but he still saw the drones mining gas, so he should have a very good idea that aggression's coming.
Yeah, we're going to see this gas kick in a second here.
Yeah, what is Su going to do with it? He's already 100 plus gas.
Speed.
What is your plan, Su?
Well, keep in mind that the 3 Reapers can get surrounded more quickly here by Lings that have Ling speed earlier, right? You kind of imagine that you have a grace period where your Reapers can move. They can kind of be the boss in every engagement. And then when the Lings get faster, then you know, you can end up getting surrounded. So most players are kind of aware that they can try to control the game for a little bit, and then they got to run back. But in between that time, you know, it's a Marine making it's an add-on. If he could surround these and maybe kill him, maybe there's something there to that.
Oh, he's going for it, yeah. Maybe the Lings, or the drones gathering gas was just to fake this out so that ByuN thought that Ling speed was not yet underway.
I think so.
Oh, that's smart.
So
Su even duping us a little bit with that move.
Well, I mean, you know, it's funny because I guess one of the rules in StarCraft at high levels is that they have to spend the money they get immediately or it doesn't make sense. But you could do a kind of economic red herring in your build order, which is like I'm not even going to use that gas for now, which is why he's been parked at 140 gas for a little bit here.
A really interesting opening from Su.
Okay, so it's going to be a Roach Warren. And, I mean, I don't know. I thought that strategy was pretty cool. I don't really know where the game goes from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I feel like we don't really have games where the Reapers actually get caught in the middle of the map and get killed without really getting drones. So I imagine there's a level of discomfort here for ByuN because he doesn't really know what's going on the map. He can't actually kill creep tumors. He doesn't know what the tech is. I mean, he can probably guess that there's a third base being taken there, but you don't even know that. He could be somewhere else. But ByuN's plan is basically the same build order that he would have had if he had kept the Reapers. Now, setting the Marines out on the map, this is actually dangerous because there is not going to be a medevac with this. So he is going to kill that Overlord. Is he going to go any further? He needs to get back, I would say, right away.
Yeah, instead, ByuN just kind of sitting in the middle of the map for now. Very bold, honestly, and this is something that's hard to do at a lower level because I think ByuN was just expecting Su to have made those Lings and nothing else. And so he has a lot of confidence that behind this Su is just droning up to have those Marines on the field. And behind it, Su. Lair Tech almost done, starting +1 Carapace. Building a good number of roaches, but it's not going to be a big swell of roaches like we saw in the previous game, at least not yet. There isn't a second evolution chamber coming yet either, so no 1-1 roach timing in the cards. Really an interesting start to this game. I'm a little bit
it's
thrown
been very
off
different
by the feel. The roaches also are out a lot faster than you would usually expect. Roach speeding becoming relatively quick as well. Everything feels a little bit faster here for Zerg, even though the economy isn't quite as good. It feels a little bit faster in terms of tech because of that early gas. That 140 gas, even though it was banked and wasn't spent right away, it's kicking in a little bit now. We already have Su going up to 5 geysers too, and I think ByuN is actually leaning towards this timing right now. Is Su gonna have enough? I know he has roaches, he's morphing some Ravagers, but is it enough roaches? Only 9 on the field. That is a lot of Marines. These Queens, they gotta be very careful.
He's continuing to stream units down here. He's going to have 1 tank, although I guess he's going to go for a drop and send the tank back. And this is a map where it's pretty easy to just slide into the main base. But it's like so common that people just sort of preempt it. Like we saw the Spore crawler come down there.
I love the ground Carapace upgrade timing, by the way, for Su. Just completely preempting the +1 infantry attack so that the roaches have so much more staying power against the Marines.
So it's been a quiet early game, especially from ByuN. But I think he's being smart in that he doesn't want to ever get into a position where he just kind of overextends here and doesn't play this right.
Yeah, and Su is looking a lot more like game number 1 with the way he's building this. He's going for the Infestation Pit and Baling Nest at the same timing, relatively, that he did in game number 1.
These are good moves here by ByuN to open up the rocks down here. Now, he does not have enough with 2 medevacs to really fight anything on the ground. But look, I mean, there's a very kind of standard unit comp that's being built here by ByuN. I mean, he's going to try to win this in a classic TVZ fashion with bio and tanks with medevacs kind of pushing out and shutting down opportunities.
Yeah, and this might be a more classical 2-2 push coming in from ByuN, even with +1 vehicle weapons for those siege tanks. And Su, on the flip side, he's going for the really fast hive. It's not quite as quick as some of the other Zergs that we've seen, both at Dallas and also in some of these online cups, but given the pace of this game, it still feels pretty quick. I mean, he's doing this off the back of about 30 roaches. And so my question is, once these builds eventually line up, when they converge, and ByuN has 2-2, and he's going for this timing attack through the center of the map, if that is the way he decides to play, how is that going to scale against the timing of Su's hive tech? Should Su go for Vipers? Should he go for Ultras? How is that going to play? Because those timings, they get really tricky, and it's the kind of thing in StarCraft 2 that can kind of set a game on its head in just a couple of different seconds, you know? I mean, those Ultras popping or Ultra armor upgrade finishing a couple of seconds late could just be a disaster for Su defensively. Should ByuN go for that push, but I don't think ByuN's going for that push. He's throwing down 2 more command centers. He's trying to play the same style as game number 1, I think.
Yeah, I think if it's not broken, don't fix it. To be honest, even though it was a really scary position mid-game in game 1, I think it was so easy in the late game. He's like, oh, he just sort of, you know, he got stuck.
Yeah, that is a smart read. It's not really a ByuN-esque move, if I'm being honest. It's not really his strength as a player, but he is absolutely playing the opponent, going for this instead. And let's see if Su can correct the mistakes that kind of cursed him a little bit there in game number 1. I mean, he was vexed trying to play that late game ZVT. He found himself in a winning position and just was not able to close it out. He could never really stop ByuN from growing on his side of the map. Can never go for that game-ending blow despite having, at some stage, a 12,000 resource advantage in terms of bank, if not more. And I'm hoping he can change it. Oh, man, ByuN, what a cool snipe coming in.
Yeah, just kind of comes in there, guns him down, backs up, doesn't want to be overextended. Both sides are destroying the rocks on the map, kind of opening this up a little bit more. We're sort of ramping up to a climax here as, you know, Zerg is maxed out and Terran is now about to be maxed out and throwing down multiple command centers to make orbitals.
Yeah, and Su's playing a little bit more of a classic ZVT style with later Ultralisk Cavern. Instead, he's just going to max, getting Adrenal, getting +3 Carapace. And I think that once this army finishes, with its upgrades. Oh, for a second, I don't know what I saw. For some reason, I thought there was a fungal that was about to pop on those. I think it was the bile on the rocks or something. They just completely threw me for a loop. But no infestors on the field just yet. I would love to see Su try to pair that up here with the bile or potentially with a Viper's Blinding Cloud once the engagement happens. But instead, it's just going to be a relatively low-tech army assisted by the Vipers. And Su, although he's maxed, doesn't seem like he really has the confidence to try and breach any of his positions. But once ByuN gets this 5th command center up and running, that's when the game gets really scary for the Zerg. And ByuN does this almost better than anybody else with the harassment options like this. Double Medivacs just forcing Su to bring the forces back as ByuN just entrenches himself on the top side of the map. Su has to be really careful not to let ByuN buy all the time that he wants.
Oh my god, did he just know it wasn't going to blow up?
9 HP.
No, I'm fine. Well, I mean, look, as
Look
much
at
as
depots.
as much as we ragged on Su in the late game, I will say he does not have any problem getting to the point where he's maxed out.
No, he's navigated this game really well.
He clearly knows what to make and where to go and what to preempt. And so this is going to be Su's redemption arc if he can win this.
The scary thing for me is that he isn't making any big moves to try and at least put some pressure on the 5th base of ByuN. ByuN just is setting that 5th base up effectively for free. He's going to have something like 6 or 7, maybe even 8 extra command centers on the map to start clugging. He's
going to be clugging. I've never tried clugging. I hope it doesn't hurt.
I don't know what it is with me and casting, just making up random words, but he's going to be clogging up all these different avenues of attack, especially on a map like Alcyone, which plays a lot better in terms of split map than even Oceanborn does. I mean, you see these rocks, you see this arc that the Observer is giving us with the supply depot walls, with a mineral wall on the right side, with the siege tank arc being established here between the 3rd and the 4th base. It is just so hard to attack into here as Zerg, and it seems like Su is maybe even just going to go for the throat the way he's positioning his army. He's not going for that 5th command center. And I like that he is proactively taking the expansions in the center of the map, on ByuN's side of the map, because he knows it's going to another exhaust game. But I feel like that's not going to be enough for Su if he wants to win this one. He has to make some bigger plays than he did in game number 1. Because
well,
as ByuN established in game number 1, yeah, you can mine his side of the map, but ByuN will literally push into your 4th base and start mining it if the game goes that way.
Well, there's, I think, more map to be taken here for the Zerg. And this, every map is different, right? So we have a position where, like, in game 1, it really did kind of come down to the 2 bases on the Terran side, and, like, can he keep the Zerg punished for mining from that base while controlling his own base? There's, like, enough map here that I feel like Su can actually get way out of hand here. Like, way out of hand, and it's going to be really tough for Terran to actually clean up multiple spots on the map.
That could be the case. I feel like he's going to need to attack something at some point. You got to leverage this bank. It's almost 12K resources again. I think you got to try and find some trades. It's just hard as Su right now in the booth to try and make that call. And even then, I don't know if it's the right call. It's just the way that me looking at the game, I feel like it should be. But it is really hard to attack in positions like this one with a planetary, with the siege tanks, with a ghost all behind him. I mean, ByuN is truly playing the most turtle TVZ. This is even beyond what Maru would do at a TVZ, it feels.
Yeah, and not very many drops. I mean, he's going to push out to the bases that are literally next door to his, but there's nothing too crazy about that, right? Neural Parasite's about to finish. And, again, it mirrors a lot of the ideas of game 1, but I feel like the position fundamentally has more strength here from Su. Now, that doesn't mean that Su can't mess this up by just having bad engages and not knowing, what to hit with what and where.
I'm trying to wonder what Su's win condition is from this position, because if ByuN just continues to grow into the top left, he even has a command center getting ready to float over to the top left base.
Here's what I got to point out. What is the number where you attack in? This is what feels weird about it.
Right, that's how I feel.
We're at 11K minerals. We just hit 5K gas. He's attacking in, so I'm not even trying to be mean here. I really mean this. Like, if you want to switch into ultras or broodlords, is there a number where you're like, oh, I can make exactly 12 with this? I mean, is there? Is there something like that? Because I do feel like he gets to this point, and it's kind of like the dog that caught the car or something. You know?
I feel like it almost overcomplicates the game because he's not putting enough pressure on the Terran. ByuN can afford to go for double drops like this and not really fear the counterattack that much. The fact that we still have Roach Ravager on the field is just so different in a ZVT. It almost feels like Su has hit a wall. And yeah, the bank is good. The position is good. Some of these hatcheries are getting taken out, but that's natural when you're expanding as rapidly as Su is. There just hasn't been a follow-up yet, and oftentimes, okay, another nice catch here for Su. But I look at this game, and I feel like Su should be attacking into the 5th base. He should find some avenue of attack.
Something's wrong. I mean, you can't sit and accumulate for this long. And I don't, you know, I mean, as an example, like, would it have been worth it to try to do Niduses in a couple spots, or I mean, drops aren't, I think, that great in this position, but I mean, anything, you know. The idea is that you have so many minerals and so many gas that you throw your stuff into a spot, you trade, maybe even inefficiently, and because you have so many larva banks, you can remax out. And then you might do that another time. And the idea is that the Terran, because of the way they produce, they can't ever catch up, and you sort of flatten the position. That's how you deal with the Terran who just turtles. So he's going to come in here. He is most certainly throwing everything in here. He's also not macroing while he does this. He does it after the fight. We see the spending go up as he runs away, which is usually a bad sign. He's going to make about 120 lings with 2 Ultralisks, which I assume are going to all be Banelings.
Maybe. I'm not sure. He might have killed enough on the ground that he feels like he can just do this crackling remax and basically just run over the siege tanks and really mitigate the splash damage. That could be a really good play for Su if he tries to go for it, especially paired up with those 2 Ultras. I would love to see him get more active with these units. Again, ByuN not max, only a 3K resource bank, but he's slowly taking his side of the map. If ByuN is able to secure all these extra expansions, again, I feel like the late game is just going to favor Terra in this position. But Su, he's getting a lot more aggressive this time, getting a good catch again. Overseer goes down, so those ghosts will survive, but Morlings flooding in. They're surrounding the siege tanks. It's a pretty big win for Su. He's killing a lot of critical units. I feel like he has to like put the pedal to the metal though, you know? Just keep remaxing and keep attacking.
Okay, so he does it again. Terran's ahead in supply now, but it doesn't really matter. But let's watch this moment right now. 145 supply.
Well, he has no larva left. He just made another round of lanes.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Well, that's another issue.
It's a part of the problem, though,
yeah.
right?
I actually, you know, it's so funny. I'm so used to people just having larva at this moment. But you're right. He spent it all on lings. So he doesn't even have a way to spend this. And now he's kind of wobbling at like 168 supply. Terran is fine. There's nothing really wrong per se that the Terran's doing. ByuN is actually moved into the bottom right too.
Yeah, Su needs to start making some plays, I think. But the ghost count's getting so huge.
But I don't understand, why would you make mass lings right after that attack? Like when we saw 120 lings made earlier.
Oh, the Bailey connection's really good on the ghosts. A big chunk of them went down. Maybe 8 or 9 ghosts fall right there. That's a big win for Su.
But you can see Terran just, the moment that camera pulled away, you heard the command center lift off. It's going to float to the base.
Yeah.
He's going to expand again. There were 3 workers killed in that attack, so he just right-clicks the units away. Now, they can come in and attack again, but, you know, you're going to be in range of a lot of Terran stuff that I think Terran's probably happy with this situation for now. They're probably fine playing cat and mouse outside this position.
Su does have winning chances, though. If he's able to continuously remax the way that he's doing, so I feel like there are winning chances, especially if ByuN moves forward like this. A fungal could be huge. First fungal whiffs, second fungal also whiffs. Unlucky there for Su, and now the Link's going to try and get us around. ByuN not picking up, so he's going to lose a couple of ghosts at least. And Blinding Cloud on the Siege Tanks, he might actually break this position, Tasteless.
Yeah, he's going to come in here and hit this pretty hard.
Oh, this is a big win for Su, man. He's taking out the Siege Tanks. This expansion almost certainly going to fall. Finally, ByuN overextends and Su pulls the trigger. The planetary goes down. ByuN is reset back to 5 bases. And there's the Corruptors. The Corruptors are enough to deal with the Liberators right now. ByuN basically threw away all of the ghosts in the last couple of minutes. He had 20 plus ghosts.
I don't know why ByuN pushed that.
I mean, Su was waiting so patiently, and we were faulting him for being patient, but ByuN finally did overextend.
No,
and maybe ByuN doesn't do that, and maybe Su's struggling, but the way this game went, that was a huge win for Su. And now ByuN, 400 gas in the bank, 160 supply. If there's a time for Su to remax and go for another attack, I feel like it's right now, Tasteless. And he's morphing in more Banelings, more Ultras are coming in. I feel like that engagement basically cracked this game open.
I think you're right.
I'm just
I
really
think
hoping
ByuN
that
overextended in a way that was unforgivable, and should have just tried to hold that gold base and wait for an overextension there. Now he's going to refill the base that he lost. A lot of mules are going to land down here.
Oh, but it's not a planetary, and Su is pivoting entirely back to this right side of the map to try and take down this expansion. He still has 12 Corruptors, which should be plenty enough to deal with those Liberators.
I feel like every tank from every game of StarCraft is waiting at that base. Like, it's actually crazy. And let's see, can he get in here? He backs away.
That is a scary angle to attack into. I wouldn't even mind if Su pivoted onto the top left side and tried to take that down, because this is...
I feel like you see that much defense and you just attack anywhere else.
Oh, is he going to go for the Neural Parasite? Oh, it gets scanned. You see, you can tell that Su really wants to make a big play happen right now.
Well, I feel like you have one shot and he's already shown it, right? He kind of showed his hand with the infestors. I hope we forget about these. Slip back out.
Yeah, now he's setting his eyes, or at least he thought he was, on the top left, but ByuN leveraging some pressure over here in the bottom right corner is going to force Su back. And again, this is a tough position to be in as Zerg. I mean, look at that army. It's Ghost Mech, and Ghost Mech is arguably the strongest composition in StarCraft 2, in my opinion. Of all the matchups, I mean, Ghost Mech TVZ is just absolutely insane.
So the upper left base, oh, hold on. Big attacks happening here. Zerg's going to try to push in. Yep, a great fungal comes down and hits here. The Corruptors are going to cruise through. Another great fungal on the tanks, but not able to really punish with it. And Su comes out empty-handed. He's going to have to retreat. He's going to lose this position down here in the bottom right. Now, he's got a lot of gas. Okay, he's got 5K gas. He has 7K minerals. He's going to max out. It's going to be Lings, Ultras, and Banes again. But, you know, the Terran's reach is getting a little bit bigger here. And you know, there's something to the fact that we're kind of seeing players butt heads on the same side of the map that does not look like a healthy ZVT to me. I feel like a healthy, from the Zerg's perspective, I mean, a healthy ZVT is supposed to look like the Zerg is hitting everywhere where the Terran's army isn't, and then barely holding off attacks. I almost feel like Su stays in kind of a Roach Ravager mindset, where it's like, I'm going to Hulk smash this position over and over. He's like doing it with this army, and I feel like there's a lot of moments it's not the right time. Now, if ByuN sets up and is overexposed here, then that could work. I mean, this could happen right now. Let's see.
All right, Su coming in again. Corruptors are going to take down the Liberators. Su trying to get the fungals, but no, the EMP is huge on the Infestors. One more high-energy Infestor gets taken out by the Liberator. Nice spark targeting there by ByuN. And the engagement, it is going to go pretty even. The Ultras are standing strong right now, attacking the army. Oh, there's even more Ultras over here by the gold base. Su somehow butted heads with a maxed Ghost Mech army. It came out on top. ByuN has no gas left in the bank. He's having to remax on Marines now, Tasteless.
This is probably going to be game. The amount of gas that was spent here and the fact that Su has both a healthy amount of gas and minerals. The supply for ByuN is abysmal. I think he is about to tap out. There's no way.
That was an insane engagement from Su. I mean, ByuN, he did get the EMP off, but Su just had so much army coming over on the top side that he overwhelmed ByuN. ByuN maybe a little bit overconfident with the way the game was going. If he continued to play defensively back at home, maybe he could have continued to exhaust the Zerg, but Su in game number 1, patience, it felt like it was his kryptonite. Here in game number 3, he is getting rewarded. ByuN overextending and Su taking the miracle engagement twice.
I think that ByuN wanted to get that win from game 1 here again in game 3, but you know, the map, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit harder, I think, to pull this kind of stuff off, right? Here we have a lot more bases that are in the middle that are shared. But how much more can ByuN get in here? God, his gas income is awful. Yeah, I feel like Assuming that the top left just mines out, I think if we just see more and more hits over here, that's all it's going to take. Here come the investors.
Investors. Oh, what a money fungal. Ghosts and Bio and Siege all get caught. Ultra's continuing to stream, and another fungal on top of the Bio. GG, and Su has redeemed himself here in game number 3. In honestly a miraculous fashion, considering the way that game was going.
That was wild. I got to say, even halfway through the series, this is like still an upset to me. I'm like,
yeah,
what?
I mean, it had all the echoes of game 1-2, getting into an incredible position against ByuN and just being a little bit too patient, and ByuN surviving in times of weakness and growing into a monster that Su's army just could not handle. But here in game number 3, ByuN a little bit antsy, and Su, this time, his patience, it was rewarded. I mean, ByuN fell into the trap of attacking into him, and Su absolutely seized the moment. But now he's going to go to the winner's match, Tasteless. He's going to have to go against the GOAT of late-game TVZ.
The rematch, it's going to be versus Maru. Su not exactly looking thrilled. Good luck to him. That best of 3 is coming up right after this.
Strong. Strong. This is not a drill. I'm about to go all out. I'm about to go hard. It's about to get real. I'm not playing around. I'm about to get hype. I'm getting pumped up. Gonna give it all tonight. I don't need no introduction. Get your seatbelt on. It's about to go down. I'm about to go ham. It's about to get lit. Ring the alarm. This is not a drill. Don't test me. You don't wanna see my fit. It's about to go down. It's about to get real. You better move out the way. I'm about to hit. I'm about to go ham. It's about to get lit. Ring the alarm. This is not a drill. Don't test me. You don't wanna see my fit. All eyes on me, and I'm ready to blow. Believe it when I say it. It's about to get real, baby. Are you ready to go? Going crazy, yo. I'm about to pop bottles, get drunk, party with models. You better hold on tight. I'm taking over the world. It's about to go down tonight. Let me see you dance, hit the ground, turn the music up. Yeah, we want it loud. Both hands in the sky, wave left to right. Yeah, I got a little rocket in my spray. You ready? It's about to blow. Are you ready to go? Now we never gonna stop. Gotta make it pop. It's about to get real crazy, real lit. Don't come around here if you can't handle it. I'm about to go ham. It's about to get lit. Ring the alarm. This is not a drill. Don't test me. You don't wanna see my fit. It's about to go down. It's about to get real. I'm about to go ham. It's about to get lit. Ring the alarm. This is not a drill. Don't test me. You don't wanna see my fit. It's about to go down. It's about to get real.
The moon is shining, and I am sensing danger. Or the stars aligning, my mood is slowly changing. Something's haunting me, lurking in the dark. Carefully, it is stalking from afar. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes. my calm by counting down the sheep. Counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 sheep. Slowly they're coming for me, but I don't get what I'm doing wrong. Counting 4, 5, 6, but it is hard. They try to tear me apart. I am done with the misery. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and return. Like a phoenix on return. You better give me some room. You about to kill my vibe. People saying I'm a beast. Don't wake the monster inside. You don't want that whole place, gonna throw a ride. I can tell from the look in your eyes, you don't really want the fight. I see through the smoke, cold bring the pain. I'm like a phoenix, I rise from the flame. When you lost everything, what is the game? I'm like a juggernaut in my own lane. This is just my state of mind, I'm coming to finish. If it's me against the whole world, then I'm coming out winning. Just when you thought I was finished, we came back with a rage inside like an Avenger. Celebration, go and gather round, cause I'm ready for dinner. I'm about to have a feast, no second place, I'll be the winner. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's go. Face when I'm down, I've been laughed at with a frown. Felt like I was gonna drown, picked on like a clown. Wanted to give this up too many times. Question myself like where are the signs? That's when I realized what's inside me. You don't want none, come and try me. Ain't you far to turn it around? Tell the opposition it's going down. Pedal to the floor, never slowing down. Keep on climbing till we touch the sky now. Put my shades on, let the top down. Tiger on the loose, yeah, it's going down. I can't hit a finish. If it's me against the world, then I'm winning. Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now.
GSL code as final.
Welcome back. This is going to be the rematch of our first match of the day. Maru versus Sue. Maru 2-0ing Sue. Sue has survived ByuN, but I feel like he's still having a bad day. It's not just the score on the board, it's the actions inside the game, the way the wins were created. Look, kudos to him for beating ByuN. That's a big deal. I don't think he's a player who is going to be in any form to beat Maru here. I don't have confidence in his victories.
Yeah, for whatever reason, ByuN in Game 1 and Game 3 of that series was really focused on playing this late game style that I feel like doesn't really match ByuN's TVZ play style that much. Maybe it's something he's been experimenting with and finding success with in practice, but you could tell in Game 1 and in Game 3 it wasn't quite there, and still Sue struggled a little bit with it. At times, over-patient, at sometimes just not taking advantage of openings that he possibly could. Now he's going to have to try and do it against the best TVZ player in the world in Maru in a match that's going to decide who's going to the semifinals and who is going home. Let's get started.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's.
Okay, so Maru in the top left, Sue in the bottom right. Now, I feel like Maru can go through the whole build order encyclopedia and probably play whatever kind of game he wants that he finds in there. You know what I mean? I don't think there's a right or a... No, right is on the way. There's not a wrong build for Maru to do, okay? I think he looked way too strong against Sue in the first series. And then with Sue, I feel like he can't go for late game versus Maru. If the games were that bumpy versus ByuN, and a lot of ByuN's loss was basically just overextending. Like, he didn't play a great late game TVZ either, right? So, I don't know. So I guess where I'm trying to go with that idea is that, is there any incentive for Sue to try to do some kind of cheese, some kind of rush, some kind of surprise play, something weird, maybe a Nidus network? I don't know. I just want to put those ideas out there.
Yeah, I feel the same thing here with Sue. I think even for Sue in the booth right now, you got to do a little bit of introspection, see those games against ByuN, and maybe I'm not going too far with this, but you got to be able to recognize that you probably will not beat Maru in the same late game TVZ. I mean, this guy is just the best in the world at playing that game. It really feels like only Cyril can top him in that situation.
And not only that, but like, there's a very weird feeling on a victory you get where you didn't play well.
Yeah,
Like,
Sue
that's
didn't seem
a weird...
especially happy about
No,
it.
he looked frankly upset in the booth. He looked tense and upset, and like, that's a very special kind of a bad feeling, where you're winning and you still feel bad because like things didn't go right, and you can kind of see the errors happening as you're doing it, but you're not able to kind of stabilize and recover. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like all that's going to be, some pretty bad ingredients psychologically, into the mix here. Nice control with the Lings, by the way.
That's been good so far, only losing one Ling to the first Reaper. But all right, there with you. I think the expression that we saw on Sue's face after he barely edged out ByuN in that final game was not relief, because he knows that Maru's waiting in the wings, and he knows that what he just did is not up to stuff. It's not going to be able to stop Maru in his late game TBZ. So Pursue here in this series, I'm wondering if he's going to bring something kind of fresh out of the box. Maybe some 1-1 Roach timing, similar to what we saw him do in game number 2. Maybe we go for Ultras, but we do it a little bit more Sarah-esque in terms of the timing. Oh boy! Reapers once again doing the run by into the main. This Queen finishing just in the nick of time. Sue almost wanted to drone drill and try to get a surround of the Reapers right there, but actually this is going to turn into a win here for Sue. He gets at least one of the Reapers, might get the second one, and indeed he does. Nice recovery by Sue, where it looked like Maru might have gotten the best of him. Instead, it's Sue able to take down 2 of those Reapers with a really good Evolution Chamber drop and some nice play with the Queens.
Yeah, it was it's a big victory. I guess not a big victory. It's a win. He's ahead. The Reapers are not a threat. Maru behind this, though, is going for something we've seen him do a lot. And you know, by the way, this probably would be a good time to cheese against a build like this. Maru is going to go for 3 command centers and 2 eBays. So he can't do anything of real significance early on. He is going to be making SCVs, getting upgrades, and he'll have a presence in the mid game and the late game, but he won't be doing anything early on. Now, I've seen this a couple times, and I feel like we don't see Zergs tend to cheese that much. It's hard to scout because the command center can be anywhere, and in this case, it's just not in a spot that it's likely to be seen.
Yeah, Su did just barely glimpse it, I think, with the Overlord, so he does have an idea that it's 3
Oh, did he see it?
CC.
I'm sorry. Okay.
But I wonder if he's really going to pull a trigger, and actually he might be faceless. 10 roaches in production, no lair, no evolution chamber, 40 drones. Another Overlord in production. He's doing it.
So this actually makes a lot of sense. Obviously, seeing the 3rd CC, it's going to be very tempting. But the add-ons are exposed.
Add-ons are very exposed, and also that's another building getting thrown down in the natural expansion. It might have even been the starport. Su, you might have a window to go, man. I think this is a good call, and I look at the roaches. He's moving around the top lane. He's going to try and maybe catch Maru by surprise. He's trying to avoid the Hellions and the Reapers, I think.
I think he's out of vision.
He's still out of vision.
Basically,
Maru doesn't know yet.
The Hellions are just kind of
Oh my
roaming.
god, what a move by Su. Oh, does Maru see it? Does he see it? Okay, he should barely glimpse this. All right, Maru knows. He sees the roaches moving across the map.
14 lings are being made. They're there to reinforce this.
Oh, these units going to get caught here in the middle as well. Ling's going for the surround on the Hellions. At least a couple of these units getting taken out. Stim pack about 80% complete.
Can he get the deny on that? That would be the first big move here. Just taking a lot of the firepower away. Oh, I don't know about going for the 3rd.
He's going to kill a couple of the SCVs there. Stim pack, he doesn't know exactly when it's going to finish. And Maru, he's pulling the voice. He wants to make sure that Stim is done. If Stim gets canceled, it is going to be so hard to hold this.
I think Stim's getting finished. 10 seconds out.
Yeah, Su starts. He
No,
starts to
I feel like
evolution chambers and drones
I
in the
think he
lair.
should have had the lings and the roaches to go to the natural. And now he's killed the Overlord off, so now I don't think he can actually even try to fight over here. Yeah, you know.
Well,
So most attacks, it's fine to hit the 3rd, but this is really designed to kind of actually hit the Terran at the heart, because when you do a 3 command center with the post the Reaper pressure, so your 2 barracks and your factory, you're actually at your natural. All of the vital organs of the Terran's base are right there. So you just kind of go for that, and you forget about SCVs that are mining at the 3rd base. In fact, it's probably even better after you get into the natural to go into the main. But, you know, we've already kind of mentioned this, but Su just seems to be a little bit off today. Specifically with the Tech Lab getting Stim there, that would have been, I'm not saying he would have won there, but at least I think the execution would have been a little bit better, right? That would have made a pretty big difference. So Maru basically sidesteps what could have been maybe fatal damage. I mean, it's always hard to say with Maru. His control is really good, but he circumnavigates that, and he's just going to be pumping out infantry. He's getting his upgrades. He's going to go unimpeded into this game. We've got Roaches and Ravagers, which, by the way, aren't very good at stopping drops. You basically end up just playing keep away as the Terran. You just try to, you know, maneuver away from this and hit wherever they aren't, and it could be pretty good.
yeah, and where Su goes from here is going to be really interesting to me, because there is a world where he just sticks on Roaches and Ravagers and tries to get some damage done. This trade fairly even right here. Maru is going to pick up and try and find some damage in the main base. Does scout the 4th. Meanwhile, these Marines right here in the center able to clean up a good chunk of this creep. Maru taking some nice trades with these small forces, and it looks like Su is really leading into going for a Roach Ravager timing attack. I'm wondering if he is going to eventually throw down an infestation pit and go into a hive, or if he's just going to keep pushing the pedal to the floor on the Roaches. 10 more in production. Oh, and it's a Nidus. Yeah, he's going to follow up with another attack. I think this is very smart from Su.
Well, this might be his best bet.
He did slow down the economy of Maru a little bit. He lifted up the 3rd command center. He killed a couple of SCVs. He was able to pick off the Reapers and the Hellions and exert some more map control. And so there is a good chance. I mean, the army supplies are going to be pretty big here for Su. And I know the Roach Ravager is a little bit balloony in terms of army supply. But I love this move. There isn't even vision in the top right corner of Maru's base.
Oh,
Su
I didn't
might
even
be able
notice
to
that.
he might be able to sneak in a Nidus.
He also might just put the Nidus right outside the front here, too.
Yeah, there's a couple different plays. Only one siege tank right on right next to the command center. There's another one a little bit further back, another one coming to reinforce.
There's a lot of damage coming on these depots. As Terran's already supply blocked, it's going to get worse.
There's enough roaches and Ravagers to push this bio back, and if Su gets in range of the siege tanks, he can bio those
but
down.
the dive in is so good.
Oh, Maru.
He sees a soft spot there in the roach wall, and he just goes right in there, gets on top of those Ravagers. Now here comes that Nidus, but how much is actually back at home to hit this?
I feel like the engagement at the very start of the game, or the start of the attack, did not really go into Su's favor quite as much as he was hoping for.
So we've got some Marines out here. Now, roaches are quite good against these small numbers of Marines. The issue is it's really, I mean, everything that Zerg has is getting hunted down here. Look, 24 SCVs have been killed. It's no joke.
Yeah, but I mean, the army of Terran is just insane now. There's no banelings, no splash damage, just roaches. 1-1 roaches against 2-2 bio, and Su's economy, even with the worker lead he has, I think he's going to have a really hard time mustering enough to actually stop this bio push through the middle.
Okay.
And let's not forget how much army Maru had in the main base defending against the Nidus drop. In a moment, it's all going to come reinforced, and I think that might just be it here for Su.
I think that's probably game. Yeah, here comes the reinforcements. Everything that dies is going to be too late to remake here. He can't really replenish this and kind of stabilize. GG! Maru takes that game. You know, look, I might get flack because I'm like ragging on Su's play so much. I don't mean to be like mean to the guy, but like even in that attack there, like going for the third base, that's what you want as Terran.
Yeah.
You go, oh great, well I can just lift this up. Are you gonna just kill a few SCVs? Perfect, because all I need is stim. All I need is some tanks. All I need is the clock to run a little bit more with my 2 E-bays, getting the upgrades, because if those get done, it's gonna be mid-game eventually, and that's when I'm gonna shine. And when you're doing an attack like that, literally seconds, even fractions of a second, it's so important to get in there. Deny the add-on, start to try to take the barracks out, fire some corrosive biles over there. Maybe if there's a bunker, you can kill that. If there's a tank, whatever it is. So another kind of, well, clunky game here from Su, and he pays for it. And now Maru is just 1 win away from winning. We're going to go to Oceanborn here for map number 2. State, can he come back?
I don't know, man. It's going to be tough here. Maru only 1 win away from another top 4 in GSL. Su fighting for his tournament life on Oceanborn.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's.
All right, Maru spawning as the blue Terran here in the bottom right side of the map. Su the red Zerg in the top left. I like the build order selection there from Su. I think he recognized that it's going to be really hard to beat Maru in the late game, where Su's ZVT has been struggling so far today. I know he did beat ByuN in one late game, but I feel like that win, it was a little bit fortunate with ByuN overstepping at some times in the bottom right side of the map. And so for Su to come in game number 1 and go for this Roachling timing attack and try and get some damage done, I thought was a really smart change of pace, because I feel like if he is going to beat Maru, it is going to be with some tricky moves like that one, especially given the way their first series went. But as you said, Tasteless, it feels like Su just a little bit hesitant in a lot of aspects of his ZVT
He just
today.
he just looks shaky, a little rusty even. There is this thing that happens when 2 players are playing against each other enough times where it starts to be very clear one guy is just going to be winning more than the other. And that's a situation where cheese becomes more of an obvious inevitability from the weaker player. And that's not always true. I mean, that's why, you know, people still talk about MVP.
I was just thinking about him versus Squirtle.
Yeah, doing the double proxy racks versus Squirtles. It's like, well, I think he could have won without that, but that's why he's a great player, right? Is that, you know, you don't know what he's going to do. But and you might experience this if you play the same person on ladder, or there's like maybe somebody you play locally or a friend, and it's like pretty much you always beat him. After a while, especially when stakes are high, you will just go for a rush or a cheese.
By the way, I love this mix-up by Maru, not going for the Reapers on their low ground, instead 2 Marines, able to pick off this first Overlord basically for free.
Yeah, I mean, he's downloaded Su at this point in time.
Yeah, it does feel pretty crazy.
That's a really smart move. So already Su supply blocked. He'll get out of it pretty quickly, but I mean, there's nothing worse, man, than when your build orders get tripped up right away.
Yeah, especially in a pivotal match like this one. Su really needs to find some momentum and get a win. And Maru, so far today, he's been looking rock solid in TBC. He is just not missing a beat. I love Su coming in actually with these 4 Lings, though. As soon as these buildings lift, going to be able to work his way in, get these 2 Marines. Might even be able to get at least 1 SCV. But look at the micro from Maru. Holy crap. That was so good.
Maru.
I thought those Marines were done for sure. Instead, he trades 1 Marine for 4 Lings. That was insane. How is this guy not the GOAT? Never seen rogue micro Marines like that, tasteless.
I mean, I don't know, man. Maru never fails to amaze me, dude. He's so good.
That's just a really good early game. Plus, I mean, eventually that Marine's getting back to full HP. Maru.
By the way, the build that we have here from Su, the backbone of the build, not the little fancy opening at the start, but where it ends up is basically the same thing. We have the first eBay put down here. I think we're going to have a second one. Yeah, there it is. So I think at this point in time, Maru is not even trying to bother with weird builds. I think he's just going for what I would call a boilerplate build order. It's like a boilerplate macro build. There's no need to show what else he's got in the other matchups. Again, we have 2 Zergs in the other group. Another run by.
Oh, this time the Evo does not go down.
This Evo doesn't go down, but he dodges it anyways.
Oh, no. Once again, the Evo gets blocked. Ling's finishing just in the nick of time. It's going to mitigate a lot of the damage. We might have 6, maybe 7. Drones go down. It will just be 6. That drone barely ticked up the heal to survive. And this is very similar to, I believe it was the game on Post Youth against ByuN, where ByuN ran in, got, I think it was also exactly 6 drones.
It was 7, yeah.
Yeah, 6 or 7, and Su barely survived that. It could have been disaster, just like in this game, it could have been disaster if the Hellions got a little bit better hits.
Funny that we're seeing an uptick in this, by the way.
I wonder if it's a TVZ thing or a versus Su thing.
Yeah, though that's a good question. But, you know, it felt like, especially in the early days of StarCraft, this happened a lot. And eventually it's like, don't do that because I'm not going to lose workers, or at least not as much as you think I am. And then you've thrown away all your units. But it's back in style. And, yeah, you're right. It might just be versus Su. It might just... You know, one thing about all these players is they all know each other so well that sometimes there's little things you go, oh, okay, well, he has a problem with this thing. Like, he's bad versus run-bys, or, you know, even at the start of this game, like, oh, he'll if he's uncomfortable, he'll always Overlord Scouts, so we can just kind of preempt that and kill the Overlord.
Yeah, you also have to think about the brain trust that comes into a match like this one, where you know Maru is just not preparing by himself for Su. He's got friends, he's got teammates, people that he talks to about the game. Su, exact same, is going to be trying to rely on his Zerg friends for help against Maru, and even the Terran friends too. It's a very big metagame. It's one of the reasons why GSL is so different, is because you have so much time to prepare for your opponent, right? And so it is a little bit tough to read whether these plays that are happening is just things that players have identified Su is naturally a little bit weak to, because he did truly skirt disaster both in that game against ByuN on Post Youth and here against Maru, only losing 6 drones. And Su, kind of similar to the way he played against ByuN, it looks like he might be leaning towards a 1-1 Roach timing. We'll see how hard he commits to it. He's only on 66 drones.
The Lings have started again. I feel like this may be a masterclass for Maru on how to stop this specific build. These are both pretty commonplace builds in the game.
Yeah, we'll see how heavily Su does go into the Roaches. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him throw down an Infestation Pit 2 here on Oceanborn. For now, though, just going to continue expanding. Continue trying to parry this double drop that Maru is doing. Meanwhile, Maru establishing this base all the way down in the bottom right and building a really fearsome army. He hasn't taken truly any bad trades. Even the Hellions trading off for 6 drones is absolutely worth it here for Maru.
Maru is like so perfectly lined up with what he's getting here. All of his barracks are about to finish up. 17 more Roaches are coming. I mean, there is 100% going to be an attack here. He's not going to make all these and then sit back.
And Maru is one of the best players in the world at defending these 1-1 Roach timings. There's a reason why the 1-1 Roach timing kind of fell out of popularity some years ago, is because a lot of Terrans realize if you're not too greedy, if you just pull the boys to tank for the front line of your bio and just defend very conservatively, eventually you will be able to survive the onslaught. And as we saw in the previous game, if the bio ball gets momentum going against Roach Ravager, there truly is no coming back for the Zerg. Are now moving forward. Does see a healthy number of Roaches and Ravagers actually taking this fight. He's focusing down on the creep, so he's feeling pretty confident, able to lift up with the majority of this army. And Su, I think, is hiding the rest of the Roaches down by the natural expansion and the fourth base. You see on the minimap, a lot of these units starting to muster up. He's intentionally, I think, not showing the full breadth of his force because he wants Maru to overextend. But right now there are 30 Roaches on the map, a ton of Ravagers, even more Roaches in production.
Well, Terran's
and
out
these
of
armies
position.
are going to pass each other tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, it's always better if you're back and you're sieged up and kind of bracing for impact, but the fact that he's going to get here, maybe this is going to work out for Su.
Yeah, this could be really weird. Maru instantly lifting. Now, does he decide to go for the base trade, or does he go back home to defend? It looks like he's going for the base trade, so this game's going to get really funky really quick. Maru attacking to the natural expansion. Su with some of the reinforcements coming back. We'll be able to get us around. There is just enough bio to be able to thwart it, though. And if Su can't breach the natural expansion, Maru might just be able to pummel the entire main base of Su with this counterattack. He has 2-2 already to the 1-1 of Su.
It really makes you appreciate the travel time.
Oh, no.
He's
the Overlords, all the Overlords are right here, and the Lair.
Yeah, the Lair goes down. He's going to pick up, he's going to drop into the main. Now, there's quite a bit up here to defend, but, I mean, how awkward is that the tech has been denied? And Terran has relanded the third command center.
Yeah, Terran is basically even with the Zerg in terms of economy, or will be in a moment as soon as these SCVs start mining from the third base. And what Maru did was buy himself a lot of time, because now Su's army has to come back again across the map. He's supply capped right now at 178. He's only down to 3 hatcheries of larva. And Maru knows this. He's just retreating back into his natural expansion. He's going to try and find some more damage. When he feels that's safe, he'll go for the third again. But for Su, even though if these armies clashed in the middle of the map, Su would win it out, I don't know if Su can actually break Maru. The game is still really even. There's only 1 siege tank for Maru, but this bio ball, once 3-3 finishes here for Maru, is going to be insane.
So, I mean, yeah, there's not a lot invested in the late game, right? They both took losses, but Terran's recovered, basically being in a healthy spot. We're kind of locked in on Roach Ravager. You know, we were talking about, you know, the kind of predictable possible cheesiness or one-dimensionalness of the play coming out of the player that's just behind. Well, this is that moment. He's coming in. He's taking out the tanks at the gates. The medevacs, are they turning around? No, they're going to go make a beeline to the 4th base of Zerg.
Yeah, having 20 less supply of army here for Maru is making it really tricky to defend. And now Su's actually breaching into the natural expansion, takes down another siege tank, and the SCVs are getting pulled. 3-3 is not yet done here for Maru. He's going to try and take down this. The SCVs are taking a lot of damage, but Su might have just broken the natural expansion.
Yeah, but meanwhile, this drop is going to get the kill over here. The Roaches are going to come up. Again, the Marines looking pretty strong. They are going to actually win this fight long term. Meanwhile, an attack in the natural is hitting so much of the infrastructure. I know there's a decent amount of barracks in the main. Terran at 26 workers. The upgrade's about to finish.
It might be a little bit too late, though. Su has completely breached the natural expansion. There's only 1 medevac worth of bio. With this drop here for Maru, I think Su basically called Maru's bluff. Maru thought that Su was probably going to transition out of this. Sent 2 full medevacs of units up into the top right corner of the map, and that's the exact moment that Su strikes. And yeah, 3-3 is done now, but the army for Maru is so small. The mineral income is so minuscule. I don't know if he's going to be able to come back in this one, Tasteless. Su is almost maxed.
You might be right. I mean, yeah, I mean, the reality is that the army just isn't that good. He's going to have a big pickup.
Maru's basically never going to be able to make units again. Look at this. He's at 90 of 53. He lost all the depots in the natural expansion.
I think he's all in here. I think what he wants to do is actually just unload somewhere else and basically take a fight because maybe the Roach Ravager can't catch up.
Oh, that's a smart call. Especially if Su decides he wants to split his army and have to try and deal with it. Maru could kind of go for a base trade-esque situation, but I don't know if he has enough bio on the ground, especially losing the medevacs like this.
Also, this counterattack could just run up at his main. It's basically exposed here.
Yeah, Su is now going to realize this is where the full army of Maru is, and he's going to go back to try and defend. There is a world where Maru is somehow able to force a tie out of this. I don't know if we're living in that world, but there is a chance.
I think he can win this fight barely here. Yeah, I think he can.
But with the reinforcements coming in.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, there's no way. I was wondering maybe could he like pick up and fly back because he's got his natural now, right?
Oh my God,
so
this
he's
is
forced
crazy.
He's forced him on 2 bases. Remember that there's no like, obvious way to like chase down these medevacs and kill them off. There's no mutas or something. And so, he can just make a couple more rounds of Marauders. He's getting the concussive shell.
This is absurd.
And right now, this is 2 bases to 3 bases. So Terran's actually mining from more locations.
And Terran has a ton of mules banked right now. So.
Oh my gosh, he's going to go back over here. I almost feel like he should have just looped back out. Okay, so I guess he's decided he probably has enough at home. Oh, maybe he wants to get the Spore. You guys are just watching me think out loud. I'm not even casting this.
I'm
like,
not
what's
even
happening?
helping you. I'm just
what's
listening.
going on right now?
No, this is a crazy situation. Maru is macroing back at home. That insane supply block has finally been dealt with.
The thing is, you can't actually counterattack without losing all your stuff because Terran still has enough.
Even without the full counterattack, he's having a hard time, Su is, of getting these bases online. And so the mineral income is really small. And Maru is starting to scale back at home. And I know you might see the army supply and be like, well, Su still has double the army supply. Surely he can just win this. I don't know, man. If Maru is able to get to something like 90 army supply here safely, I feel like with 3-3, even against the +2, the 2-2 I think that Su has, Maru with this Marauder-heavy composition could just have enough to win, even with Infestors added into the mix, because Su, I don't know how he's going to really be able to complement that. Maybe with a Hive Tech on what is basically a 2-base economy, you're able to make something work with Fungal Bile or Fungal Blinding Cloud. Also, somehow the Medivacs escaping the Fungal Bile is just insane to me. Does Su not have Flyer Helpers on? I can't believe those Medivacs survived. I thought for sure they were dead.
Well, here's the scary thing, is like, he hasn't been present on that side of the map. Oh my God, is he gonna get this too?
I mean, this is +3 bio. If he wants to, he can trade this out.
Well, the problem now is, and again, supplies are very misleading with these compositions because there's a lot of Marauders. There's a lot of Marauders, and the Marauders really make Roach Ravager, there's a reason why these units can't just be late game forever, right? They're very strong units you can tech into early on, and there's a reason why the supply is so high is because you don't want to have a whole game with just, like 1 supply Ravagers and Roaches, but actually, that did happen. I remember when I was there was a time when the game did look like that. But, yeah, I mean, I would say that, Terran survives this in a pretty miraculous save by Maru. Let's see.
All right, let's see if the Fungals are good. The first one is able to get a little bit. Should be able to take down that Medevac. Bile's raining in, but the arc here for Maru is huge, and he's really showing a lot of respect for the Infestors. Now the Marauders stemming forward. SCV's getting pulled, and you can see why. Maru is one of the greatest players of all time. Man, look at that defense so far. Su's trying to make it work. He's maxing on more Roaches, 11 more in production. 3-3 is underway. But I mean, Maru from basically death's door is somehow surviving. He's lifting the main base, taking the 4th. This has been an insane, absurd, grotesque game, Tasteless. I cannot believe what I am seeing.
I'm just here shaking my head watching this. All I can do is kind of marvel at the play that's coming out of Maru here.
I mean, even if Su is able to close this one out, Maru is putting on a show given the position that he was put in.
Yeah.
I do think if Su recharges, gets more Infestor energy, comes out with the Vipers, with the Blinding Cloud, with some clutch spellcasting, there is a world he still wins this.
Well, also, we have Medevacs that are going to be headed northbound right now. So there are, it's a more of a fragile position. Again, there's a lot more that Terran could have in this moment.
Yeah.
He's done a good job with the spreading, though, kind of not being in a spot where one Fungal connects to everything.
Yeah, 1 Fungal plus Blinding Cloud and Vials coming in could basically be game-ending here for Maru. I mean, he basically has to play this perfectly back
He's just
at
going
home.
to target the building down again.
Yeah, and Su's coming back with almost everything.
The transfuses are futile.
This is crazy. Su back to a 3-base economy. Maru lifting the main base back to the 4th.
Basically, everybody, Sue has to actually like end this game. Maru is if he can get up to like 160, 170 supply, I don't see how he can be killed. So there's a world where Sue still wins this. The 3-3. What is that? 3-3. Yeah, about to finish here.
Yeah, it's very smart. I was wondering why he didn't pull the trigger as soon as he saw the drop, but he's waiting for 3-3. Sue is playing this really smart and
doesn't want to have an anti-timing here.
Yeah, this army is basically as strong as it's ever going to get here for Sue. He has to win right now with this one. Attack coming in. Let's see if the Blinding Clouds are good. He's able to disable the Siege Tanks. Fungal's connecting quite well with the Bio. Is it going to be enough, though? The Marauders and Marines still standing strong. The Blinding Cloud, it's no longer lasting on the Siege Tanks. I don't think Sue has enough. Look at the army supplies. They're almost even, Tasteless.
Yeah, and the truth is, you were 100% right, State, that, like, he has to make this work now. The army's never going to be stronger than it is in this moment. And the Marines and the Marauders, they just have too much sustain.
Maru has come back from the grave.
Upgrades are good things to have, guys.
This is insane. Even upgrades. Maru was able to pull that one off. I mean, for Sue, it's kind of a tough position because he really does need, with this low-tech army of Roaches and Ravagers, he needs the clutch Blinding Clouds, he needs the clutch Fungals, and the clutch Biles to really make that fight work. And that is very hard to do against a player who is splitting and spreading as well as Maru is. And I feel like we're basically seeing Maru pull the rabbit out of the hat. That Infestor not quite committing to the Fungal. And Maru is almost equalized in army supply, but Sue, he's recharged. He's going to try in for one more attack. Maru once again is going for a drop into the top right side. The Vikings going to come in and see this full army.
Lings are going to come in now. It's going to be another moment. He's going to try to break in. I don't know why this situation would be different than the last one. There's maybe a little bit less infantry here, though.
Yeah,
the Fungals are pretty good. He is going to pull these workers to try to help defend. You know, it's crazy. These Biles are hitting each tank separately.
And Maru is getting pushed out of this position, but keep in mind, there is that double drop on the top side of the map.
Yeah, 12 o'clock is being hit. Sue's going to try to push through. He takes this out again. I don't know what's there to defend that. Terran's going to lift the fourth base for, I've lost count of the number of times.
32 Lings and 8 Roaches in production are finishing now, but this base is going to go down. Sue's going to have basically no mining. He's going to have to distance mine or cancel some larvae if he wants to throw down this hatchery. He just barely has 300 minerals. Okay, there is this one more base. I missed this over here at the 9 o'clock position.
Oh, that's so funny. He's going to move the command center one to the left. He's like, I'll just send this over here. This is not in your rally pad. I'm so confident with that, I'm landing mules here, too.
Has Sue actually done it? Did Maru overextend with that double drop? I really felt like Maru, after he weathered the storm of that last push, was going to be able to have just enough to survive for the rest of the game. The army supplies had almost equalized, but when he pushed with those double medevacs, yeah, he sniped a base, but he lost so much of the army supply back at home. Again, he's going to go for the drops.
What is he doing? He's picking. Oh, this is funny. Okay,
this
so
is insane.
There's a level of genius with this too. It's like, well, I'll just hide in the corners of the map that you assume I shouldn't take because I can't. And
Sue hasn't found it yet.
Sue's not going to check. You know, there's small distractions. I don't think Roaches can see that. Yeah, their vision's not that good. So he's just going to basically try to cheat.
The SCVs.
Yeah.
He dropped the SCVs over here. Okay, GG. I don't think Maru was necessarily dead, but
I feel like we should have stayed in that game.
I agree. That was, I wanted the absurdity to continue. Maru came back from the grave and almost won that. That was insane. Sue had the tenacity to commit to the timing attack, and in an absolutely bonkers situation where he got reset to 2-hatch hive, tech into Infestors and Vipers, and make the Roach Ravager work against 3-3 Bio with tanks. I mean, that was one of the craziest TVZs I think I have ever seen. And I guess those are the kind of games Sue needs to be able to bring out here against Maru. He is now 1 map win away from the top 4 Tasteless. Sue's TVZ so far, his ZBT today, it has not been pretty.
I'm all for Sue now.
1 map win away, and that was one of the craziest games I think I have ever seen in TVZ. I don't know if Maru was completely out of it there at the end. I feel like there was a world where he might be able to come back into it.
Yeah.
But the double medevac drops twice in a row, overextending. First time Sue was able to breach into the natural expansion, take that base down, and then later on, Maru maybe a little bit overconfidence after the first hold, sends another double medevac drops out, and then Sue is able to break the 3rd base And now we're going into match point. Maru and Su tied up 1-1. The winner of this map is going to the round of 4. I can't believe it, Tasteless.
Unreal, man. All right, guys, let's get into this final game of the evening. Is Maru going to not move on to the round of 4?
Just an insane set of games. It truly feels absurd.
I mean, that was a fun one. That was a very different one. I guess maybe Maru shouldn't have been a cavalier with the 4th base. I actually kind of liked that he hit the command centers.
Yeah, I thought that was a smart
I was like,
move.
no, don't leave yet. Like, this is...
Referee, tell him to get back into... We're gonna resume from replay. I want to see this one go to its conclusion. Yeah, he definitely wasn't in a winning position, but I don't think it was a position that wasn't winnable.
What does it say? They're like, they have the thing on
monitors
side,
are
and it's
too
like
small,
zooming out
man.
further and further. We appreciate all you guys.
All right, pool first for Su again here on Alcyone. Double barracks on the low ground for Maru. No gas coming with this one. Keep in mind, Su did do some subterfuge earlier on in the day where he went for a very fast speed to kind of throw ByuN for a loop and catch those Reapers early on in the game. I think that was the game on Alcyone that just went crazy long. That was game 3 that they clutched out the series, right? We played so many insane TVZs, it's hard to keep track, but...
No, wasn't this the map where Su lost to Maru's Reaper
No,
pressure?
I'm talking about ByuN,
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
overextension,
Yeah.
It's not going to be as fast speed as that game. It still is relatively quick. It's not exactly the same build coming out from Su as it was against ByuN. But still pool first. It is fun watching Su make these adjustments over the course of running the ZVT gauntlet. First against Maru, and then against ByuN, and then against Maru again here in the final match. I mean, it is tough. I give Su a lot of props for fighting it all the way to the final map of Group A of the round of 8. It's been kind of a crazy GSL for him. And to be able to survive a ZVT group of death, basically, where your 3 opponents are Maru, Kier, and ByuN, this is pretty crazy.
Can I point something out here? And I kind of mentioned this at the start of the show, but, it's been a long evening, right? If Su could win this, if Su wins this, he's in the Final 4.
It would be insane.
He would then possibly go to the finals. We could have a situation where Su might take a GSL. Now, he's had bumpy games, okay? No one's saying he's like, he's in the best version of himself, but he is hanging on for dear life. And maybe, the little period of time off between the... Oh, nice.
Oh, that's so cute. And Maru has to commit to getting the Overlord. He's not going to get the add-ons for at least another 10, 15 seconds.
Meanwhile, the Reaper run by.
Oh, he gets a queen? He got a queen? Oh, this is crazy. At least one of these Reapers should go down. Okay, see where the target fire is able to get it. One of the add-ons does fall, though.
I mean,
this is so funny.
This is... Now...
What an insane series
I don't
we're
want to
watching.
backseat too much, but like those add-ons, the amount that's not been made at the barracks, do you have a new timing now after these Reapers are gone?
I have no idea. I'm through with trying to analyze these games. Tasteless. I'm just along for the ride. These Reapers have killed 3 or 4 drones and a queen. As cool as the Ling move was to get the add-ons, I think Maru's really happy to get this damage done with the Reapers. I mean, this is kind of insane. And look at just the minerals lost is crazy. What was that, 560 minerals lost for Su?
This has been such a bumpy start.
604 resources lost for Su. I mean, canceling the add-ons is a big deal.
That's crazy. No, it's funny because, like, I guess in my mind's eye, like the way that Su wins is maybe with redeeming himself with that timing attack and taking the add-ons down. But yeah, 600 minerals lost is a lot, man.
Queen and a lot of drones.
Are we going to have maybe like a Hellbat push later on here like we had before?
If I'm Su, I'm just doing another Roach 1-1 timing attack. I'm just going crazy with it.
No, you're committed to the Church of Roaches.
The Church of Roaches, I like that. That's going to be my Elden Ring DLC covenant. All right, Reaper's coming again into the main base.
Little scout there.
I love how ambitious Su has been with the queens in his ZBTs today. He's been setting these queens on missions, man. He's been setting them with Roach Ravager pushes with no Overlord creep backup to the third base of ByuN. He's been fishing for Reapers that are like a screen away from his hatchery over the course of these games.
Yeah. We did have the Armory come down here.
You know, Oliveira is kind of like the everyman's Terran. I feel like Su with this, with the games today, has redeemed himself as like the everyman's Zerg.
He's the ladder Zerg.
Yeah. We can all see a little bit of ourselves in Su today.
Yeah, that's right.
He's rough around the edges, but he's got good spirit. And here he is, one map win away from the round of 4.
He's every ladder player in a mismatch placement match. Like, well, this is what I know best.
1-1 starting here for Su. Another geyser coming in. It might be another Roach 1-1 timing attack. And with the composition that Maru is running, you know, Reapers in a 5 Hellions with the add-ons as delayed as they were with 3 CCs. There is a world where Su is able to get some big damage done. I think the first siege tank is just now in production. So the siege tank count, it should be quite low. 8 roaches tasteless, 66 drones.
Who saw it coming? More roaches here in the series.
Church of Roaches. Oh, the Ling's actually getting in. SCV pull in the nick of time, though. Should be able to save the day.
Okay.
There should be a big swell of roaches coming in.
Oh,
Is
a little
it gonna be
push comes in
enough,
here.
though?
He's going to target down these roaches. The numbers get lower, and that means more roaches are going to fall even faster. And he's basically killing production here. Oh, a 2-pronged attack here.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Dude, he's
There's
still
just enough
winning with
Marines to
brains.
take care of the roaches. Now the Hellions in the natural expansion getting so many drones. This is a low drone style that Su is playing. He cannot afford to lose 11, 12 drones at this stage in the game.
Dude, he's basically winning on 2 fronts.
Oh, no.
It's old Timmy 2 screens. You got to watch both those screens, huh? Can you do that?
Timmy 2 screens
Dude,
Maru coming in the clutch.
Timmy 2 screens them.
This just took all the wind out of the sails of this 1-1 roach timing. Su, he has to commit, but that is damage that is unforgivable at this stage of the game. I don't know if he can redeem himself with this. He's making a couple more drones to try and get back into this thing, but I don't know if he's going to have the economy to really power Roach Ravager at this stage. Maru not only bought himself time, but he also really weakened the follow-up economy here from Su. Su is 1 queen tasteless.
Well,
one
I mean,
queen.
I think that damage, I mean, it's going to be very hard to recover. Let's wait and see what happens with Roach Ravager, but I mean, it's undeniable. But like on Su's side of the map, he is bleeding.
Yeah, Su's going to try and die at Hero's Death here.
Was he? He wasn't even remaking Queens, by the way. So he's not even like trying to kind of get the game to a place where there is a normal development.
I think you just got to embrace the low larva count here with the Roaches and Ravagers and just try and make it work. Maru not falling into the same trap as the previous game. He is going for the double drop, but back at home in the natural expansion, those tanks are placed so conservatively. The SCVs are not going back to mining. He is just going to try and hold this as best as possible. And as long as Maru is able to weather the storm until 2-2, and he's able to remax on more Marines and Marauders, or if he does decide to add Marauders into the mix, he's going to be in a pretty good position. And Su, he's not droning behind this. He has been able to work his way up to 55 drones, which I think was him eking out 1 or 2 more drones after the Hellion run by. But he's basically just hard stuck on this 3-base economy. He's going to keep making Roaches and Ravagers. Maru going for 3 more Medivacs with the drops. There is not a lot of support anymore in the natural expansion for these tanks tasteless.
Well, he's just going to try to tear down this entrance. Deliberately, Maru's going to let this take his damage for as long as possible because he knows all he has to do is sandbag the progress at the front. And, you know, that there's nothing else to it. A big drop here at the natural now. The Marines continue to grow in number. The tanks are still hitting these Roaches at the distance. He's even going to get, oh, he almost got 1 more tank out with that. SCV's pulled. That does seem to be the play. When the wall-in falls, the SCVs are pulled. This should be game here as they are, yeah, there it is. GG, Maru wins. The results we expected, but you know what? It couldn't have been more exciting to get here.
Yeah, not the way we expected this game to go.
Yeah.
But Su, I mean, Man, props to this guy. He survived an insane round of 16 group with Hero, Gumiho, and Rainer. From there, he advanced to the round of 8, and he ran the gauntlet against some of the best Terran players in the world in ByuN, Kier, and Maru in his group, and was still one map win away from advancing to the round of 4. The games today, rough around the edges, but, I mean, it took a lot to get here. One map went away from the round of 4 for a Su that has been struggling for a couple of years to really regain the form of yesteryears is really remarkable. And once again, Maru going to the top 4 tasteless.
Maru does it again. I will say he played really well. He had to work really hard for this. This wasn't the Maru that just kind of gets out. You forget who was in the group because all the drama happens afterwards. Instead, you know, it was Kier that got out ahead. But I do appreciate watching Maru in some of these dire straight situations because I'm learning a lot. Like I learned more about StarCraft 2 today in the game that Maru lost versus Su than I have in a lot of games where 2 players play perfectly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, those chaotic games where players make decisions and you just see the way those decisions either backfire or pay dividends in the future. It's always a learning experience, especially a situation as crazy as that one where Maru was basically dead and somehow clawed his way back to life only for Su to bop him in the head one more time and kill him. I thought Maru had won that game after he held off against the first push at what was, I guess, the 4th base, but it was the main orbital that had lifted there. When the Infestors and the Vipers weren't able to get enough done in that first push, I thought Maru had just done it. But instead, Su just had barely enough left in the tank. But at the end of the day, Maru did win game 3. And he is going once again into the round of 4. Well, Maru, today was not easy. You lost the series to Kier, and you almost lost to Su. That one went to match point. How do you feel? Well, honestly, I thought I was going to get eliminated tonight. I did not believe that I had enough in the tank to make it all the way to the quarterfinals. Well, up until this season, it feels like you basically always defeated Kier. You might even have a perfect score against him here in the GSL, but finally Kier was able to turn the table and defeat you. What do you think about that? Well, I think my form just wasn't good today. I feel like if I practice harder, if I play better, if I reach my potential, I will beat Kier again. Well, it felt like, especially after that game against Su, you have this kind of energy where you could always come back. Do you have this feeling that you can get a revenge against Kier as well? Maru's saying, well, yeah, you know, after Dallas, I did want to take a little bit of a rest, but I do have something of a revenge mindset after Group A. Well, there were a lot of really crazy games you played today, especially that game against Su. Did you think that you were going to be able to come back and win? Well, honestly, I thought I was at an advantage at some stage of the game, but the situation was so crazy, I didn't have a good read on what my opponent was thinking or where the game was, so it was just a very tough match. Well, you went for a couple of hidden bases in that game. You lifted actually 2 command centers into corners, but then he tapped out. Maru says, yeah, well, I just didn't think that was going to work, and I guess in Maru fashion, he didn't want to waste anyone's time and moved on to the next game. Well, you know, in the next group, we have a lot of good players, Hero, Creator, Dark, and DRG. Are there any players you want to play from that group, or is there anyone that you anticipate making it to the quarterfinals? Well, I think Hero is absolutely going to make it to the quarterfinals. Besides Hero, I don't really care who makes it. I can beat any of them. I think that Hero is definitely the hardest opponent in that group, and every time that I play against Hero, I feel like I'm being tested to my limits. So, besides Hero, I really don't care who I play.
많은 분들 남아주셔가지고
We know a lot of fans are still watching your games and cheering for you, Maru. It's very late here in Korea, past 11 p.m. Any words for them? Thank you so much for sticking around this late at night. I'll show you a better performance next time. Please continue to cheer for me in the quarterfinals. Yada, yada, yada.
We will.
Well, a very long stretch of games today. This is, I think, maybe the longest.
This longest night we've had.
Yeah, you missed one of the days. You were traveling, but I think
Oh,
it was
yeah.
me and the Gemster had a really long day. You were
Oh, that's
lucky.
right, yeah. You guys had a bunch of
we
tech
were here
delays.
almost until midnight. It was crazy, but still, this is a long day at GSL. A lot of crazy games, fun series. Sue, my heart breaks a little bit for him, and honestly, he showed so much potential. I think if he irons out his late game a little bit, he was so good at getting there against ByuN. I could see him making it to a round of 4 if he's able to play a more Serral or Dark-esque late game, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Look, today was fun. It was a lot of drama. I mean, you don't always have to have the best, like, oh, they played perfectly in every way.
Yeah.
To have a good time and have some fun and make it interesting about who's going to win. Maru barely survives the round of 4. We'll be back next week, by the way, guys, with this group.
Yeah, Hero creator, DRG, and Dark. Hero had some pretty tremendous performances. At Dallas has been looking absolutely on fire. Besides him, creator, DRG, and Dark also looking really good. And it's going to be a fun top 4. We're going to have 2 Terrans guaranteed in Maru and Kier, and then have 1 Terran or 1 Protoss, 1 Zerg, maybe 2 Zergs, 2 Protoss. It's going to be fun.
We'll see.
Be some good parity.
So this is the correct dates here. We're going to have the finals on June 29th. It is going to be at the S-Plex Center on the 15th floor. That's also known as the Africa TV Coliseum. You can see when the tickets go live on sale. Guys, finals do sell out.
Within 5 minutes, usually.
Yeah, it is a sizable venue, but it will sell out. So we say this every time, and there's always people that literally don't get in, and that is very sad. So just make sure that you are ready to snipe a ticket. And,
as soon as they go on sale. June
yeah.
21st, 5:30
The tickets
p.m.
do work if you're a foreigner, okay? Every once in a while someone says it doesn't work. There's so many fans that come down here that don't live or work in Korea. So they do work, I don't know. But if you're texting me on X, like, I probably can't help you at times. So
if you're doing that, you've
ready.
already missed the window.
Yeah,
By
yeah.
the way, there is going to be a support cheer sign event if you guys want to compete for a couple different prizes, such as replay packs and also photos and stuff like this, or get your art featured in the GSL. You got the information on your screen right there. GSL at souplive.com. Of course, Africa TV rebranded to
We've
Soup.
rebranded.
Still something's called like the Africa TV Coliseum, but
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
getting there.
But yeah, send us some artwork. I always love what people send in. There's a lot of funny, cool, like some great art, some funny memes.
And you will be exposed on the broadcast.
Yeah, you will be exposed, okay? So when you come here, we're going to tell everybody your secrets when the show starts.
Yeah, and in the past we've had some really fun, or I guess back then it was you and Dan, but there were some pretty fun video submissions for the GSL too, all the way back in the day. I missed that.
Well, I mean, not everybody can make it out, but there's a lot of really creative, funny people that watch the show. Well.
Long day, fun games.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. I'm definitely feeling it. I'm a little bit fatigued.
You're fatigued? The last series kind of got me a little bit revved up here. But, yeah, props to Maru for moving on again. Kier survives again. I hope we get a Protoss advancing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a GSL without Maru and Kier both in the top 4. I think that might be 4 out of 5 GSLs.
I think so.
With Maru and Kier in the top 4, which is kind of insane in its own right, that it's always those two.
Yeah.
Quite absurd.
And look, man, I think the big takeaway here, it's easy to forget with the drama that we had with Sue versus Maru, but we had Kier actually come out on top versus Maru.
For what feels like a first time in a very long time in GSL. I actually can't remember
I bet
the last
it's happened
time.
once or twice in the last couple of years, and sometimes I forget, but that could be a sign of the future. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We love you, and we will see you next week. Bye-bye.